everything set up here. Also, whoops, didn't realize my cursor was, alright, arrows. What are these? Come on, that's not helpful. What are these? Oh, is it with an, oh, it said an I. Aha! Ah, makes perfect sense and explains why I wanted to look this up. Hey Roving Eye, hey Eruptor. I just need to finish my pomegranate arrows. Yeah, Roving Eye, where were you? Did you go to Vancouver yet? I've seen a lot of this guy's blog. Yeah, I want to use TypeScript and ECMAScript 6 at some point. I just haven't gotten around to this. I really should use it. Eruptor says, can you give me a link for your life? Yeah, sure. Token Eruptor 2005. Seems like we'll be there between the 17th and 20 something of November. We have 2 weeks. I was at home. What? What happened, Roving Eye? Here's kind of our list for today. I'm still finishing up the last couple spoonfuls of these things. We're going to finish cloaking. We're going to fix that blog about resources. And then I think we'll do landmines today. Too much crunch in the idea of another 4 months. I took some time to myself. Or 4 weeks. That's still a long time. I don't blame you. I think when there's no end in sight and there's no appreciation for what you're doing, it becomes more of a grind and it becomes something you can enjoy. And I'm sure you're still dealing with interesting problems and everything, but you're probably working too hard. So I know what that's like. Alright, sorry. I don't usually eat on stream. I got a late start to my morning. I didn't want it to extend into the stream, which is why I'm only a minute into the stream and I'm eating. So I'll be done in like 2 spoonfuls. Okay. Done. Alright, let's fix this bit. So we'll go into Serve Connection Manager. We need to make this function a lot better. Redesign how the world state is fetched. The connection manager is not something that should know about this. So right now, we send over isBot components. Why did I not just send over everything? We have bots, we have resources. All right, let's just look at our component names. So we have bots, walls would be sent over. What else? Oh, because these all have a certain kind of message. But there's no point in doing things that way, is there? Maybe there is. Let's look at client arena. There's a create bot call. Yeah, so deploy bot ends up calling create bot. Okay, create bot needs to do something slightly different from the rest of these. Well, that's not even true. I can just send entities across and figure out what they are on the other end. Ooh, 3 weeks in Cuba for Christmas, nice. Alright, apparently I've been standing for too long already. Let me mute my mic and just lower this. Okay. Eruptor says, what do you use to script? I use Sublime Text Editor, or Sublime Text, I suppose you say, and to code. And then I actually write in JavaScript. And feel free to ask any questions you have. So, oh, also something I did, well, I'll show you guys something later. For now, let me, okay, there we go. Alright, yeah, so we're gonna finish this up. So let's do it. There are two options. One is serialize entities using a network message to indicate the type, but that shouldn't be necessary. We should just be able to serialize entities regardless of their type and let the client figure it out. I think we're going to do that second. And I want to see what this would look like, because right now resources aren't being sent to the client and there's no reason to differentiate them from bots on the server. We should just send every entity across. In fact, let's just try this out. There. Okay, so now we're sending every single entity across. The problem is getting sent as server deploy bot. So if we go into constants, we see server deploy bot. Let's put this down here and say server create entity. Send by the server when the server tells you that an entity exists. So here's the other thing I'm wondering, is server deploy bot used anywhere else? Server deploy bot. We use it here. Oh, right, because okay, it doesn't look like it's used anywhere then. In fact, somehow this is the only place that this is done. That doesn't sound correct. We have player deploy bot, server deploy bot. That's it? How do I send bots over the network then? How do I not remember this? We have a create bot call here, and at the bottom of this create bot. But that routes to something, server deploy bot. Okay, so this is not necessarily an existing entity. This is any entity. In fact, perhaps we should just repurpose this because everything's already set up to kind of just work. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, how about this? I'll put this here. Where's create bot? Deploy bot, here we go. I'll say to do, this may be unused. Yeah, and we'll come back to that. So next we'll set up create entity so that works. Let's make sure that we're serializing this correctly. So here we have create bot, and we need to hook that up. And we need to get rid of this call. Alright, next we need router actions for all of these things. So basically we look at our find results and we replace these. Now we have, these are the network map constants. So we have server create entity. We're going to call this create entity. And again, let's kind of just plumb this through everywhere. So same thing here. Server create bot is create entity. And there should be two or three other places where we have to do this. So that's done, and that's done. Next we need pub subtopics, I think. There's create bot. Yeah, we need to set this to create entity. And then down here, we do the same thing. Now on the client arena, we need to respond to this call, create bot. So let's do this. Let's do create entity. And create bot currently has this stuff. Roving Eye says it's only been 25 days. The problem is going to get worse. I'm a little out of it right now, and I know I haven't been getting enough sleep lately, so I don't even remember what it is I didn't remember 3 minutes ago when I mentioned that. Roving Eye said, that being said, I think forgetting things is a good thing, otherwise the mind gets too cultured. I treat the mind like I treat yogurt. Culture is good. Create bot should now, there should be create entity, serialized entity. And the way that this worked up here, we knew what components a bot would have. So when we deserialized it, we were kind of just good to go. So what we could do is this. We could say const entity equals entity.deserialize serialized entity. So now we have an entity. We can check to see if it has an isBot component. So we can do isBot good and then set that to there. And if this exists, we can say this dot create entity. And then here we can take in a bot entity because we shouldn't need the serialized bot entity any longer. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Else, let's just say this dot add entity. So otherwise, it's a resource or something or a wall. I say it's something like a resource or a wall. Okay, and if that works, then we're just done and we're good to go. So both things finished building. I don't have the client or the server running, so let's run both of those. Also, now's a good time to mention, some people were asking about this, so let me set something up. Watch this. Blam. Alright. I don't know how I'm gonna move the keyboard so that you can actually see this without hurting my arms to use this. We need to angle this to the left. There. Alright. Let me know if this is super annoying or not. So we need to check for create entity. Because that call was not working. This, apparently? Does this exist? Aha, it does not exist. So we can say create entity. And let's try rerunning this. I still need to move this, don't I? Let me see. The left side of the keyboard's where all the action happens. Yeah, let me know if the keyboard camera is annoying. A couple of people were asking for it, and I thought I might as well try this out. So, let's see if this works. Okay, good. We're listening there, and we're listening there. So let's load this up. Now, the way that we have to do this is we have to load up 2 different clients here. Oh, whoops, we need one other thing. Let's do that. Okay, we need to restart this now. So the server finished, and we restart. Okay, then when we refresh these pages, I'll connect over here and over here. And now what we need to do is we need to kill some bots. So I need to create a bunch of lasers bots over here. What's going on? Oh goodness. Something's wrong here. Deploy isn't working. Oh, you know why? Because I just coded it. So I probably coded it with a bug. Let's test that out. Let's test out not deploying on the server. And then yeah, let's find out what went wrong. How did I screw this up already? An entity was uncloaked, real ID that doesn't exist? That should not be possible. Yeah, something's totally wrong here. But what is it? And how is this getting called? Unless it does have a slightly perverted. Oh, no. Never mind. I didn't see your first message, so I was wondering why you were saying that, but no, that makes sense. So we have server create entity here. This shouldn't be... I don't know why this is seeing that it's... let's get rid of this. I don't know why it's seeing that bot uncloaked, entity uncloaked. This came from a publish. I wonder if I forgot to... Yeah, uncloak entity. How is this even happening? Oh! Wait a second. Okay, so, well, first of all, that's a bug. Bug uncloak entity is being called. I don't know if that's because if you go into the code execution, we have uncloak here, and it's this. But what we check for is an isCloaked component, and if it exists, then we uncloak it. Okay, so there's that one, and then there's this too. If isCloaked and the duration just went to less than 0, then remove the... Yeah, so this definitely shouldn't be happening. There is a big problem with that. Let's look for isCloaked component. Well, add dot star isCloaked component. If can cloak, we add it here. Yeah, that's the only place. So if cloak isn't being called, there should never be an uncloak. Unless I screwed up something like... that was annoying. Unless I screwed up something like the topics or the mapping between topics. No, there's create entity. Alright, how would we figure this out? I think we would go into the code execution system and we put a breakpoint here. Oh, not there. This one. Okay, yeah, and then let's just refresh the page. So nothing should be happening. Whoop, that's weird. Oh, I remember now. We have AI bots that are being created. Man, this is not the kind of thing you should be forgetting after like 10 minutes of coding. That's not even true. It's this. This is what's happening. There is a cloaked bot in the arena. It's exactly one cloaked bot, and it was something I hard coded. Okay. Well, Adam. You're my own worst enemy. So we could just comment this out for now. Because, well, we could also do this in a slightly different way. Let's put a breakpoint in the uncloak. So it should be this. Let's put a breakpoint there. That should get hit at some point. None of that matters. In fact, we should leave this on. But okay, now we should expect it to get hit. Not that one. What's going on? It's not trying to uncloak? There we go. I don't know why that took so long. Probably because it was, that should have been 18 seconds after... No, maybe 18 seconds is how long it would have taken. So we have remove this, and then we send uncloak across the wire. So when we go into this route function, what we're really doing is we're getting the message like 23 or something along those lines. Oh, actually, this is never sent across the wire. That's what's going on. So action is uncloak entity, so we publish it. And then the thing that listens for that is the arena. And we have arena uncloaked. Yes, here we go. Okay, so let's put a breakpoint there. Good. Our real ID is 0. And that assertion fails. Entities by real ID. Okay, I think I know what's going on. The client doesn't know about this bot. Yeah, that has to be what's happening. And this is the problem right here. When I create a bot, I'm sending over create bot and not create entity. Yeah, alright, so that was stupid. I just forgot to tweak certain parts of the code. So yeah, create bot is now totally unused. And if we were to refresh this page, what we should see happen is everything should just work. Yeah, so there's our cloaked bot. And we can deploy a whole bunch of other... No, that's fine. That breakpoint was hit because I was checking to see if entities could uncloak. And now this is going to be something saying it took too long. Good. Alright, that's totally fine. So let's restart the simulation server. That way we can just make sure very quickly whether lasers are working and everything else and resources are getting laid down. We should see resources. Good. We do. Okay, so now we can actually test it by restarting the server and then connecting and shooting our bots until they die. Oh, what fun it is to ride. Alright. There and there. Next, we've got to kill bots. Kill. And then we need to do the same thing over here. So, deploy. Alright. Now, great. So you see resources here. These bots are not set to harvest. So what should happen is when I reconnect over here as player 2 who has never connected before, we should see the same resource configuration on the arena that we saw before, and we don't. And that means there's a problem. So let's go back into server arena and take a look at where create entity is called. I think it's this. Socket.emit. Server create entity. Huh. That is strange. Yeah, that's very strange. So unless the server didn't rebuild, let me take a look at this. If I save this file, yeah, the server gets modified. And if I'm calling create entity, okay, there must be something else that I should be doing. Hey, Orange. There must be something else that I should be doing in create entity that I'm not. So let's look at create bot, which is what was doing things correctly. We have, a sprite. Oh, we never add a sprite. Okay, well, that's our problem. So we just need to add a sprite in. So how do I create resources right now? How does any of this stuff work? Man, alright, today better not go like this the whole day, because otherwise I'm going to be very confused very quickly. Let's look for create resource. So this is how, alright, just to explain kind of what's been happening here. When you kill a bot, a resource is created. That message of create resource is being sent correctly. And then we are adding a sprite. But I just made a create entity, and I haven't made that work yet. Redo says, maybe you could get your mouse to fit in the keyboard show as well. I, for one, am curious about the ergonomic of the mouse you're using and how it's doing in real life use. Yeah, so let me see. If I move this over, I need to move the webcam over too. See, the problem is this will only tilt so far before we just can't. Oops. Oh wait, no, I'm tilting the wrong way, that's why. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this, because the mouse is, I'm right-handed, so the mouse is over by the numpad, and the numpad does not usually have interesting things happening, so I don't think I can show everything. But this is, there, this is the mouse that I'm using. So it is the 12-button mouse. As far as the feel of it, it's actually pretty good. And I have like a million different things bound over here, so I can switch between Sublime tabs and move this over to the right side or the left side, or maximize it if I want, or close a tab if I feel like it, or navigate up and down through a certain tab. So yeah, I have a lot of stuff going on in the mouse. But yeah, I'm sorry, Redo, I probably can't show you everything. So let's try to put this back to where it was. No. This is hard to do. Alright, there we go. A sock camera. I typically don't wear socks since I work out of my apartment. I don't know if that's too much information. Okay, we gotta search for create resource. So create resource is being called from where, this right here. Tell everyone about it. So we should be able to change this to create entity. And now create resource should never be used anywhere, which is sort of unfortunate. Yeah. Eruptor says, I love watching your streams. I really like to code and script, but it's really hard. Well, thank you, first of all. And if you ever want any help, just feel free to ask questions. I mean, I can't spend a ton of time answering questions, but I don't ever mind answering questions here and there. And I've Skyped with people before about, well, last night it was about someone's resume, and before it was about their JavaScript code that they wrote, so I'm totally open to doing that stuff. And again, I don't have a lot of time to do it, so I don't want to promise that, like, I'll help you code your whole project, but I can answer questions if you ever need. Well, let's try this again. We're going to, oh wait, no, this won't work. I'm an idiot. I didn't finish coding the second part of this. So I can show you that it won't work. But yeah, resources won't get created at all now because I'm not associating a sprite with them. So we go into the client arena and we look at create resource. And then here is what we need to call from create entity. So let's go into create entity. We essentially just turned the client into the router for these calls. So we say if, this is not how we want to do this. We want to do it this way. If entity.hasComponent names.isBot, then create a bot. Otherwise, else if entity.hasComponent is resource, then create resource. Create resource. Else, we'll just say something like throw new error. Entity type is not the creation handler for this entity type has not been programmed yet. Okay. I enjoyed watching you eat this morning. Yeah, I'll get another 6 or 7 cameras, I think. Are you doing private Skype shows now? No. Not the way that you're asking about. Also, would you rather I have the keyboard camera here or here? I feel like here is covering up less important stuff. I'm not allowed to Skype people I don't know. Okay, well, if you always want to ask in chat, you can ask there. But I think that's a good policy, because you never know who you'll meet on the internet. Hey, Kilroy. Okay, so this should be working now, and we can test it just locally first, and then we can restart the server and test it there too. So let's test it locally. We will actually we don't need to do any of this, we can just do this. Oh man, those alerts. There. So if we see resources show up, then this is working locally, and that means we can connect. I don't think that worked. Okay, so where is this coming from? Cannot read property tile X of undefined. Oh, I know what's going on. Create resource takes in a serialized entity, and we passed it an entity. So this is now resource entity. And we need to fix these comments too. This is going to be an entity, and it's going to be resource entity. Oops, let's do that. And then create bot, it's the same way. Wow, now we don't really have a comment for that. So entity, bot entity, try anything. Confuses me to see your hands above your head. If you were a police officer, you might see that a lot. And yeah, GLaDOS is one of the randomly generated names. I have played Portal. That better be a Portal reference, otherwise I'll sound like a moron. Yeah. Yep. I only played Portal 1 though, but I really like that game. The whole cake is a lie thing I thought was going to be a bigger joke in the game, I suppose, based on how much the internet hyped it up. I suppose it's like Skyrim and I took an arrow to the knee. People just love beating jokes into the ground. Alright. Deploy. So we should see resources get created when a bot dies. So let's see. Yep, there are the resources. And then when I reconnect, we should see the resources again. So let's reconnect and good. Yeah, cool. That's working. Dude, the cake isn't a lie. Is this Portal 2 spoilers? I don't want spoilers. Right, is everything working here? Can I delete this? Come on, hurry up. There. Okay. So these should be the exact same simulation going on here. Let's close this stuff. Good. And now, yeah, okay. So these are the same, right? The bots are moving the same way, and the resources are in the same positions, and at some point, these entities will see each other. Their vision range is only 5. In fact, I could just create more, I guess. There. Yeah. Okay, I think this is working. If you get the true ending, I don't believe this. I already fell for that a long time ago on the internet. Your friends over there too, companion cube. A close save, but not close enough. Alright, so now we're not using create resource anywhere, so we can get rid of that. I don't know if we'll eventually use it. I don't think so. I don't think it makes sense. Yeah, let's delete all of this. It doesn't make sense to have this, and it doesn't make sense to have anything that goes along with this. So let's get rid of these things and this. Alright, so create resource, create bot. None of these things should be used anymore. Resource, harvested. That's not right. Create resource, create bot. Delete those, delete that, delete everything we ever knew and loved. Alright, now let's look for create resource. Where am I from in the world? I'm from the US. That's as much as I've been sharing. But where I'm living right now, I'm living in Washington State. So that's where I'm developing from. Also, I suppose I could move this a bit too. Alright, great. So create resource is gone. Create bot should be gone. It's not. There's still 2 places where it exists. Okay, so now let's test the code. And let's also reconnect. We need to rerun the server, and we'll just test this really quickly. It shouldn't take too long. Yeah, so that finished. We can rerun this. Yeah, of course. Yep. And then we wait for our tests also. So let's try this out. We'll connect with a couple different clients here. What's going on? Did I break something? Huh, perhaps I did. Yes, create bot is not defined, but I searched for create bot. Create bot wasn't being used anywhere. Oh, maybe server deploy bot? No, what? What's going on here? That keyboard? Yeah, because I finally got a keyboard cam. Oh, it's coming from here. I searched for create bot though. This makes no sense. Let's go into router actions. Yeah, it's not even there. Oh, I know what this is. This is a result of saving too quickly. Okay. Well, now the client should have rebuilt. And since this was... Yeah, let's do this too. Fine. Alright, well now this should work. Now we should be able to connect. Everything should be fine. We fixed a basic refactoring in the code. So let's do this. We'll make a lasers bot here. We'll deploy 3 of them. And then over here we'll make a harvester bot too. Now I can't see because the webcam is actually covering that top of the screen for me. Sorry, I gotta ban a spammer for a second. Alright, so here's what we'll do. If will harvest, and then if we can't find a bot, do closest resource equals find closest resource. And then if exists closest resource, pursue closest resource. Alright, so this will have lasers and harvesting. And we'll deploy like 6 of these. Alright, now they should, after killing their targets, go harvest the resources. Good. So Eve is going to die. For the greater good. Oh, we're going to speed this up. There we go. So Eve gets killed, then the resources get harvested, and then they find these resources and go harvest them too. Yup. And yup. Yeah, looks good. Okay. I'm happy enough with that. And the tests all passed. So I think we can check this in. Commit. Let's see what we changed. Yeah, create entity. We need to comment create entity. Client arena create entity, and we put a comment here saying this is called no matter what kind of entity the server tells you. No, that's not good. This is called when the server tells you that an entity was created. It doesn't matter which kind of entity was created since they all converge here. Alright, this is just an object, and this doesn't matter. This way, the client can be the router for these messages instead of having the server send a different message type for each kind of entity. Alright. I think that's good. Yeah. Yeah, let's keep that as is. So then this we don't check in. Oh, no, we do have to check this in now. So then we need to get rid of this. Oh, man. Okay, let's just copy paste this for now. What file was that? Constance.js. Oh, but it's client Constance.js. And we have the IDs.cloaking. Yeah, this stuff. So I'm going to copy this out of here. Whoops. And then we're going to get rid of this. This, and this, and this. Good, so those are gone. We got rid of create entity. Alright, simulation server, we're still not going to modify this code. The arena, we have create entity, good. We're serializing entities better now. We got rid of this stuff. We really should fill in the blanks because now 14 and 21 are not used. We don't like multiples of 7 for some reason. but we'll do that later. And it doesn't really matter too much until we get into the 3-digit numbers, then it matters. Although even then, we should be using something like base 64, and then there's no such thing as a 3-digit number because we won't ever have that many messages. So we have create entity now, that looks good. Create resources done away with. We searched the code for all of those things too. So here's what we did. Consolidated entity creation into, a single function on the client. What do I want to say? This, now there is a constant for create entity. And we got rid of create bot and create resources. So in doing this, we fixed a bug where resources were not being sent to connecting players. And we have a YouTube channel. Wait, what's do not so? Oh, I see. I read it as do you have a YouTube channel, so I didn't even understand. I have a YouTube channel for Botland stuff. So if you go to bot.land, you can go to YouTube from here. And then I also have my own personal YouTube channel, which is Adam13531, where I post a bunch of videos that are not related to Botland. So yeah, same username as my Twitch, or just go to bot.land and you'll find it. Okay, I think this is good. So we need to finish up cloaking. Oh, also we need, well, let's save this over here. And again, I have to look behind my webcam in order to see this. So we'll close these two. All right. So that's not a bug anymore. That's not a bug anymore. That's not a bug anymore. So we fixed all that stuff. Cloaking. Attempting to move into a cloaked bot will break their cloaking. So we need to write a test for that too. Make sure that moving into a cloaked bot will break their cloaking. And let's write this up here. Test. Now we can get rid of this, and we can do this. And then tab these things in. Alright. So we're done with that. Add Blockly blocks. So we have 3 blocks, I believe. Cloak, can cloak, and is cloak. So let's add them all in. First, we'll start with Terminator. Wait, do we have any Terminators that don't take an argument? Not yet, we don't. No, Harvest. Terminator Harvest. Nice. This will be a cinch. Watch this. We'll just say Terminator Cloak, and then we can also search for this. Put a bookmark here. Put this here, Cloak, and go back to our bookmark. So this is going to say Cloak, and we're done. That's it. Well, we have to change this too. Okay, so Cloak is done. Next is can cloak. So there is a can harvest function. Whoops, where is that? No, it's not can harvest, it's will harvest. Because you can always harvest. It just won't necessarily do anything. So then we take this too, and we say built-in will cloak. Or this is, well, we did name this can cloak. So let's say can cloak. And we set this to can cloak. Awesome. Then we paste this, duplicate, and paste. Okay, so can cloak is done. Next is cloaked. Now this is a logic function, and it doesn't have any argument. So we don't have something like this yet. We're gonna need to put it here, I think. Let's say built-in is cloaked. Can cloak is the. Wait, no, can cloak is exactly the same. Oh, never mind. All right, then this is super easy. Built-in is cloaked. Good. So is cloaked. Okay. So that should be it. We should be done. We should have access to these APIs now through our visual coding language, Blockly. So let's refresh and take a look. And what is this? This looks like a JavaScript breakpoint. It is not. Oh, it is. That was weird. Oh, it's because of how bundle.js works in source maps. Okay, so let's load up Blockly, and we should have all of the 3 things that I just did. Let's also get rid of that thing. Hang on a second. Botland app link 3. Okay. You don't have to answer this, but how do you stream? So Twitch has good tutorials for this. I use software called Open Broadcaster Software, OBS. Orandre says, would you ever be able to do is cloaked friendly target? Perhaps eventually. However, I don't think there will be much of a need for that. You can always see friendly targets, and you don't control their AI, so I'm not sure. But if people end up wanting it, then I can always code it. Void Dreamer says, it seems kind of odd to see your hands above your head. Yeah, so I want to have my webcam be opaque. And so having it be at the bottom right makes the most sense, since I know not to put the cursor over here. Like, I know that you guys can't see this right now, but you can see this. I could just change the order a bit. Well, anyway, the keyboard cam I think is less important, so yeah. Do you use the new version of OBS? No, I don't think so. I probably should. I don't know what the differences are. Hopefully it's performance, because right now that's like the thing that's taking up the most CPU on my machine. And hey, Walter. If close friend cloaked, maybe I should too. It's possible, Orandre, and I would say wait until you get your hands on the game in order to see if that's something you still want later. It's something we could do. It's not like it would be that difficult to do, but it's just something I'm not sure people would want. So here's what we'll do. We're going to make I gotta move this a little bit so that I can actually see my screen. So if we're gonna do if can cloak, then cloak. And then we'll do if is cloaked, where's is cloaked? If is cloaked, then we'll just move randomly. So all this is going to do is cloak, and it'll move once we're cloaked. So let's say move when cloak, move W cloak. We can't fit that many characters. Alright, let's try this out. So they're cloaked and now they're moving, and when they uncloak, they should stop moving. Good, good, good. Yep. Yeah. Okay, so that's good. You can make this in Blockly now. And that was dead simple. We could have it do something a little more interesting than that. So we could say, if is cloaked, move. And then before we even get there, let's say fire lasers. No, let's put that right there. So we have, let's get rid of this comment too, actually. Delete. So we are cloaking if we can cloak. Then we say if will lasers hit in any direction, then fire lasers. And then we say just move, but only if we're cloaked. In fact, yeah, I think this is what we'll do. So let's deploy before we even... No, there's no easy way to do this now, unfortunately, because I'm in single player. I meant to be in multiplayer and I was going to do this. So, alright, watch this. Our cloaked bots have no way of shooting because I never put lasers on them. So they're going to get destroyed eventually, but they can only be harmed for well, they can be harmed when they're cloaked too, but they can only be seen when they're uncloaked, obviously. So they're not going to take a whole lot of damage. And they don't even move unless they're cloaked. So we still have 2 of these bots alive. And this kind of shows you the survivability of cloaking. So now this is the last cloaking bot left. And he should hopefully die pretty soon. Oh, nope. Oh, good. Oh, he's got, I think, 1 hit left. I can't totally tell. Okay, there you go. So he's dead. So now the whole reason I wanted to do that is so that I have cloak lasers. I'm going to deploy a couple of these things. These are going to be like crazy good bots because these will cloak. Oh, I put fire lasers at the beginning, didn't I? What did I do here? If can cloak, cloak. Huh. Something looks like it's wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that is wrong. That's unusual. Can you fire when cloaked? Yeah, you can fire when cloaked. There are different kinds of cloaking. Sometimes it'll, well, I've only coded one kind so far, but sometimes cloaking will be broken by doing an action, and sometimes it won't be. I'm not sure how we'll change that. We might change it. Yeah, but we have a bit of a problem, it looks like. Cloaking level 3 is supposed to give you 6 turns of cloaking. It looked like it only gave 5. Let me see. There, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Uncloak. Oh no, it is 6. Okay, I just miscounted earlier. 3, 4, 5, 6. Uncloak. Okay, yeah. This is working then. So there's no bug there. Or there's a bug and it's hard to see. Alright, cool. So now let's see how long it would take for those bots to die. Let's do this. Tick time equals 1. Yeah, look, those things are like the whiz robes in Zelda. Cloaking, moving all over the place. They'll probably just never die. And if you gave them regeneration too, they'd be a force to be reckoned with. So imagine if you had something like a bot like this. Cloaking with level 1 lasers and then some sort of shields as your other 3 slots. Then you'd have a very strong defensive bot, but you only have level 1 cloaking. So when you are uncloaked, you die in a couple hits. But that's the strategy of Botland. You gotta make something that's a good configuration and works well with your code. Eruptor says, Adam, you're really good at coding and scripting. I really wish I could code and I don't even know one thing about coding. Well, hey, look, I definitely suggest just starting somewhere. So if you go type in like Python tutorials into Google or Bing, or DuckDuckGo or any other search engine. Yeah, go to any of these sites that show up and just start working on it. Okay, so we're done with that. Let's check that in. We added 3 blocks. Can cloak, is cloaked, and cloak. We don't need that stuff. So added blockly blocks for can cloak, is cloaked, and cloak. Hey, Coffee Kills. Happy Tuesday. So we added the blockly blocks. Write tests is pretty important, but I'm going to save that for a second. Excuse me. What should I use to code though? So here's how I'd get started if I were you. I'd go to sublimetext.com. I would probably start here because I just think this is pretty easy. Apparently this website isn't loading. Well, okay, actually I don't know what to say about that. Let's go to down for everyone. Is this down for everyone or just me? Okay, never mind. So don't go to sublimetext.com. Just download Python. And then Python comes with a program called idle, and you can use idle at first. So yeah, idle looks like this, and you can just type Python code into here. So you can say x equals 5, print x. And there, that could be your very first program. Or you could say greeting equals hello, print greeting times 500. Hello, 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 hello. And you wrote your first Annoyatron. And another fairy dies. Another angel lost its wings because Adam suggested Python. And Roving Eye doesn't like Python. So add cloaked AI bots. This is not very hard to do, I'll just do it. So here's what we do. We go into the simulation server and we need to clean up this code finally. So let's do that. Let's take a look at what we have here. I'm going to leave one of these commented out. I'm going to comment this out. And we're going to put 0 here. Because this is good to have, and then this is good to have. So let's get rid of that stuff. Okay. Next, we should be able to specify hardware for things too. But we don't have that yet. So is this good enough for now? We have it so that you can specify the owner of the code, the name, the deploy X, and the deploy Y. And this is kind of just a mishmash of things right now. And we don't have a way to specify the hardware slot configuration. We should really pass that in too, I suppose. So let's get rid of this. And let's allow that to happen. Hardware slot configuration. And I'm putting equals undefined even though that's default behavior just to make it obvious that these things are optional. So let's do this. Interesting. The syntax highlighting isn't such that that's easy to do. So let's just leave it how it was, I guess. Could you tell me your PC specs? So, sure, just give me a second here. I need to say this equals this or that. There we go. Yeah, so I have an i7 CPU, 2.67 gigahertz, 12 gigabytes of RAM, and my video card is a GT630, I think. Never remember it. GT630. So I do remember it. Yeah, so that's my computer. Okay, I think this is good. And I think we're gonna check this in. We basically just added in a very minor capability into create AI bot. So if we restart this, we should see AI bots get created still, like normal. And they should be shooting each other and stuff. Okay, great. So, minor modification to simulation servers so that creating bots, so that hard coding bots is easier. Like this. Growing Eye says that's almost the spec of my laptop. Yeah, this computer has served me well though. Okay. So adding in cloaked AI bots, we need to go into client constant, and in here we're going to make a script called cloak and hunt, cloak and lasers. Let's just call it cloak and lasers. Okay, so cloak and lasers is going to need, let's say cloaking and lasers. Cloaking and lasers. And that's going to be down here. So AI scripts, cloak and lasers, here's what we'll do. We'll say, so hunts enemies with lasers while cloaked. And we're not gonna make this really, we're not gonna make it crazy. Let's just do this. We'll go into, we'll say update equals function if, should we prioritize cloaking or should we prioritize lasers? If can cloak, cloak. If is cloaked, move. And if will lasers hit, fire lasers. How does this script look? So we'll be cloaked. And if we can't cloak, we'll just try shooting our lasers. Yeah, alright, let's do this, I think. And good, Eruptor, I think you'll like it. I think it's a good start. Some people may disagree. Alright, then we need to get rid of all of the spaces in the script since they're not important. Okay, good. And then finally, let's put this on its own line, I suppose. There we go. So let's put this here. Oop. No, we gotta split this up a little bit differently. Alright, so plus this. Good. Okay, so this is our script. If can cloak, cloak. If will lasers hit, fire lasers. If is cloaked, move. So we have that. Next we need a hardware config that is whatever I call this up here. Cloak and lasers. No, cloaking and lasers. So yeah, let's make that. So cloaking and lasers. We're gonna put lasers at 1 and we're gonna put cloaking at 1. We're not gonna make this an overpowered machine or anything. It's just for the simulation server. And then this we'll put here, cloaking and lasers, take stack config, and then possible AI combinations, we're going to add cloak and lasers uses cloaking and lasers. Okay, and that's it. Now we just save this, we wait for this to rebuild, and what we should see on the simulation server, there should be AI bots that get created that automatically cloak themselves. Ah, there we go, cool. And then they shoot. And they only stay cloaked for, I think, 4 turns, and then they uncloak. That way they're not super overpowered. Also, they have weak lasers on them. Now, in the real game, there's nothing stopping you from doing this. You could put lasers 3, cloaking 3, and then something like missiles 1 if you want. That's totally reasonable. And we will be balancing the game better than what you see here. So if anything looks overpowered, it's totally reasonable that it might be overpowered right now. But the goal is not to have that when the game releases. So yeah, now bots can cloak. Let's add in harvesting right at the end of their script, I think. That way they just, well, how do you want to do this? There's hunt and harvest. What if we put in, okay, yeah, let's just throw in a little bit here. If will harvest, harvest. This will hardly ever get hit because the first thing we're going to do is cloak. which is available 20% of the time. So 20% of the time this gets called, we are just going to do this. Then the only way this can get hit, just from a probability standpoint, like the most it could get hit is I want to say 50% of the time, and it's in reality this will probably get hit like 1% of the time. So I think this is fine. Yeah, and that's it. That's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to add cloaked AI bots, so we've done that. Now we can check this in. Also, is my keyboard cam still focused on something? No, what's going on here? No. Alright, whatever, we'll just turn this off. I don't know if you guys are enjoying it or not anyway, but there. Okay. Wow. Roving eye, that's a pretty good desktop. Wow. That is pretty good. Alright, so this is done. I don't really like how I have to code these things, and I think I should change this up because it is kind of tedious that I have to modify 6 data structures in order to add something. It does make it a little bit more reusable. Oh, it's a work machine. Okay. So, added AI bots that can cloak and shoot lasers. Alright, good. So write test, sensor pane, color the hardware gray. The coloring the hardware gray bit is something that I need to kind of hack Blockly in order to do. I could do it. The way I could do it is kind of weird though. So I wrote something like this a while ago. Where did I do it though? I think they spell it color with a U. Yeah, here we go. Make color. So we're gonna put this up here. What should I get? What should I search to get started on coding? I think there are sites like Khan Academy and Code Academy. I haven't really used them, but go to either Code Academy or Khan Academy and you should find, yeah, so Code Academy is learn to code interactively for free. So you could try out either one of these. I think those are good starts. Orange Ray says, will you be able to save variables from round to round? Yes, and that's already done. So here's how that works. You can say something like, well, let me do this. I will stop adding bots and I'll kill all the ones that exist. Wipe out all them. Yes, there. Okay, so, oh, no, that didn't work. I meant to type this. Okay, there. Now all the bots are gone. So the way that you can save variables is just by doing something like this. A equals 0, and then you could say something like A plus plus. If A equals 1, then move right. If A equals 2, then move left. Otherwise, move up, I guess. So this is going to move right, then left, then up. So there's right, left, and then up forever. So you can see that saving variables is as simple as just defining variables anyway. Wait, microphone issues? What is the issue exactly? Am I like quieter than I should be? Orange Ray, does that answer your question? So every variable you define is sort of forced to be a global almost. If you try typing var, we don't actually allow you to do that. And then these are saved from turn to turn. Think about trying to track ships that possibly cloak and then hunt them down. Yeah, I was leaning back pretty far. That could be the problem. I could also increase my volume if you think it's still low. Yeah, trying to track ships, that's totally possible. In fact, let me write code that'll do that. See, the hard thing is, okay, let me connect to the server and do this. Botland app. Oh, something happened. What is this? What is this? Why does it get hit? Message. This pre-made script is not valid? What did I do? Oh, it's not called Will Harvest? No, it is called Will Harvest. What's going on? How did I screw this up? Huh. Oh, I put it outside of the brackets. Oh boy. Will Harvest. It's this script. This all should have been in here. There we go. That's why we wrote that code. So let's connect to the server again. And I'll show you, or Andre, how this should work. Hopefully I can do this correctly. Oh, except for that I forgot to do this part. Alright, there we go. So now we wait for that to finish. And alright, so now we connect to the server. No, we struggle with connecting to the server. Oh no, that works. Okay, so now we're connected. Let's get rid of this chat element because this is really frustrating. Let's get rid of that. And then, did I zoom in on the browser? Yes, I did. Okay, so over here what we'll do is we'll make a cloaked bot. And all it'll do is move around while it's cloaked. So if can cloak, and if is cloaked, move. Okay, so that's it. And when we deploy this, we'll see that it only moves while it's cloaked. Pretty simple, you guys have seen that before. But now I'm gonna make a bot over here that says, how will I do this? If exists CR and can sense, is it can sense? I don't remember what I called the API. Why is this not, it's not called sense at all. I could have sworn I put in a can sense entity. Did I not do that? Can sense. Why is this not searching for it? Oh! Match cases on. Hey, Smooth Dog. Okay, so can sense. So if can sense closest, oh, it's closest enemy is what I wanted. Alright, then we will pursue that enemy. Otherwise, C equals find closest enemy. So this is not like a totally realistic script. And hey, Wadakis. So let's read this. It says, if we have the closest enemy and we can sense it, then pursue it. Otherwise, just find the closest enemy bot. And how about this? If it still doesn't exist, if not exist, then just we move randomly. So here's what's gonna happen. We will find a bot and then, actually this won't really totally work the way I want it to, but let's see. So this is just searching for bots right now. As soon as one uncloaks that it can see, so this one, now it's going to hunt this down the rest of its life. And when it can't see it, it'll just move randomly. So it's cloaked, and then unfortunately, it still can't sense that bot. But it never sets a new one. So as soon as this, oh, there we go. Okay, so now this should move to it. It did, yeah. And then it stopped. So yeah, you can track enemies. That was not a great example of it, but you can't see them when they're cloaked. So even if you save them, there's no way for you to get their X coordinate. In fact, I should really test that. Let me write a test for that. Make sure get X only works if you can sense the bot. I don't think I did that. So if we go into code execution system, we have a get X function. Oh no, I did check that. Nice. Okay, so color the hardware gray. This is what I was going to work on. I think we can do this in a kind of interesting way. Maybe not. Let's find out. So we have, what is this, throw error? Oh, this is, yeah, ignore this. That's because I deleted a component from the game. Okay, so let's open up Blockly. We have cloaking here. Cloaking is, I think, hue 260. So what happens if we modify the hue function so that if we have this coded, if it's set to 260, yeah, nice. So now cloaking is black. So I think what we're gonna do, we're going to hard code in some values here that let us get different hues and then use those. And I know it looks really stupid, so we'll go and set up Blockly. Also, Is that a good color for cloaking? I feel like, well, we'll work on it. So let's go to cloaking, and here are the hues. So we'll say something like special custom hue 1. I guess we give a more descriptive name than 1. Let's say gray. Custom hue gray. Okay, then we say const custom hue gray equals 361. These all need to be numbers that are higher than 360 because there's a radial selector and it works based on degrees. Then we install those colors. So we have this, define functions of global variables. We need to say install custom hues. And we will put that here. Function install custom hues. So we set this, and there we go. So if custom hue gray, let's return 373737. And we need to make this a little bit better. There we go. Why did that not work? There we go. Alright, so we're overriding the make color function to do what it used to do. Unless we have custom, oh wait, we should say this then. We should say const old make color function equals blockly dot make color. Okay, so here's what we do. We override it so that we call the old one after that. Right? Yeah, return. So yeah, we just have a bunch of custom hues now. So if we rebuild this and run it, what we should see is a gray color for cloaking and everything else should look the same. I don't know if that's gray. It's really, really hard to tell actually. Okay, let's try this. Let's try 808080 and let's see if that gets done building. I just want to make sure I'm actually doing this correctly. I think so, because it's not a colorful color, it's black. Yeah, that is working. Okay, so yeah, I think setting this to, let's say, 40, 40, 40 is good. Would something like this then work? I assume Warren J, you're about to paste something. Okay, yeah, this looks fine. Wait, unreadable without white space? I don't even see anything though. Would something like this work? And then I see, wow, that's unreadable. I'm not totally sure what you're talking about. Okay, cool. So now we have some different colors if we want. And these are opaque only because I made it opaque. I should probably change that. Let's do this. Let's go into, where's Blockly? I just want to change that div's opacity. I don't even know where it is though. Yeah, I can find out. Oh, whatever. Guess we're not going to change. Yeah, I didn't see it. If you want to put it in paste bin, you can. Alright, that's it. We just installed a custom color. I think we are about to write tests for this stuff, and then we'll get to landmines afterward. Well, that was a bug fix, so we forgot to strike that in apparently. And yeah, let's do this. Install custom hues. This will allow us to use colors other than the colorful ones that exist in the radial color selector that Blockly provides. And I'll say override the make color function by checking for our custom colors first, then falling back to the old function. Oops, I was holding the wrong button there. Okay, good. Yeah, so I think this is fine. And I think this whole custom hue stuff is okay. In fact, what I should do is I should make a mapping or an ID or something like that. I don't really care. We're not going to do it. Because I don't think we're going to make extensive use of these custom hues anyway. So this is fine for now. So I will check this in. first I'll say fixed a bug in one of the default AI scripts where the will, did I even fix it? Or was this not even, yeah, I fixed it, okay. Fixed a bug in one of the default AI scripts where the will harvest function was outside of the update function. So let's check that in. And then let's make another check-in for what I just did. Allowed for custom hues in blocking. Alright, then we'll take a look at Orandre's paste bin. So let's paste this into Sublime. Alright, so init, closest target equals null, closest target distance equals 0, possible cloaked bots. So this is not possible. This is not possible. You can't make objects. This round target equals find closest enemy bot. This round distance, get distance. So this stuff's fine. And then if closest target is not equal to that, and the distance minus this is greater than 2. Wait, what is this supposed to do? This round distance? So I have a bot that's, let's say, 3 tiles away from me, and the closest target I have was 2 tiles away. So check 3 minus 2 is greater than 2. Anyway, possible cloak bots length equals closest target. Oh, you're only using this as an array actually. So yeah, that's going to be possible eventually. You'd need to do something like this instead. And the array syntax I haven't really fully worked on. This will work right now, so you can do that. And then you'll be able to set it here. So yeah, this would be fine too, I think. So just we'd have to comment out this line. And I'm not totally sure what the logic here is supposed to mean, but yeah, that would be fine. So closest target equals this round target. And then, so here's the problem, I guess. Can fire laser at bot won't work if the bot is cloaked, because you won't be able to see the bot. So when you save a reference to a bot, you're not able to sense things that you wouldn't have been able to sense anyway. And hopefully what I just said makes sense, but I'll try to draw this out just a little bit differently. Okay, so we have some bots here. You can see Shroud is firing at Johnny, I guess. I don't know. Let's just say that you were Johnny and you had saved a reference to Shroud. And then you wrote this code. Will lasers hit Shroud reference? Okay, so this will return false. False. Because you can't sense it. However, if you were to say fire lasers up, it would hit Shroud. Now, you wouldn't know that you have to fire your lasers up unless you were keeping very close track of this thing. Now, if this did return true, then you would want to keep track of every cloaked bot all the time, always, and it would, I don't think it would make the game any better, I guess. So hopefully it doesn't sound like, oh, that's stupid, I want to be able to do this thing and I can't. Hopefully it's more like, okay, I understand the game design behind that. But yeah, I think you're on the right track at least. Just, yeah, this last part wouldn't exactly work. Okay, so we colored the hardware. Sensor ping, I don't think we need to do. I also don't think that that's something that... Let me take a look at this. Did I... Oh, where did I write this? Harvest? Harvest activates sensor. Okay, yeah. So then there's... Orandre says if there is a ship close to you, and then the next round the closest bot is much farther away, it possibly cloaked. If you can fire at it, when it uncloaks, fire at it. I'm having a hard time. I don't know if I'm understanding this correctly or not.
So there's a ship close to you, and the next round the closest bot's much farther away, then yeah, you know that it either died or it cloaked. And you don't know if it died or not, because to you there's no difference. You don't know if Shroud died and he was shot by a laser, or if he's cloaked now. There's no way of you telling that. So for all you know, Shroud's just dead. There is no more Shroud anymore. And you have a reference to the Shroud bot that's never going to be valid again. And then when it uncloaks, they'll fire at it. That's something you could definitely do. So when it uncloaks, you could just say get closest bot again, or maybe you could get bots all around you, or like in your whole vision range, and then see, are any of these the Shroud reference? Yes? Okay, then fire at it, or pursue that. Now granted, you might not want to do that, because right now, if this were the whole arena, like, you have a clear shot at Shroud when it uncloaks. However, what happens when this uncloaks 5 turns later, and now there's an enemy here, and there's an enemy here, and there's an enemy here. And now, for you to even get to Shroud, you'd have to pathfind around these guys. There's nothing saying that they wouldn't move and try to block you. And you're also probably getting pelted by lasers from all these 3 things. So, that's why I say, like, I think some of the stuff you guys will try to do is good. You should definitely try to do it. But then maybe you might not want to do it eventually. And so hopefully we've given you a game environment where there's a lot of creativity that we allow and a lot of different strategic choices. But we haven't made those too complex in order to code for you. So I think we have a balance that we've struck, but we don't know for sure until people actually play it, which I think is going to happen. People will be able to test this stuff out pretty soon. I didn't get the EULA yesterday, which is what the lawyer said I would get, so I'm not totally sure when that's coming in. In fact, let me check my email right now. Maybe it's here. No. So yeah, I'm going to need to get that. Okay, we're going to write tests, and then we're going to code landmines, I think. And there are, unfortunately, a lot of cloaking tests, so let's get to it. Arena test. If I could spell arena test. Alright, there we go. So here we need this, and we need to go to test main and get rid of these things. Now, just like before, what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment out every single one of these tests, so the only ones that run are going to be the cloaking ones. In fact, before we do that, let's do this. Let's run the tests that exist now. That way, we don't lose them. And then we'll comment this all out. So let's put this here. Alright, good. So let's see what some of our tests are. Make sure firing lasers in a specific direction will hit a cloaked enemy. Yeah. Okay, so all our tests are passing. That's good. So now when we save this and we rerun them, we won't have any tests. So let's start this off. So lasers should hit cloaked enemies when fired in a specific direction. Should have lasers hit a cloaked enemy when fired in a specific direction. So let's try this out. So we'll say lasers bot, and we'll give it code to fire lasers. Do we want to do that? Or we could call the fire lasers API directly. No, let's just give it code. We'll say lasers code here. So const lasers code equals get debug code, and we'll just say fire lasers up. So now we need to put this at a coordinate where it'll actually be able to fire up. So it's at 0, 5. Great. Next, we're going to say that there's a cloaked bot. Cloaked bot is going to be at 0, 4, which is directly above it, and we need to make it so that it's cloaked. So we'll say cloaking code equals, we're not going to say debug code here, update equals function cloak. What am I doing? That was bad. Alright, there we go. So there's cloaking code, and we put that on, and then we simulate the lasers bot once. So first, let's do a few things. There should be a health assertion here. So there's assert entity took damage, and there should be assert entity is at full life. Assert entity is at full life. where we get the health component and we assert that these things are equal. Yeah, okay. Then, whenever we use max life, we probably want to use this assertion. So we can just do this here, I think. Oh man. Okay, let's do it this way. Alright, so assert entity is at full life, and we want to do far left bot here. So we can get rid of that code now. Good. Where else do we use max life? Assert entity is at full life. Close up bot. Good. Where else? That's apparently it. Okay, so then at our bookmark we can say when we want to see that the closest bot has, or the cloaked bot has full life, then we want to force an update on the lasers bot. So here we go. Force an update on the lasers bot, and now we want to assert that it took damage. So assert entity took damage cloaked bot. Oh, we also need to have like assert entity is cloaked. Yeah, let's do that too. So where do we do the whole took damage? We're gonna say function assert entity is cloaked entity. Const is cloaked. Oh, we can just do get component is cloaked. And we do this. So assert util.exist is cloaked component. Entity is not cloaked. Okay? So we have that. Now we can do that. So let's do assert cloaked bot is cloaked. That way we know for sure that it's working. And let's try running that test. So I think this is pretty concise as far as how we're defining this. We say we've got a lasers bot and a cloaked bot, and then we just assert a few things about them, run a couple updates, and we're good. So let's see if that works. If it does, we'll move on to other tests. It didn't. So entity is not cloaked. That is very strange. Oh right, it doesn't have cloaking hardware. Ah, glad I realized. Okay, so what we need to do is give it cloaking hardware. Now thankfully, I think in the, let's look at default slot configuration. Yeah, we can just put cloaking in here. There. And now it should be able to cloak. Do we ever even use empty slot config? We do. Okay. And that's to test whether or not you can do certain things. Alright, so let's try this out. Then what are our other tests? So that's good. Make sure pathfinding with cloaked enemies is barriers. Acts as though you don't know where the barriers are. Yeah, that's what we'll do next, I think. So what's this? Pathfind bot is not defined. I just copy pasted code that is not correct. Yeah, force update laser spot. Alright, and then let's start writing the next test about pathfinding. So should pathfind as though cloaked enemies do not exist. So we need to draw this out. Otherwise it's going to be really hard to reason about. So let's open this up and we'll wipe out all entities. There. Oh, and then let's, well, we don't need that. Okay. So let's take this as our arena, and then we'll just invert this so that it looks like that was the upper left of our arena, despite that it's not. So just like before, I'm going to kind of just write on these tiles 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. And remember that 5 has a lot of flags on top. And then here we'll do the same thing. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, how are we going to do this then? We could do something as simple as you are here, and there's a cloaked bot here, and your target is here. So when we try pathfinding to your target, we don't know that this exists, so we'll just try moving into it. That should work. And then we verify this is no longer cloaked. Yeah, let's do that. So we don't really need a very in-depth test for this. Or not an in-depth arena, at least. And did our test pass? No, it did not. 1,000 is not equal to 1,000. Ooh, that's not good. Let's take a look at this. This should say, entity did not take damage. And then up here, we say entity is not at full life. So what's happening is the laser isn't hitting. So the bot is cloaked. We know that now. Because that assert didn't fail. Then assert that it's a full life, that didn't fail. Then we updated the lasers bot, which should have made it fire upward. Now the lasers bot is at 0.5 and the other bot's at 0.4. So firing up should cause it to take damage. Weird. Why would that happen? Okay, let's test it. Let's go into the simulation server and we will make a bot. This dot create AI bot. We'll make one that has its owner code, hardware slot configuration, name, deploy X, deploy Y. So owner is going to be this dot player depot dot get player 1. Owner code is going to be update equals function cloak. Hardware configuration is going to be this dot. No, wait, what is it going to be? Constants dot AI hardware configs. Okay, let's do this. And we need to pass in client constants, the AI hardware config that has cloaking. So it's got to be this. Client constants dot, what is it, AI hardware config dot cloaking. Good. Alright, then finally we need a name for this bot and a deploy X and a deploy Y. So name is going to be cloaked and deploy X is going to be 0 and deploy Y is going to be 0. Good. Next, we're going to do the same thing, but for player 0, and theirs is going to say fire lasers up. And lasers. Okay, let's test this out. That's at 0, 1. This should work. So when we refresh this, we should have a lasers bot firing up at, oh whoops, I screwed something up, hang on a second. There. We gotta wait for that to finish building. Okay, here we go. Huh. Yeah, it wasn't doing damage. Interesting, so that actually is a bug. So I can probably figure out what's happening here. Fire lasers. How does this work? We say to get a bot that you can sense. Oh, yeah, that's wrong. Because you can't sense it, so it's just not going to return it. But we only want to do that if we're simulating. Otherwise, we want to get the real, we want to get what's actually there. Okay, so here's what we can do. We can do this. We can say if is simulating, this dot is simulating terminator? Simulating terminator. If simulating terminator, then we do flags bitwise or equal can sense. Because we want to know the simulation, not the reality. And we do that same thing here. This can sense. Alright, that should fix this bug. Let's try that out. So now when we refresh this, it should kill that bot. Unexpected token illegal. What did I screw up? Wait, what? Is there an unexpected token? Yeah, no, there isn't. Okay, that worked. No, it didn't. Maybe it did. No, it's really hard to tell. It's level 1 lasers. Level 1 lasers does like 200 damage. I think that took 5 hits to kill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, well let's just check the amount of damage. Let's go into hardware constant. Laser level 1 does 200 damage. Yeah, so if we set this to 1,000, then this should kill the cloaked bot immediately, because bots only have 1,000 life. Good. Yep, that worked. Okay, great. So then this is working. And that means that our test is probably working now too. So let's rerun the test, and it should be fine. So it should pathfind as though cloaked enemies do not exist. So we need to make a pathfind bot is just going to be a bot that has move to, let's say, 2, 0. And then cloaking code, yeah, sure. So this is going to be pathfind bot takes, oh, this is supposed to be code. And we put this at 0, 0. Then we put a cloaked bot directly in its path at 1, 0. And then we try running it. So assert that the cloaked bot is cloaked. Try running the pathfind bot. And assert that its coordinates. Where is the coordinate check? Yeah, here we go. So we assert that it's at 0, 0. Then we assert that it's still at 0, 0, but that the entity is no longer cloaked. We should change this. Function assert entity cloaked status. And it, hey, Eruptor, good job. What did you code? Cloak status. Yeah, so let's put this up here, and then exists needs to equal the cloak status, and cloak status should just be is cloaked. All right, good. So this should be much better. So now when we say assert entity is cloaked, we can get rid of this and change this to the status is true. Finally, down here, we assert that cloaked bot is not cloaked. Well, even Hello World is good. I mean, everyone's got to start somewhere. And just getting something on the screen is nice. Well, what was the point of me just doing that? Okay. Yeah, Ruptor, welcome to the wonderful world of programming. Hey, MS Visser. We're finishing with cloaking, and we're just writing some tests. Alright, nice. It was a conversation. Nice. Entity's tile Y is not what we expected. Yeah, that actually is a pretty big problem. Uh-oh. So what happened here is that this must have moved down. But it wouldn't know that it could move down. And what happens when we try to pathfind to a cloaked bot? What happens when we try to path to a cloaked bot? Okay, let's set this up. Let's see what happens. So we have a cloaked bot at 1, 0, and we have a move bot at 0, 0. And this is going to say move to 2, 0. Let's run this. Let's put the test next to this. Yeah. Oh, it did move down. How does it know that the cloaked bot is there? That's not right. Code execution. Oh man. Just when I thought I'd coded everything correctly with pathfinding, cloaking goes and screws it all up. So let's put a breakpoint in the pathfind function. This actually shouldn't take very long to figure out because we have a repro set up and it's immediate that it happens. So we go into the A star path function, which is not even in here. It's in the arena. So let's go to the arena and look for A star path. What, is this the wrong arena? Why do I keep screwing this up? Serve arena? Where is this? A star path. Yeah, here it is. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here and let's refresh the page. So we know that we're at 0, 0. Yep, and we can see that. Star tile X, star tile Y, 0, 0. Next, the tile is not occupied. That makes sense. So when we get our neighbors, we only have 2 neighbors. And they are right here. Get neighbors of tile. So let's take a look. It should be returning 1, 0. And for some reason it's not. So we go into the neighbor. The neighbor's actually, this is 1, 0. So this should be, let's see. If treat as unoccupied is false. So if this is false and allow occupied neighbors, yup. And then this is wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. This is occupied function is not correct. We need to put a breakpoint here and then refresh the page. Why is that happening though? So what? Alright, here we go. So let's see what we got here. I think it's because simulating is false. This is the one weird case where I think we always want to say that simulating is true. Because we don't want the reality. We don't want to know where you can pathfind. We want to try bumping into that bot. Yeah, I think that's the problem. Because here's what's going to happen here. We are checking if we're simulating and you can't sense the entity. But we're not simulating. So we need to act as though we're simulating all the time. Boy. Yeah, so A star path is only called from one place. Yeah, here. And we say is simulating Terminator. I think we need to say true. We always act as though we're simulating a Terminator because we don't want to ever know the real path. It should always be from your bot's perspective. This way you don't pathfind around cloaked bots that you can't detect. So now when we rerun the test, well, actually, we don't even need to rerun the test. We can just visually tell whether this is going to work. So let's mute breakpoints and let's refresh this. And what we should see is it tries moving right. Yep, good, exactly. So that's very subtle what just happened because it was instantaneous. What happened is we tried moving right and it didn't work because there was a bot there. That uncloaked the bot, and then now that we could see it, we could pathfind around it. But that's what our test verified right now. And this will make it a little bit clearer. So we have that exact same situation that you saw here. So it was a bot here and a cloaked bot here. Well, let me draw this out this way. Okay, yeah, so there was a bot here and a cloaked bot here. And what happens is we verify this is cloaked and we say, okay, so assert that it's cloaked, true, looks good. All right, we assert that our bot is here, good, it's a 0, 0. Then we call move to 2, 0. Now, we can tell as humans the best path is this because we can see the cloaked bot, but this bot cannot see this cloaked bot. So it says the best path is clearly this. In trying to do this, it bumps into the cloaked bot. The cloaked bot unstealths because that's the behavior we decided for botland is what's going to happen. And this bot didn't move. So then what we can also do is we can force update the bot again. In fact, we can do this. How many times does it need to do this? 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. And then we can assert that it's at its destination. So let's do this. This bot will try to pathfind into the cloaked bot, which will uncloak it. So we assert all that stuff. Now that the cloaked bot is not cloaked, we can pathfind around the bot to our target. Okay? Can a cloaked bot shoot lasers? Yes, for right now. And there are going to be different kinds of cloaking in the future. Some will be broken by shooting lasers or really doing anything, and some will be broken by just their duration ends. That's it. So for right now, yes. And yes, it stays hidden for right now, MS Visser, but I'm not actually positive we want to keep that way. We might change that, because otherwise cloaking becomes very powerful. Okay, so that test is done. So make sure that's good, make sure this is good. What happens when we try to path to a cloaked bot? The same thing should happen, but let's test it, I guess. Should path find to should I don't even know what to say here. What should happen in this case? Let's see what is happening, and then let's see if we're happy with what happens. So here's what I expect, without knowing anything. Let's look at the MS Paint drawing since there. Okay, so if I'm this bot right here, and I try pathfinding to 1-0, I can't see this cloaked bot, so what I expect to happen is that it uncloaks the cloaked bot and then doesn't do anything. Where did you set cloaked bot to 1-0? I did that right here. So at the end of creating a bot, there's a deploy X and a deploy Y, so I just set those there. Alright, let's try this out. Yep, that worked. Okay, well that's what I expected to happen, so I guess. So should allow pathfinding to a cloaked bot that you cannot see. I don't know what to even write for this. This is like really silly, but yeah. So we're basically going to do the exact same thing. And yeah, there. Oh, my head was in the way. Oh, sorry. Okay. Apologies, Orange Ray. But that's why I'm glad you're just asking about it instead of just being like, oh, no, it probably doesn't matter. But I'm glad you're curious about it. So yeah, that's fine. Make sure that moving into a cloaked bot, we just tested that. Make sure that getX only works if you can sense the bot. So these are the slightly more difficult tests in that we need a reference to it. So should not allow getX. Let's just test this. So should not be able to sense anything about a cloaked bot. So we have sensor bot. It doesn't even have any code. It doesn't need any code. In fact, let's not give it code. There, done. Okay, cloaking bot is cloaked. So this we're going to call sensor bot, and instead of pathfind code, we give it no-op code. So it has nothing. And there is a bot next to it, so we assert that that bot is cloaked, and then we do a whole bunch of things here. Let's do setup active bot. So we're going to put this here, and it's going to be the sensor bot. And then we need to make sure of a few things. So let's do this. GetX of cloaked bot is not a number. Like we can't see it, so we shouldn't be able to get its X coordinate. Same thing with getY. It's not a number. Now we should also check can sense cloaked bot should be false. And what else is based on sensing? Let's search for can sense entity. So get distance to should be infinity. I don't know what I just did. There we go. So get distance to is going to be infinity. Good. What else do we have here? Close that and that. Can sense entity. So get X, get Y. Will lasers hit entity? Yeah, we should really test just all of this stuff. It's not like it takes a long time for us to test. So will lasers hit cloaked bot? Should return false. Where else do we call this? Get entity at tile X, tile Y. So get entity at 1-0. It is at 1-0, correct? Yeah. Get entity at is, I guess, assert not util dot exist. Get entity at. Good. Why are there 3 sets of parentheses here? Yeah, that's right. Okay. So that's done. What next? We have a move to. What is this? If you can't sense the entity and you're simulating a terminator, return false. That's not right. That's not right at all. If you try moving to a target and you can't sense the entity, yeah, you're leaking information here. Oh, no, never mind. That's not leaking information. I know what this is doing. Alright, so if you passed in an entity and you can't sense that entity, then always return false, even if you could move to it. So let's try that, I suppose. Will can move to 1 0. This should be false. So this isn't needed. And then this needs to be assert.equal. Yeah. So assert.equal, can move to 1 0 is false. Where else do we do can sense entity? Get distance to, we're already done. Can sense entity, I think we already tested. Yep, there it is. Get X, get Y. Yep, okay, cool. So we've tested everything there. Now let's go into the arena and see where else we do this. So is occupied. Oh, and that's it. Okay. And we're testing that by means of testing the other APIs. So this is many, many tests in here. I think we should put some like get X should have return net. No, I don't know what I should say here. Let's just write get X. Get Y. We can make this much faster by doing this. No, we can't. Get distance to, then this is can move to. That way we just know what it is that failed here and get entity at. Let's run those tests again. Alright, then what are the other tests we had? Yeah, so those were all the tests that I had come up with, but then, oh, we also have this one. I hadn't written that down either. Alright, did the test pass? Get X, expected and actual. Looks like these are nothing. Get X failed. What happened here? It says expected and actual, and then there are no values that print here. How did this fail? Is there even... I called this get X, right? Yes. That's weird. Okay, let's freeze this. Let's go into the move to function in code execution system. I have a way for how we can test this. So if we put a breakpoint right here and we refresh the page, what we should have are two bots in the arena, one of which is cloaked. So if we do this dot arena dot entities 0 dot toString, this should have an isCloaked component on it. And it does. Okay, given that it's cloaked, let's test code execution system.getX on the cloaked bot. So we're gonna do this dot getX. Yeah, it returns nan. What? Why is this failing then? Code execution system.getX cloaked bot nan. What? Is this a problem with not a number? I don't know. That's maybe, yeah, actually let's test that. If we go into node and we say var assert equals require assert, and we say assert dot equal nan. Oh, not a number is not even equal to itself. Wow, JavaScript. So stupid. Okay, let's go into node assert. Is there anything that asserts if it is nan? No. So we need to call that function. So that's interesting. I've never done this before. So you need to do this nan, and that works. Whatever. So here's what we need to say: assert underscore dot is nan code execution system. There we go. Yeah, so this is what we have to do. I just didn't realize that was the case. So we can put that there and then get rid of that and put that there. Alright, let's run these tests again, and then I'm going to use the bathroom while they're building. Although I'll take much longer than the test will take. BRB bathroom 3M. Alright, yeah, be right back. Okay. Oh yeah, infinity equals infinity is a good test too. Thanks, Orange Ray. I should check that out. Node. Infinity equals infinity. Whoops. Infinity. Okay, that's true at least. And if these things ever change, by the way, like I am kind of relying on perhaps what's undefined behavior, but it's in a test. So if it's ever wrong, I just look at the test and then I fix it. So what happened here? Can move to. We expected false and we got true. Huh. No. Can move to should return true. Yeah, because we think we can move there. We just can't. Okay, yeah, so let's rerun that. I know that sounds strange, but when you're talking about cloaked bots, you're not always talking about what's going to happen. You talk about what you think is going to happen. So if I say, can I move right? As far as I'm concerned, yes I can, because I can't see a cloaked bot over here. But when I actually try to, then I can't. So I could say like bot, and then cloaked bot. Cloaked. Okay, yep, all the tests are passing now. So then the other test was make sure to measure cooldowns, e.g. cloak with tier 2, then wait 5 turns, then ensure it's off. Do I want to do that? Fine, whatever, I'll do it. Should have an accurate duration and cooldown for cloaking. We need to exploit the fact that we have, okay, no, here's how we'll do this. So we'll say cloaked bot is owned by player 1, it doesn't matter where it is. So what we do is we assert that it's cloaked. So that counts as 1 turn of cloaking actually. Next we need to get the duration. So get component, how do we do this? There's somewhere where I get laser hardware. However I do it there is how I have to do it. Get hardware tier data. Okay, so we gotta call a very specific function. So we do need to use the setup active bot thing that I just got rid of. Where is it? There it is. So we set up the active bot as a cloaked bot. We verified that, and then we do code execution system dot get hardware tier of cloaking. So then we say const cloak hardware equals that. Const duration equals cloak hardware dot duration, and the cooldown is that. Then we assert dot equal that your is cloaked component. So get component is cloaked of the cloaked bot. And then we have this changes. Raptor says, I don't know what else to code because I don't know how to code anything else. So I think a good start for you is perhaps to code something like this. You have the program ask you, I'm thinking of a number. Guess a number between 1 to 10. And then you would type something like 1. And it would say, no, that's wrong, it's higher than that. Or if you type like 5, like it's higher or lower. So say either one of those. And then finally when you type the correct one, say like, correct, you got it right. And then you can always make it a little bit more complex by saying that this number between 1 and 10 is random. So I think this is a good starting program because what this will teach you is basic if statements. It'll teach you, if you want, it'll teach you random numbers and input and variables. However, I think what's probably better than this is just reading through a tutorial somewhere, because you should learn concepts like if and for and functions and variables and control flow. I don't know, there's a whole bunch of stuff to learn. So yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways you can approach this. Okay, so our is cloaked component has a duration on it, and the duration should be, so first we assert that it exists. Assert util.exists is cloaked component, which we already know to be true because we know that it's cloaked. But anyway, we might as well just assert it again. Then we assert equal duration minus 1 and is cloaked component dot duration. The reason why this is minus 1, I'll just write it out. The reason why this is duration minus 1 is because the bot took 1 turn when it was deployed. first game I had to program in Java? Oh yeah. Well, if Eruptor's name includes Eruptor's age, then Eruptor is very young, and this might be a little complex. In fact, even that number guessing game I realize is probably a little too complex. But yeah, Eruptor, I would go through something, just go on Codecademy and look for their Python stuff. So this, I suppose. Yeah, here we go. And then just click start, and I think this should be really good. Yeah, Python syntax. In fact, let me look at this, because I've been suggesting this to people, but I don't actually know what it does. Type your code here, test your code here. So save and submit code. Welcome to Python. Start next lesson. Write your code below. Set the my variable equal to 5. Yeah, this is really good. Okay, so this is a great intro to programming, I think. Is this working? Okay, yeah. Then what does it have you do? Set the following variables, the corresponding values. My int to 7, my float to 1.23, my... Yeah, I think this is great. I think you should definitely check this out. Here, I'll link you to this. So, Eruptor, try this out. Okay. Next up, we're going to assert that. That looks good. We need to also assert that our cooldown component exists. So we have a cloak cooldown component, and this should have decreased by 1. So let's get that. Get component cloak cooldown component on the cloak block. Good, and then we want to change this to that. So assert that exists. Assert, and then check its cooldown, and it should be. What does it start at? It starts at cooldown, which is actually cooldown plus duration. So assert dot equal cloak cooldown component dot cooldown is cooldown plus duration minus 1. I think that's right. Okay, then we need to run through a whole bunch of turns. So let's, how am I going to do this? This basically. I'm going to say assert code execution dot can cloak. Can cloak should be false because we're already cloaked. And is cloaked should be true. And then what we do is we give it a bunch of turns. Where do we do that? We do that up here somewhere. Yeah, force update bot. So we're going to update the bot. Now its duration is minus 1. You know what we should do? We should do this a certain number of times. We should say less than duration minus 1. And then we say update the bot. Cloak bot. And then at the end of this, it shouldn't be cloaked anymore. So now, oh, we didn't need to do that. We could put this here. And we already checked to see if it's cloaked. So let's do this now. Now it should be not cloaked. And its cloak cooldown component should be, well, that doesn't actually matter. Then let's also wait until cooldown. And now can cloak should be true. Okay, let's test that out. Oh, you're on iPad? I can repost it in chat, yeah. Yeah, no problem. So it should have an accurate duration and cooldown for cloaking, and it says expected 4 and got 3. And what's that for? I don't actually know because I didn't put a message in there. So cooldown is wrong. This is duration is wrong. Am I correct in saying that Okay, moving on. I get it. You hate Python. Look, Eruptor, like I said, is probably a very young person, and I don't think it's wrong to start with any particular programming language. Duration is wrong, so that's what's wrong. It thinks that it wants it to be 4, but it's actually 3. So it's 1 lower than I expected. That is a little bit strange. Let's find out what's happening when you go to cloak. So when I cloak, I set the duration equal to the hardware's duration. I add the cloak component with that. Oh, it's turns afterward. It's not actually -1 then. This is... What? I think I wrote this in kind of a weird way, but I think this is correct. If duration is 1, then you cloak, and then the next time you get a turn, it's off. But the way I coded it, that would be a duration of 0. I don't know what we surface to the user for that. What is this? False equals true. Yeah, again, I need to write down. Bot should be able to cloak now. Well, should have been. You can also try a full frontal lobotomy. See, this is... Would you recommend this book for a 10-year-old? Because I would. Racket Lang? What is that? Actually, I wouldn't even recommend Python for a 10-year-old, to be honest. I would probably recommend something like Logo. Logo programming language. Yeah, this. Anyway, doesn't matter. Okay, so bot should have been able to cloak and wasn't. Can cloak is... Oh, I need to call setup active bot again, I think. Right, because the can cloak comes from its... No, this might not work. I don't know, this is really hard to figure out. Bot should have been able to cloak. And it couldn't. Why is that? So I update for the number of the duration, then I update for the cooldown. Then what, do I need 1 extra one? One extra turn is necessary. Oh, that's the whole +1 thing. That I added 1 duration, but I didn't add 1 to cooldown. Boy Dreamer. Boy Dreamer's got my back. Okay, no, I don't know what's going on right now. It thinks that this can't cloak. Let's take a look at the cloak cooldown, I suppose. Console.log cloak cooldown component dot cooldown. Let's say cooldown. Okay, so what is going on here? We can't cloak soon enough, but we should have been able to. How does this work? We check if the cooldown got low enough. Well, where do we subtract from cooldown? Minus in the will update function, and where's will update called from? In a value user defined function, and that should be getting called. Hey, Ludlong. The cooldown is 8. So no, the cooldown is never getting modified. Oh wait, no. I know what's happening. Okay, what's happening is that we're just cloaking again. So of course can cloak is going to be false because we're already cloaked. So then I updated 1 too many times. We need to update 1 time too few, and then possibly even get rid of that. Let's try that out. Yeah, and unfortunately the tests take a decent amount of time to complete. And that was wrong. Cooldown is 1. when we printed it out. This will never be true. The way I wrote this, it'll never be true. So here's what we really need to do. We need to say init equals function, try cloaking equals true. Then we say update equals function. If try cloaking, then try cloaking equals false. Then cloak. Okay, let's split that up into two different lines. Okay, now this should work. And now we can get rid of this too. Yeah, alright, that should finally work. Well, perhaps the lobotomy was extreme. Yeah, only a little. Alright, tests are passing. Yeah, so we're done now. Okay, what other tests can we come up with for cloaking? So we tested pathfinding and lasers. Those are the two things that could actually interact with cloaking. Do we have anything else? We just have pathfinding and cloaking, really. What we should do is add in a test for cloaked allies. Did I write team somewhere? Make sure to modify test. Sensing cloaked allies, giving X or distance or whatever for cloaked allies. Pathfinding around cloaked allies. That should all be totally fine. Okay, I think though that I'm happy with these tests. I think we tested a decent amount of stuff. Let's uncomment everything, run the test one more time, test main, uncomment these things too, this and this. We rerun all the tests. Roving Eye, I don't think anyone ever learns Python and just stops there if they're going to be a programmer. Because that would mean that they know, well, how many languages they knew before Python. But what I'm getting at is, Python is what I call a gateway language. It'll lead to other languages, and then you'll eventually get to the point where if you want to read SICP, you can handle it. But I don't think we'll ever agree on this topic, so I think you should push SICP harder to people and see if they actually follow it. So this worked. All the tests passed. And I think we fixed a bug in the process. So let us write this down. Simulation server, again, we don't really want this, but I want to leave this in, just comment it out. Let's go back into the simulation server, and I will comment all of this out. And that way we have something set up for us to be able to make hard-coded bots for when we need to test something visually. Next, we fixed a problem here. We only want to add the CanSense flag. So we fixed two bugs, actually. Yeah. So, fixed two bugs. Lazik says, learns Python in 3 weeks, thinks he can dive into Blah with 3 million lines of code. Hey Lazik, I don't know if I've seen you in the chat before, but welcome. Just found a game that I've been looking for forever. I had thought it was a Geneva clone. It's actually a DOS game. It's called Dream Zone. Man, my favorite DOS game is Magic Carpet 2. So I have not heard of Dream Zone. And Panadolde says, you work now on Python? No, I don't. I'm just advocating Python. Dream Zone DOS. Wow, this game is as old as Lazik probably is. What is this though? Your bedroom is a complete disaster. Toys, books, clothes, and other junk are strewn all over the walls, floor, and bed. Is this a point-and-click adventure? I like their color scheme. They had 4 colors to use, and they chose very high contrast ones. Wow, games were totally different back then. Programming, Andy Gavin. Graphics, Jason Rubin. I wonder where those people are today. Oh, whoa. Graphics upgrade. Grayscale. Okay, I don't know what I'm looking at now. There's like colorized versions and there's... Right, well, we're not going to play Dream Zone. Okay. Fix 2 bugs. Let's write what I wanted to write for this. So one is that if one is firing lasers in a particular direction will now hit cloaked enemies. And 2 is pathfinding no longer acts as though no, pathfinding always acts as though you're simulating. That way you will not pathfind around cloaked entities. There are days when language can't help you. It's basically a day when you can't quit your job. There are only 2 options: jump through a window, solve an issue. The Black Gate. Oh, CGA and VGA version. Yeah, I started on QBasic also. Someone's messing with my lights. Who is that? It's Shady404. Probably repeatedly pressing the random button. Okay, so we fixed 2 bugs. That's good. Then we also wrote a whole bunch of tests. And that's good too. Everything's good. So wrote tests to do with cloaking. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, right? That's all we want to find. Yep. Okay, so wrote tests for cloaking and interacting with cloaked entities. All right. And then here I'm going to say checked in some code, some commented out code that will create bots on the simulation server. This is intended for reference use later. I need to test something out visually. How can I make a calculator in Python? I'll show you the world's easiest way. Eval. There. Now I can calculate anything I want. 5 plus 4, math.sine 30. Oops, math is not defined. Is it capitalized math? Huh. I guess I need to import math. Alright, yeah, import math. Math.sine 30. And then you just put a UI over this. That's it, simple. Pen it all day. If you are actually trying to make a calculator, then that is definitely not how you'll do things. I think you should make it in a more well-programmed way. So checked in some commented out code that will create bots in the simulation server. Okay, great. So then we're done with that. I think we can get to landmines. Yeah? Okay, so we still have all these little tasks here. PursueBot won't move when you're the X in this diagram. I think this is fixed. PursueBot needs to use the pathfinding function now. Yeah, I think this is fixed. We should probably write a test for this though. Write test for pursue now that the beneath is fixed. Okay, that's done. That's done. Pathfinding is done. Blockly blocks are done. Test for building. Well, we cut out building from the game, so we don't need that anymore. AI that goes after resources. I think that's done. That's done. Whoops. Pursue needs to be able to take in tile coordinates. Oh, is that not the case right now? We still need to do that then. Consolidate can sense entity. Yeah, okay. Alright, so based on the straw poll from last week, here's what you guys voted on. You wanted cloaking done, and you wanted building done. And so those 2 things are done, but then building was cut from the game. So, hooray. Then, you wanted landmines done. So that's what we're going to work on now. Oh, actually, landmines is tied with reflect. Okay, I'll paste this in. You guys can vote on... I'm just going to do landmines, actually. Ignore the straw poll. You guys voted before, and people voted on this, so I'll just do landmines. Alright. Landmines. And I think I wrote somewhere to color landmines a different color. Yeah, we don't need any of this. Yeah. Okay. So let's think how we want to do this. Landmines. So we'll need an is landmine component. We'll need... How are we going to know if something does damage as a landmine? The is landmine component could let you know that. Could be the health of the landmine. That's fine. Yeah, so health component will denote damage. We need a graphic based on who owns the landmine. This is different for different players. Walls just sound like an overpowered version of the shield. Walls... Oh wait, what? So even though walls is second highest, you scrapped it? No, it was first highest, and then I told people don't vote on walls because I'm already going to do it. So vote on what you want after that. And walls sound like an overpowered version of the shield. So that's... I don't think it's that they were overpowered, I think it's that they were complicated. Actually, I wrote the reasons down right here. In short, you had to write all of your code to deal with walls, but you might have been dealing with your allies' walls, so you were screwing up your allies' strategies, despite that anyway, yeah, you can just read this, I guess. Yeah, oxycodone, or should I say Mimeron? Serious though, I understand why you scrapped the idea. No, I understand Void Dreamer. I saw the kappa, and I'm glad there's at least some sort of sarcasm indication on this site. Okay. So yeah, we have landmines, we need graphics based on this, and then we need it to be, make them functional when moving over a landmine, blow them up, possibly killing the bomb. Yeah, okay, and then let's try this out again. I will, watch this, watch what's gonna happen. Oh my god, there's two of me, but my hand is only covering up one of them. Alright, so we're gonna make this point at my keyboard again. Let's see if we can get this working. Let's center this here, I suppose. Yeah. I want the left side showing. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So someone had asked for this. I got a new camera, thanks to my friends, so that you guys could have the keyboard cam that you asked for. So yeah, my hands are visible. Alright, we're gonna get landmines working. Oh, Erotra says I'm stuck on Code Academy. Where are you stuck? Because I think chat should be able to help. So let's do this. Let's go into this code. We'll go into images. Nope, that's not where images are. We'll go into public images. And then we'll take the landmine graphic. I should be doing this off screen, really. So here are our landmines. Okay, good. Then we go into botland. And we put the landmine graphic in. So public images and paste. So there's our landmine. This is what it looks like for now. This is temporary art, and it was meant to be colored based on who owns this, but I'm going to be doing something a little bit different. So you know what I'll do? I'll do something like, I'll do enemy mine. Oops, I don't know what just happened there. Enemy mine, and let's edit this in GIMP and make it like a friendly mine. Create a variable called spam and assign it the value of true. So Eruptor on Code Academy, on the left side, there's an example of how you assign to variables. So, well, I don't know what you're using Code Academy on, but hey, oxycodone, I don't think you should like solve it for them. Also, that's not even correct in Python. Oh, you probably didn't know it's Python. But yeah, I think if you go to Code Academy, from what I noticed, Code Academy, I can't see what I'm typing. Gotta ban someone. Where's the Python track? Learn Python. Yeah. So I'm gonna teach a man to fish. So check it out. On the left side here, we can see an example of how they're doing something like A equals true and B equals false. So when they want you to set my int to 7, you should look at the example for how they set A to true, and then kind of just plug in what they did. And you'll end up learning how to do a lot of this stuff. Okay, so let's open this up, and we're going to just change, let's do this. We want to set the threshold higher, I think. Yeah, and let's set this even higher. We'll get there. Okay, then there's a faint red glow around all of this. I didn't want to do that. Whatever, it's fine. Let's just go into hue saturation, and I want to change this to green.
That way you have, where's green? Here. That way you can tell which ones are your landmines and which ones aren't. I think this green is okay. So let's export this as friendly mine. This is the only game that has friendly landmines. They'll give you advice. There's a shoulder to cry on. What is that? What are those 6 pixels? I do not approve of this. And I'm gonna have to manually color these. Alright, fine. Where's the color picker? Let's take this color green, I suppose. And then set the size of the brush to 1. And then paint these in. Yeah, that looks better. Right? That's slightly less. Now let's paint one more over there. There we go. Alright, great. I'm not an artist. So I didn't make this or anything. And I wanted to see you make a man fish. What? Adam, you know we have landmines that don't have friendly fire? Okay, I don't know what chat's going on about right now. That's like totally... Yeah. Alright, so we've got our landmine graphics now. Great. Next we need to make use of them. So Pixie Wrapper. We go into here, and let me know, by the way, if my camera stops showing my hands, because it's like dangling from the monitor right now, and it's going to fall at some point. So next we want to make use of, let's say, enemy mine and friendly mine. And we call them roughly the same thing. The only difference is that we have underscore between them. Yeah, so enemy mine and friendly mine. Okay, so we have the graphics in. Next we need an isLandmine component. So we're going to do the same thing that we had done here, and we'll say isLandmine component.js. And then in here we will say isLandmine component. And in component names, instead of isBot, we do the same thing, isLandmine, and we lowercase that and set that here, isLandmine. Great, done. Next we make, oh, this is supposed to say landmine. Next, instead of make, wait, where are the assemblages we have? We have wall assemblage, laser, resource. Let's go into resource. No, let's stick with bot. We'll call this landmine assemblage. And in here, we will so it's not a bot. It is instead a landmine. One per tile. That's not really what one per tile is supposed to be. So let's get rid of that. Wait, did that work? Yeah. So one per tile we don't want. Physics component we want. ID component we want. Name. Landmines do not have names. I think you'd feel very sad if they died if they had names on them. Hardware component they don't have. Physics they have. So owned by player is landmine, ID, and health, and physics. Does that make sense? Do landmines need anything else? For us to figure out if they need anything else, let's just look at all the different landmines. So yeah, I think that's it. Oh, and a sprite, but that's only on the client. Yep. So yeah, Eruptor, defining variables, I think the first thing you should get used to as a programmer is figuring out how to find the answers to your questions. So asking people is definitely one method, but I think when it comes to defining variables, that should be something that you ask the internet about. So just type into Google defining variables in Python. But Codecademy is trying to tell you on the left side of the screen, so I suggest using that as an example. Now, if you run into a problem where you write up a program and it's, let's say, I don't know, 20 or 30 lines of code, and you can't figure out what's wrong, you can always paste that into chat, and yeah, I can help you figure that out. But yeah, we need to be able to code at landmines, so that's what we're going to do. So, it's a bot entity, let's call this landmine entity, and we have all of this. What I wanted to see is, we make some other kind of assemblage, I think it's laser assemblage, and yeah, I wanted to see, do we call this damage, but we don't, we call it life. So
So we're gonna do the same thing here. Instead of bot ID, this will be landmine ID. You should put a link to all the coding sites you recommend in your info boxes. Adam the Saint. Oh, hey, Heartspark. I've never seen you in chat before. Welcome. Python main website has lots of good stuff. Yeah. There are lots of things out there. And Void Dreamer, I'm not sure if I'll put a link to the coding sites. I think it's just Code Academy and Khan Academy. Oh, I see what you were saying, MS Visser. It wasn't, hey Adam, get back on track. It's that, what if we could code landmines so that they could move right and left? So yeah, Eruptor, what I'm telling you is do an internet search. So I should not see you paste another question about it in chat. Okay, so we have our isLandmine component. We have a landmine assemblage. Now we need to do a couple of things. There's going to be something like canlay landmine, or should I say canlay mine? What did I call it in the prototype game? Let's take a look at that. Plot machines, software validator, will lay mine. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, so let's get rid of all these things too. Close others, close, good. Okay, so can lay mine, and then lay mine. And then we can say something like, no, let's just do those. Okay, so in code API constants, we have something like can move. So let's also put can lay mine. And then down here where we have move, we'll say lay mine. So now we have a way to lay landmines, but they don't actually do anything yet. So we're going to the code execution system, and we are going to write, let's see, how do we want to do this? Let's go into, well, let's just modify the move for right now. Let's take this whole function, copy paste it, and put lay in mine. And there is nothing that it takes in. Then here we have all of this. Okay. Now, when we create resources, we go into the arena and we do make resource assemblage from somewhere. This is create resource at tile. I think we're going to want create landmine at tile. Yeah. How does this test? No, it doesn't test anything. Would we? We would probably want something like is landmine at tile eventually. Wait, what's going on in chat? That feel when you make a sandwich and it flips over and falls on the floor after you make it. Sandwiches just spontaneously jump out of my hands too. Okay, so let's make a create landmine at tile, and we will entity is a landmine created. Same thing this here. This will probably end up getting consolidated with create resource because it's got very similar code. So first we want to check, is there a landmine at the tile already? And this is going to be existing landmine. Check to see if there's already a landmine. If so, then we return null. Okay, great. Next. Oh, we do need an if function for this. Let's do this. Is landmine at tile x tile y. And what we'll do here is we'll say const tile equals instruct get tile x tile y. And then we have a function in tile that says get entity, this one, with a component name. So const landmine entity equals tile.get entity, component names dot is landmine. And if that exists, then we can return it. So util.exists landmine entity. There. The other thing we should do here is check to see if the tile's in bounds. We're not going to do that right now, I think. Okay. Adam, I still have light time on my main account. No, you don't. Every time I shut down my computer, everyone loses their light time. By the way, for anyone new in chat who is not aware of what light time means, if you follow me, you actually get control over the lights in my room for 45 seconds. And by the way, if you follow me, you wait about a minute or two and then you get a link to the lights. Okay.
Okay, so we have is landmine and tile, and we have the actual creation here. However, we don't have make landmine assemblage here yet. So we're going to say landmine assemblage, and we want this from here, landmine. Hey, Walter. Okay, next up, this is not resource entity, it is landmine entity, and this is make landmine assemblage. So we have tile X, tile Y, life, and then instead of resource ID, we say landmine ID. Cool. Okay, then add the entity. So do we have any other things that we need to pass into the landmine assemblage? We have health and ID. Oh, and an owned by player. Oh, that's important. What do we call that? We call it player ID. Wait, player.player ID. Params.player ID. Yeah, so player ID. Owner ID. So the owner is going to be the same owner of this. So owner ID equals this dot active bot. We can't even do that. Create landmine at tile. There needs to be an owner that's passed in. Owner. So I suppose then that the owner ID would just be owner.id. And then we'll need to pass in an owner when we do this. So that's fine. Then we create the entity and we call it. That looks perfect. Now this is gonna have to change, so tell everyone about it. No, we don't need to change it. This is fine. Come on, oxycodone. I don't know if you're making fun of a certain someone in chat, but I don't think you should do that. Can you move your keyboard further forward and a little more to your left? I have no idea what your left means. So what I think is you want it to be that way. But then my hands are so far away. Look at this. I can't see when you press the space bar. Let me press the space bar like this then. This will make typing. I'm not going to do that. Okay, good. Just making fun of script kiddies. Yeah. Alright, so we got the create entity call. Now we need to make this call from layMine. So we need to check to see if a mine is already there. So const mine already exists equals this dot arena dot is landmine at. Moving the camera is basically impossible. It's like very precariously dangling from my monitor. So if I move it, I'm afraid it's just gonna fall. They're the Logitech C310. Yeah. So let me see if I can find you an image of what this looks like from the angle I want to show it to you at. I guess this is pretty good. So the only way that this clips onto something is with this. This is like an articulating, I don't know, plastic piece. It's got one hinge, maybe two hinges. So this is supposed to rest over your monitor. So I have it like falling over my monitor. That's why it's going to be very hard to move the camera. Incoming unknown syntax errors. Yeah, I gotta fix those still. And yes, this is an ergonomic keyboard. So if a mine doesn't exist, so let can lay mine equals not mine already exist. So that's basically it, can lay mine. But if you're not simulating a terminator, then you actually want to lay the mine, so let us do that. We'll say create landmine and tile here. No, that's not it. Where's create landmine and tile? This one. So we'll say this dot arena dot create landmine and tile. And now what we need in order for us to use this, instead of active bot, we may have the owner of this bot. I don't know if we do. No, we have its ID. We don't always need the owner, so that's probably why we didn't get it. But let's say let's do get component, what do we call this? Owned by player. Owned by player, this dot active bot. And then we pass that in. Now we know it exists, so we can do owned by player dot, and this has a player ID. And then we need a tile X and a tile Y, of course. And what we should do is say landmine entity equals this. Next, let's get rid of these things. There we go.
So now I have the entity. Tell users about this entity. Oh wait, no, we already did. Oh, well then. So now what are these errors that keep popping up? Arena 103. This is not the arena, so I don't know why I went to line 103. Alright, we got a comma. Okay, so lay mine should work, but there's no telling that it's actually a mine. So actually, no, we can watch this. Watch. We're gonna load this up. We should see an exception when we try laying a mine on the client. So, oh, then we need to make mine hardware, by the way, I forgot about that. Mine hardware. Alright, what happened here? We have very clearly screwed up something. Oh, the pathing. I accidentally had breakpoints left over. Alright, so here's what we do. We say lay mine. Deploy. I don't think that worked. Or perhaps you just need to press this button. No, we can't press that button. Okay, let's go into the client arena. Arena, and then we have a create entity. And actually, if I press errors, we should have seen it. I'm kind of surprised about this. This is the code that I would expect to get hit, and it's not. And I don't know why. So let's put a breakpoint before this even. Let's go into the code execution system, and in lay mine, let's put a breakpoint here. Good, this is getting called. So we check to see if a mine already exists. Does it? No, false. Alright, so then can lay mine is true. Simulating should be false. Good. Owned by player. We should have a player ID. Good, 0. All that's fine. This should have been on a different line, but that's okay too. And then we got an exception. So what is the exception? Assertion error. False equals true. What's the stack for this? Owned by player component. What? We're not making an owned by player component. Why would this be called? Oh, the player ID is not correct apparently. This is not a number. So, let me think about this. So that means that the bot that we have, so if I just refresh this page, and then I should have copied the code, but I didn't. Let's put lay mine in here. What are breakpoints and what do you use them for? Breakpoints are where code execution will stop when they're hit. So imagine if I wrote code like this. I wrote something like print hi, how are you? And I put a breakpoint, let's say there's a breakpoint here. Let's say this is Python. So what'll happen is the code will print hi, how, and then it'll just stop execution. It'll pause execution for a little bit. And you'll be able to see where you are in code, what the variables are around this, how you got to that point in code. You could change values if you want to, and then you could step through the code if you want. So I could have it say, just execute this line, and now it'll print R. Just execute this line, now it'll print U, and then maybe skip over functions or anything if you want. So that's all part of debugging. Debugging is immensely useful, and so that's what you'll see me do over here. When I click a line in the gutter over here, that's setting a breakpoint. So that means that the code, when it gets here, will just stop. And do you do that in code? You could do it in code, depending on the programming language. JavaScript has a way called debugger, which the browser will respect and then break in. And other languages have usually some hook into it also. What did I want to do here though? So the player ID is 3. Okay, so I don't understand this. No wait, that's not the assert, that's why this is happening. Darn it, I screwed up. So lay mine, we need to deploy one of these bots, and I want to see, the part I don't understand is, oh whoops, oh I know what happened. I know what happened exactly. At least I think so. I said lay create mine. What did I call that? Lane mine. This thing. This should just be owned by player. So this is the owner's ID. It's not actually an owner, which is fine, I suppose, because we don't need this to be an owner. We can say owner ID, and then on 102 we can say owner ID. Hey, Panadol. The mine. Oh man, I want to copy paste this code, but the only way for me to do it without this breaking in infinitely is to mute breakpoints for a second. There we go. Now we unmute the breakpoint, refresh the page, and then try this again. Okay, deploy. Now this should lay a mine, and then we should hit that breakpoint on... Nope. Throw new error. Yeah. Okay, this is perfect. This is what I wanted to happen. Okay, good. We are one step closer. So let's get rid of all of the breakpoints now. And let's make it work. Client arena, create entity. Good. And then here, if we say, let's do this. If is landmine, then create landmine entity. Excellent. Now we go to resource, and we can copy this code. Oop. Delete that. Delete this. Landmine, and then resource entity, change it to landmine entity. The landmine sprite, for now, we'll just hard code it to be enemy mine. And the tint, oh, you know what we could do? We could change the tint so that we only have one mine, but whatever, we could do that. We're just not going to do that for right now. Physics, we set to the physics component that we got, and this is not resource sprite, this is landmine sprite. And there, that's it. Okay, so now we should have landmines, they just don't work yet. Let's try that out. Hey, IO Dinosaur. Alright, let's try this out. Deploy. Do landmines work? Of course not. Woo. Now let's try one more time, because I might not have waited long enough before refreshing. Okay, no. It appears as though I waited long enough. You have bested me. Create landmine. Let's try this. Alright, so does this exist? Enemy mine.texture. No, it doesn't. What? Did I not call it enemy mine? Did I call it enemy landmine? Where did I do this? Enemy mine. Oh, there's no underscore. Okay, let's try this out. Alright, now we should see landmines. Okay, did it work? Did it work? Do we see a landmine? No, okay, let's try again. So does this exist now? Okay, good, we have a texture. Now where is this trying to deploy it? It's trying to deploy it at 0, 0. Do we even have a bot at 0, 0? Ah, we do now. So then, oh, I know why this is rendering. Because we don't have a renderer set up for it. Client arena. We need to render landmines above the tiles, but beneath the resources. So here, we say landmine sprites, and then we make an indexer name for that. Resource sprites turns into landmine sprites, and we lowercase that. Then we set up the indexer here. Excuse me. And it has to be a landmine. Adam, how many else ifs do you allow before you change to a switch case, or are you even concerned about that? I know the performance difference isn't huge, but to me it becomes an issue of legibility. I don't tend to use switch case in JavaScript because I think the performance on strings is really bad. Although chances are I have somewhere where I'm not. Where is this? I'm sure there was some code I just had where there was probably a better way to do this. Oh, it was probably create entity. That's one of the places at least. This might be what you were talking about. What I really should do is make this a map. Like component names is bot, if that exists, then call it create bot function. Otherwise, call it a create resource. In fact, I'll write that down. Oh, I can't move my keyboard anymore, so you guys won't be able to see it. Here, let me write it like this. Thumbs on keys. Alright, is the left side of my keyboard in the camera? Can you see my pointer finger? Yes. Okay, good. To do. Refactor this so it's not a huge
if else block, perhaps use a map thing. I'll say use a mapping. Alright, because I want to test this. Do we have landmines working now? They are now being rendered. Nothing happens with them yet, but do we at least have them kind of showing up? Where? Oh, nice. Look at that, look at that, look at that. There's a landmine. It's glorious. It just doesn't do anything yet. Also, we need to render them differently based on... Yeah, so there's that. Okay. I need to get a quick snack. Otherwise I'm gonna die. What code would you use to make a program that finds a file and switches it to another version of that file? Like by clicking and setting which one you want? I'm not totally sure I understand what your scenario is here. Like what are you trying to accomplish with that? Because I mean almost any code could do this, any program. I mean like you could do this in Python or JavaScript or C++. Oh, and Void Dreamer, I think, so what I've read about, I don't even know if this is true, I haven't confirmed this for myself, but switches on strings in JavaScript are not very performant. So for me, I think I should probably modify this code after there's like 2 or 3 else ifs. Oxycodone, I mean like, without even saying in code, what is it you're trying to do? Like if I were asking, how do I use FTP to put bytes onto a server? What I'm actually trying to do is just upload a file to another machine. So what are you trying to do in that instance? And while you're doing that, I'm gonna go get a snack. Whoops, I can't see what BRB snack dad. I'll just go away for 4 minutes. I probably won't even be 4 minutes, but I don't wanna underestimate. So I'll be right back. Okay, the snack attack is over. Alright, so landmines are there. We need to code will lay landmine or will lay mine. Go to code execution system. Can lay mine. We'll say this dot simulating terminator equals true. Let can lay const can lay mine equals this dot lay mine. This dot simulating terminator equals false. Return can lay mine. Okay. So we do this only if we can create a mine. If can lay mine, then do this. How many birthmarks have you got on each arm? That's perhaps the weirdest question I've gotten. Is there context for this? Oh, also, I missed what oxycodone said. Say you want to make a program that'll switch the voiceovers, which are just a couple files. Oh, so oxycodone, I'll explain this. Well, first, I'll say this. I would probably write code that does something like this. Here's a very basic example. You could say something like if language equals English, something like that. File to use equals like English voice dot wave. I don't know. And then you could do the same thing. Otherwise, file to use equals English or German voice. That way. And then now load file to use. Here's the most basic way you could do something like that, and that way you don't necessarily, this is not probably what I'd do. I'd probably have all of my sounds underneath a folder and then name all the sounds the same way or something. That way I can just load up a file. Anyway, that's not a great explanation, but I'm back with the news. I have an above average chance of getting cancer. Oh, that's where this came from. Okay. How many? I think I have 4 on my left arm. Maybe there's 5 though. And then what? 1 on my right arm? Things not spawning in the location I clicked, but rather than the location I clicked last, even outputting their positions as they're spawning in the right place, even though I can clearly see no. Io Dinosaur, are you sure it's not an off by 1 error in your array indexing? Like maybe you're just rendering the last position. So when you render the very first entity, does it even show up? Oh, might have cancer. I don't think... Okay. I don't know. It sounds like Roger doesn't have cancer. I don't think we want to start talking about cancer in this chat. So I think CanLay mine should be done. Let's try this out. Let's write code. Yeah, it has a higher chance of getting cancer, I see. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll say if can lay mine, otherwise move. Now we deploy this. Oh, gotta get rid of that code. And we should see a bot that just runs around laying landmines everywhere. Look at that. That worked great. Okay. And then we need to put a sense landmines function. Yeah, okay. So that worked. Sensor ping function for landmines. There should be a lot of testing around this. Blockly blocks we need. What does file to use do? It selects a file to use instead of that file that's already there? Okay, Oxycodone, I think about your question with file to use, you should probably ask Chad at this point. And Void Dreamer says mines will be hidden though, right? So mines will be hidden until, let me read the design doc for this. We talked about this and I just want to, yeah, so there's going to be a function, here's what it's called. It's called reveal mines. Reveal any landmine in your vision until they blow up or you move too far away to see them or they disappear. So that's what we decided. And yeah, I'm not making landmines explode yet. We're kind of slowly working through the landmine code. God, I still can't see around this webcam. It's annoying because it's right in my most frequently used tabs on everything. But whatever. Okay. I think that's good for now. We have landmines showing up. That's it. That was just the first step to getting landmines to work. So we have this create landmine function, and we have indexers for them. So let's go comment create landmine, find arena, create landmine, and we'll put a comment here saying creates a landmine. Ooh.
What is this? Command my entity. Oh, I guess it's the entity. Yep. Cool. Makes sense. I think all this is fine. We'll eventually want to put some more stuff in here because this is very basic. In fact, this looks almost exactly like the resource code. Adam secretly wants to make this game so he would be the best at it. Trust me, I'm not going to do that. I doubt I'll be the best at this game. So is landmine a tile? Let's look at shared arena. Is landmine... Oh, that's in the wrong place, isn't it? This should be in the shared arena. Is landmine a tile? Yeah, this. Oh my goodness. Okay. Shared arena. Is tile inbound? I guess let's put it next to this. Is landmine a tile? And let's do this too, I guess. If not, this dot is tile inbound, tile x, tile y, then return false. So return test if a landmine is at a given tile, number, boolean. Adam, if you don't want to use the cam, you can just let us come over and stare trans. Okay. Is the keyboard camera annoying? Is it good? Do you want to see this? Do you want me to just turn it off? So we make sure that there's no existing tile there. And this returns, yeah, good. That's correct. Okay, next, code execution system, can laymine and laymine. Those are good, but we need to say built-in function available to users. This is what I want for can laymine. Okay. Agrigino says, what keyboard do you have? This is a Microsoft ergonomic natural keyboard. I always forget the order of those words. Microsoft Ergo Natural Keyboard. Oh, there's a 4000 at the end? I didn't know that. Anyway, it's this thing. So yeah, Microsoft Ergonomic Natural Keyboard. I think they might have a new one someone was telling me about that has a split spacebar. Maybe it's the 7000? I don't know. Whoa, they've got colored keys on this one. Oh, and a giant red arrow comes with it. Nice. Painted the wall to watch it dry. This is way more fun. This is not a mechanical keyboard, so the switches are just some like rubber dome switch. And I'm not listening to Roving Eye, because Roving Eye has been trolling me since day one. But does anyone else actually want this keyboard camera on? Do you want me to only have it on for certain parts of the day? Do you want me to... Whatever, if I don't hear feedback, I'll just probably turn it off when I feel like turning it off. Okay, so we have laymine and can laymine. We have the two APIs that we added in. We had the constant for that because we changed indexer names and we added components. So I think all of this looks pretty good. We didn't really modify too much. We didn't modify complex code at least. So yeah, let me just look through this one more time. Create landmine, and the landmines aren't functional yet. Good, we're rendering them correctly. We have enemy mine and friendly mine. We have our create landmine and tile function. This is only in the server though, because it needs to tell the client about it. Yeah, and I suppose that's okay. Yep. Alright, there's one thing I wanted to change, and that's in code execution system really fast. Code execution system, we specify tile X somewhere. Where is it? That, nope, I saw it. There we go. This should be on his file. There we go, done. Set up another stream that just streams the keyboard cam. Okay. Well, chat's gone and been chat. Back of head cam. Arm birthmark cam. Added user accessible APIs. Can laymine and laymine. The mines that are laid are not finished yet, so they're not functional and they're not. Well, so they're not functional, I'll just say.
put text above it saying Adam's hands. In case you didn't realize. Hey, this guy's coding. But whose hands are those? Okay, that's done. Okay, so we have this stuff done. We need mine hardware. We need them to be functional. Let's add in mine hardware last so that we can test this more easily. So let's do this first, and then this. No, let's do the graphic first. Okay, so when you get a mine, create landmine. When you get a mine, based on who owns it, you need to know if you're an ally with them. Do we have any way for determining that? There's our entity's foes. So we need to have an our players allies function, and that should really be in the player depot, I think. Player depot, the shared one can know this. So our players allies, player 1, player 2. Return player1.id equals player2.id. To do fix this function once there are teams. For now, you're only ally with yourself. Okay, and this takes in 2 players. Determines whether 2 players are allies. And players, and return the boolean. Hey, Raptor. I think keyboard cam is a bit weird. We can hear you type, not sure we need to see it, and it takes up extra screen space. Yeah, I feel bad because my friends got me this gift and I want to use it, but I also think if it's distracting then I shouldn't be using it. Alright, let's do this. Watch this. Here's what we're going to do. We'll just put this over here and there. Yeah, I'll just put this here for now. I think that's a little less distracting now. That should be possibly better. In fact, I could put this beneath my... Let's try that. Let's do move down to here. Yeah, there we go. Smaller face cam, larger keyboard cam. Like the keyboard cam over the code. So, I think what people are asking for is this. This is what we want to see. Hey guys, coding away over here. Over her. Let's set that back to normal. So yeah, I'll just put this here. I think this is probably less distracting, and it's taking up just the scroll bar area, which shouldn't really be important. Handicap full screen, but only 1% opacity. Alright, so our players' allies we now have. Next, when we get that you've created a landmine, we need to check to see, we need to get the owner first of all. So we need to say const owning player equals this dot player. Do we even have a player depot here? Apparently we do. Yeah, dot get player. Landmine entity. Oh, we need to get the get component owned by. Also, we haven't linted in forever. What am I doing? Lint code, run giveaway. Let's do both those things at some point. So owned by player component, and then we need underscores here and here. And if that doesn't exist, then we have a problem. So assert that it exists. Landmine need an owned by player component. Okay, good. Next we get the owning player, so we search for owner ID equals owned by player component of player ID, owner ID. So good, now we have the owning player. We should probably assert that they exist until that exists owning player. And if not, found a landmine with no owning player. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so now we have the owning player. Next, we need to figure out, are we allied with them?
allied with owner is this dot player depot dot our players allies. So owning player, and then you also need yourself. Now there's no way to get that right now, I'm pretty sure. Katuda says, what is this keyboard? This is a Microsoft Natural Ergonomic keyboard. And if I donate a cam to you, can we get a close-up face cam? No. And Eruptor says, how do you add delay to your code commands? So Eruptor, I think just like before, remember, you should look this up. Like if I type in how to add delay to Python commands, you'll probably find something online. So yeah, how can I make a time delay in Python? And just click the first link and you probably have an answer. Import time, time.sleep, done. So that's honestly like, that's how a lot of programmers end up coding nowadays, and it's not, like you really should be looking at the documentation, but for now that'll get you your answers really quickly. Look at GoPro. Okay, so allied with owner. We need a way to get our own player, and I don't think that that's possible right now. How do we connect? So when we go to the connection manager and we say world state here, we send every player entered arena, but this includes your own player, and we don't ever tell you. How does this even work? What? Get or create player. Okay, so when we send the world state, they need to know who they are. Player ID. So here's, I think, what we'll do. We send over player entered arena. Oh man. Ow. I just moved in a stupid way and hurt myself. Can't understand what's going on. That's you. That's doing well. Alright, here, fine. You guys wanted this. Don't ever say you didn't ask for this. There. Did that even work? I think I just froze my camera. No, wait, maybe I didn't. Alright, fine, never mind. Joke aborted. Hey, Locke. Okay. I'm done with suggestions. Monetic Mind ruined it for everybody. So, if it's our player, so let is your player equals player to serialized, no, player ID equals player dot ID. Does that make sense? So we have an ID, good. So then we'll put is your player, oh no, we could just do it in the serialize function. Fine. Where do we serialize players? Here probably. Serialize, return, okay, so is your player. We can just put this here. So now when we deserialize a player, which who knows where that happens, or does that happen? In Player Depot maybe? Is there deserialize anywhere? Player Depot. Huh. Where do I handle this? Player entered arena. This must be a pub subtopic somewhere. Here it is. Player entered arena. And then we do create player on the serialized player. Then I guess in the client Player Depot, which doesn't even exist, we could have a reference for your player. Okay, let's just put this here for now. Let's test this out. So set your player, this dot your player equals, not your player, this dot my player equals player, set my player. And then we say this dot my player equals null. Okay, I'm just catching up on chat for a second.
So we have the set my player function. Let's make sure to call this when we get this from the server. So here we're going to say if serialized player dot is yours. It's kind of a stupid wording for this. It is your player. So fine, is your player. Then we can do this dot player info dot set my player. Wait, just create player. Hang on a second. Create player. Yeah, that returns a new player. So const player object, or rather player equals that. Set my player is going to be there. The guy on cam is actually a bot as well. The coder wants to remain anonymous. It's like the Magic Amy thing in Hearthstone. Okay, so now you know what your own player is. Although I did this in a stupid way. How I think this should ideally be is there should be a client. Okay, I'm gonna write this down because I'm not totally happy with this. So there's a set my player. To do this should really be in a client only version of this file. Alright, then we have a problem on 339 somewhere. Is it this file? Yes, we do. So then we need my player. This dot player depot dot my player. So if you are allied with the owner of it, then we say landmine sprite. So let's do this. Let texture to use equals allied with owner question mark. If so, use this. Otherwise, use this. What did I call it? Friendly mine. And then we'll say just texture to use. All right. So if that worked, and how would we test it for enemy mines? We need to log into the server. So let's just test it with friendly mines for right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, I need to move this because my keycam is in the way. Lay mine. All right, that didn't work. So let's figure out what broke. Well, there are no errors, so let's go into the client arena, I suppose. And we'll look at create landmine. A breakpoint there, and then try deploying one more of these. Let's see what happened. Whoop. We got an exception. I didn't expect that to happen so fast. Let's try again. Owned by... Wow, that's what's failing. Why is that failing? Landmine entity. Oh, I said entity, not get. Alright, let's try again. Wait, you have lobster? I want lobster. I had like the world's greatest food last night. Alright, let's try this out. Do we have a landmine? Show us landmine. No, we don't. Okay, let's try again. We'll debug this. We'll figure out what's going wrong. So here we go. We have landmine entity now. We have that assert is working. That assert is working. Allied with owner should be true here. And it's breaking. Well, let's figure out what's wrong with that. Chances are I just wrote something stupid. So owning player should exist. Good. And this .player depot.myPlayer is null. Fancy that. So that means that, oh, cancer equals lobster. When did I miss this? I don't know. Chat was moving too fast. And yeah, I think Mimiron is here in the form of oxycodone. Okay, so player depot my player is not being set, and I believe we have a set my player call. So let's put a breakpoint here. This should get hit when I refresh. If it doesn't, that'd be pretty strange. So the is your player, it's undefined. That shouldn't be the case. Where does it get called from? Create AI player. Oh, here's where it gets called from. I only ever serialized. Oh, I want to move my keyboard now, so I guess I need to move the camera. No, man, this is annoying. I can't figure this out. Alright, that's good enough. Whatever. Oh, I see.
talking about Zodiac. Okay, so the problem is this. When we serialize this player to the network, this is only happening on the simulation server, by the way. If we serialize this to the network, then we need to tell it whether it's your player or not. Alright, so simulation server, serialize the network. Right in here, we need to say if... How do we do this? There's a number we set somewhere, a constant that's set to 0, and it's like ID your player. I don't know where we did that. This, nice. So here we say ID const player ID equals this dot next player ID cosine plus plus player ID. Then down here we put this equals, oh wait, no, we can do this. Const is your player equals player ID equals this. Okay, good. So now when we serialize to the network, we have that information. We just wait for this to finish building and try again. But thanks for following, Alan. You should get control over my lights sometime in the next minute or so. Let's try this one more time. Oh, we don't even have the code. Okay, great. Then let's just refresh this. It'll probably break in at a random point because it doesn't like when I do that. Okay, this should be set to true. And it is set to undefined. So how did I screw that up? Ah, because this did not catch my changes. If I have time tonight, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to write this down. Sign up for Vultr. Oh, except for that I need to put money into the business account. Okay, well I can probably figure something out. And Vultr has a free trial, but I think they charge you $250 in order to verify your identity or something. Okay, is this set? Please be set. Set to true. Yes, good. Okay, then please be set to false. Hooray! Alright, I think everything's working. So then if we try deploying, or not deploying, if we try laying landmines, lay mine, deploy, ooh, what's happening here? Is this working? This should be set to true. Good. So then I think this should be fine. We should see green landmines on the board now. Yep. Look at that. You see that the red colored shadow? That means that we coded the color green correctly. Yeah, look at all these green landmines. Yep, everything's working fine, guys. Alright. No reason to doubt this. Let's check it in. We're totally done. Why aren't they green? Okay, so allied with owner. Oh, whoops. I just reversed this. Okay. Now are you ready for the very real green landmines? If can lay mine, then lay mine. Oh, you know what? I didn't need to even tab that in. I have the printify button for that. Otherwise, move. So now we refresh. And let's try deploying it. Are they green? Yes! Yes! They're green. We got green landmines. Okay, so now let's test it on the server. We need to reboot the server, and we will write this exact same code. I'll put it in a notepad. We'll reboot this, and let's refresh over to here. Okay, good. So connect and connect. And now we'll put that same code into both of these. Deploy. And now over here, the mine should be red. This didn't work. Why does this hate me? What happened here? What could have happened here? Okay, let's take a look at the player depot. Debug main.player depot. We should have two players. One should be mine. No, there's only one player. And that's considered mine? No, there are two players. How did that happen? How did that happen? When I connected here, my player was probably set to Oh yeah. Okay, here's what happened. This is wrong. Okay, so somewhere. Where are we screwing this up? Is your player. This. So let's search for player.serialize. I think. Yeah, this is what's happening. No, this isn't right. Player.serialize network. Tell everybody that they're in chat. Yeah, that is what's happening. That is peculiar. So every time we serialize a player, we need to know if it's that person's. Alright, fine. Let is your player. Oh wait, no, this is tell everybody else that they're in chat. This is always going to be false. And we can put this on its own set of lines here. So, what are we doing here? And what is this player deploy bot? Oh, that's on the client telling you. So yeah, there's a big problem here. Send all existing players to the connecting player. Come this doesn't work. Alright, we need to try this again. We're not even going to change any code. We're just going to refresh. We're going to connect here. And we're going to put a breakpoint in is your player. This function right here. So now let's connect to the server. This should be set to false. Good. And that's because the serialized player should be Adam. It is. Then it should be set to true. And it's not, and that's the problem. So why is that the case? Well, that code should be coming from here. The server's not telling you that this is your player. Oh, I think I know what's happening. This can never be true. And it's a very subtle problem. Player ID is a key in players by ID. So it's a string. Triple equals will not compare a string to a number. If we set this to double equals just for now, we commit this tiny little coding sin, and then restart this, then this should work all of a sudden. Hey Adam, what personality type are you? I don't know. Is those, what, the Myers-Briggs personality types? Is that what you're asking? Because I still don't know. But I know that there are other ways that you determine these things, or other scales, or whatever. Okay, I shouldn't have even been trying to answer that question because my mind was somewhere else, and now I missed the point in time where I could test this. But maybe it's not too late. Maybe we have red landmines. Or maybe we have no landmines. What is going on? Socket error. Layer is not defined? Oh, did I type layer instead of player? What? Layer is not defined? Okay, let's just dip all the code. I don't know what's going on anymore. And then let's search for layer. Yes, there it is. Layer.serialize the network. What line is this? 177 in the connection manager? That's not 177. Here it is though. Player.serialize the network. IR smart. Check the submissions real quick. Check what submissions? The suggestion stuff? Roger, you should link to whatever submissions you're talking about. Or is it Reddit? I actually, I don't know. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, I see. The suggestion sheet. What is this? Is this put text above your eyes saying eyes? Adam's points are worth... I don't think this is a suggestion I'm going to do. Oh boy. Yeah, no, oh boy. Bugasetti says, did the test. Seems like I have an NJ. Yet I doubt, even if I fit the general description. I think okay, so what I've noticed is I'm definitely introverted. And people mistake what that means a lot of times. They take it to mean, wait a second, Adam, you're social, you're not introverted. But that's not what it means. It means that I don't get energy from being around people. And so I am usually pretty tired at the end of social events, and does not mean I'm bad at socializing. Alright, let's see. Okay, good, this worked. And now when we deploy mines over here, they should be the opposite colors. Good. So on the left side, blue bots deploy green mines, and pink bots deploy red mines. And on the right side, that's reversed. So this lets you know now, are landmines going to blow you up when you step over them? But you can still detect if allied landmines are there. I will go get some water really fast. Okay, so this is done, but now what I want to do is fix up the code that I've written. Also, let's close this because it's just taking up CPU cycles. I don't need to use GIMP anymore. Okay. So Arena. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. You only need to. This can be undefined, I suppose, for all. Yeah, this should just be undefined unless it's your player. So let's go into player.js. Should be a serialize in here. And what we'll do is we'll say const serialize player equals what used to be in this. So this stuff. Then we say if is your player, then serialize player.is your player equals true. Return serialize player. So don't even bother injecting an extra property when 99% of the time it won't be there. Adam, can you check the suggestion sheet? Is there another suggestion? Wait, this isn't. Oh, here we go. Nice, thanks for adding that link in the object. I can't tell where my mouse is in order to be able to click that. Dutch point. Dutch people get more points from this. Okay, see, this is the problem with suggestion sheets like this, is that it's going to become a dumping ground for jokes, and then it'll be hard to actually find suggestions. So I think those should be deleted from the sheet. And now I'm going to subtract 2 points from all the Dutch people in chat. Okay, good. This is fine. And then we should check to see if this is equal to true when we make use of it. So this now should be equals true. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm happy with that. That's fine. So then in here, landmines are now colored based on whether you're allied with the owner. So that code is all fine. Landmines are now colored based on whether you're allied with the owner of the line. I'll say like green equals friendly, red equals enemy. That should be pretty obvious. Maralara says, "What? No, don't subtract points because I'm Dutch." This is how you. Oh my god! Please stop telling me to check the suggestion. We should be able to vote for suggestions like this. So that's actually a suggestion. However, voting for them is not necessary because if there aren't jokes in here, then there aren't that many to look through. So I can just read them and then take the ones that I want and delete the ones I don't want. Adam can't give me a suggestion on what to code. I gave you a suggestion earlier, the number guessing game. And then if that's not good enough, go just to Code Academy and finish other lessons on there. Okay, so yeah, let me finish typing up this code. I think in about half an hour I'll take a break for lunch. So here we have, yeah, we're serializing players correctly now. And this is fine too. I'm fine with all this code. The only code I think I'm not fine with, well, so this I've just got a comment. Let's put this here. Serializes the player object. This, if true, if true, the person who this object will be sent to is this is really hard to figure out what I want to say, is represented by this player object. Yeah, no, that's not what I want to say. But we're gonna change that. So I said, if true, the person who this object will be sent to is represented by the player object. So if true, the receiver of the serialized object is the player that's represented by it. You know, I think that's a little bit clearer. What happened to Bang Desk? Bang Desk was never done. Code a game where you can program bots to fight each other. So for those of you who don't know, Eruptor had never used Python or probably programming languages before today, and then the first program sounded like it was like print hi, and then print hello, and then print how are you. And so I think making any sort of detailed program at that point would be very tough. But fine, let's code really fast, because otherwise Wouter won't stop bringing this up every single day. Commands, we're just going to throw this into the like command somewhere. We'll put this here. Else if desk, then $.say, here is Wouter's legacy. Oops, gotta skip that. Alright, now we just need to go find that image. So let's go to bot.land, then Reddit, then this. Copy link. There. Oh, I typed XC. Thank you, Lua. Alright, I'll give you a point, because that's, yeah. Okay, so this stuff is all fine. It's the player depot that I'm not sure about. I feel like this set my player should only be in a client version of this. Problem is that I'm making an app, whatever, I'll just do it. It makes sense. So fine. Fine. Let's load up the player depot from the server. Let's save this as one on the client. We go into client public JavaScript player depot.js. Then, oh, this is wrong. Server player extends player. Oh darn it! I saved the wrong file. No. Okay, let's load up the real player depot, which is this, and let's put that into here. So player depot base, we want to include this from here. So what is chat saying? I was thinking about expanding your channel. You should try and stream one weekend night per week. You quit streaming every day before prime time. Total viewers on Twitch is way up weekend nights. Yeah, so the big problem with that is, because I stream during the week, like, there are two goals here, I guess. One is to get a viewership, and the second is to finish the game. Because I stream during the week, then the time I get to spend with friends and family is on the weekends. And so streaming on a weekend night is tough, and I might need to take away a weeknight for it. But then the problem is I have a weekend day in the middle of the week where I can't really do stuff, because no one's around, everybody's at work. So that was more of a work-life balance decision, Tiburon. I am aware that I'm losing out on people viewing. I do try streaming every once in a while, so I've streamed 2 times now on a Sunday, and usually that's just for like an hour or two because I don't want to burn myself out at all. I'm already doing, I think, 32 hours of streaming every week, which I think is a lot. I don't know if you guys think it's a lot. So anyway, I think it's a good suggestion, Tiburon. I definitely do. I think it's hard to incorporate, that's all. Okay, we don't need a lot of this stuff here. And we don't need this either. And this shouldn't even be in the one that I took it from, which is here. You have the cream of the viewers. Well, I don't have the cream of the typers. Okay, so here we have Player Depot base. We're making use of it. We don't really need the logger from here, and I don't even think we need this necessarily. So the only difference is we're going to take what we had in the shared Player Depot. We're going to take this out of here and put it into the client Player Depot, because it's the only place that it's used. So this should be fine. So sets your player object. This is a player, and this is your player object. Who knows, one day I might even follow. I think in 65 years, if I were streaming for any more than like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, I would probably expect that at some point I know some percentage of my viewers in real life. I think that just naturally happens whenever you're online. I don't know how many of you play like MMOs, but you eventually just meet the people you play with. So I would meet all of you. I'd have Botland Con. Okay, let's see what we got here. I will need to test this again. But for now, I think this should be fine. This. This is calling, so this is wrong. Okay, fine. So everywhere we're importing the Player Depot is now incorrect. Because on the client, we need to import the client version of that. So this is client. Oh, there are only 2 places. That's kind of surprising. So here we can just say this. And we can do that. That's it. That's all of the places. That sounds impossible. That's not right. Uh-oh. Where do I make a new Player Depot? New Player Depot here. So why did this not show up in... Oh, that was where it was. And then what, we pass it into the arena? Set up arena? Player Depot. Yeah, nice. Okay, this will hopefully just work. Botland Con, so getting a ticket for that. Don't know about if that's actually going to be a thing. Tiburon. He knows all the Botland lore. You're approximately 8 divided by 10 years younger. So you're 80% of a year younger. You're practically my age. Eruptor, I think you should keep going back to Code Academy. I think you should master Code Academy before you ask what else you should code. But then afterward, look into something called Pygame. I'll write that on the screen really quickly. So look into Pygame at some point. But I don't think you're ready for it yet if you just started learning about variables now. Okay, that looks good. So the real test of this is going... Wait, hang on, I didn't actually read that code. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so the real test of this is going to be, do landmines still work correctly? And I should really write a comment there in connection manager here. No, we always pass false because we're telling others about you. Yeah, I'm not going to put a period at the end of that because it'll extend into 81 characters. Serialize the player object. If true, that's yours. Good, and good. There is actually one other... Well, what's this? Oh yeah, to do FaceTime function. Okay, good. There's one other place I think we need to make a modification. And that is in the other Player Depot class. there are 3, right? Yeah, so that's... No, these are all good already. Okay, good. So, let's test this out. And let's restart the server. This looks very interesting. This looks like a game of Bomberman or something like that. Alright, and then let's try the same code here. So, what's this? No, that's fine. We're going to test this by doing this, and this, and this, and this. So again, we should see red there, green there, and then the opposite over here. Red there and green there. Good, we do. So everything looks good. Landmines are working correctly. I wonder which one will lay more. So far they've all laid as many as they possibly could. Oh, blue screwed up. And so did pink. And then so did pink and blue again. Huh. Okay, cool. I think this is done. Were you the one that had a ball python? Currently making an RTS Star Wars clone at game design in school. Nice. When's your birthday again? Are you really... Did you whisper that to me, or did you... No, you didn't whisper it to me. What, do you think I don't know this stuff? Your birthday is on the 23rd of December. What is this image over here? Startup presets. Okay. Alright, yeah, let's check this in. So landmines are now colored based on whether you're allied with the owner or not. Yeah, looks good. Okay, cool. What's next? I am getting pretty hungry. Let's go to botland client pre-commit. Oh yeah, let's run a giveaway. Giveaway. And you know what? How would you guys feel? I'm gonna take a straw poll on this afterwards. Do this after lunch. Make a straw poll. Should giveaways allow for different hardware strategies? E.g., some people have cloaking, some don't. Anyway, the giveaway I wanted to run is here. Alright. No, not my birthday's not the 23rd. Wouter said, when's Wouter's birthday? And his is the 23rd of December. But now I also have Tiburon's birthday. Tiburon TG 1222/XX. Oh, no. Don't worry about making the straw poll, because I'm going to modify the question. And I don't want to paste it now anyway. Okay, let's run a giveaway. So there we go. All of you have bots now. And by the way, some people are at the bottom right, hidden by my face right now, so you won't be able to see them. So if you were there and you just died, then too bad. And those are people like F Pines Buff and Dark Sir Max. If I'm collecting birthdays. Goodness. After I get 365 of these, I'm gonna stop collecting them. Okay, so it's Tyron versus S0ZNA5. Saznified. Who's gonna win? Okay. It's over. You won. You won the battle. Wait, are you even in chat? How did I get this person if they're not in chat? Did they leave since I ran the giveaway? I should see when people left. No, what? Wait, where is this person in the list? I don't even see them here. How did this person win? Okay, can I whisper them maybe? /WS0. Yeah, there they are. Okay. Yeah. Alright, I don't know what happened there. Maybe it's someone who's in chat but who's not a viewer? That could be it. I don't actually know. But anyway, I whispered them. Oh yeah, so you should make class trees of bots, like in RPGs. So in a lot of games where they do something like that, they they don't allow a certain class to use something else. Like archers are better at bows just by default, and maybe the wizard can't even equip a bow. But in this game, so far at least, any bot can have anything, and you're limited to just 7 slots. So if you try doing this, I want tons of lasers and tons of missiles and tons of harvesting, your bot's already too big, essentially. So you got to cut this out. And so now you could have cloaking, but it's going to be very weak cloaking. So maybe you sacrifice, okay, let's take out missiles and let's get harvesting instead. Or maybe you want a wide variety of things, but then they're all weak. So you do something like this. So you've got to pick what's the best configuration for your bot. And different game modes might limit you to certain hardware. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff going on. If we decide later that, oh yeah, we should have something like classes, then we might do that. All right. So commit. We don't have anything, that's good, but we do have linting errors, and we need to fix these. So illegal trailing white space, all right, fixed. Indentation problems. What is this? It was spaced in one too far? How did that even happen? Same thing here. Oh, it's because it was copy pasted maybe? I don't know. Is bot component is defined but never used? Oh yeah, that's right. Nice. Expected a different indentation. I caught that and I caught that. Landmine entity is defined but never used. So we can just do that. And then component names is defined but never used. Done. Let's pre-commit again. Whoa. Can says, look into the Skyrim, where you can do a bit of everything and you get stronger at whatever you want. Yeah, Can. This is a very in-depth thing. So, how we originally had this, what our original idea was, is that you would start with basically nothing. You'd start with, let's say, 1,000 resources, and then you'd have to buy what you want. And anyway, we tossed around a bunch of ideas. I think I'm just going to say this. Long story short, I think we decided to go this way. If we determine that it's not good, then we will change it. And if it's fine, then it's fine. Tiburon says, you say we sometimes. You have a partner for this game? Yes. So I co-founded this company with Ian Gamesmith, he's in the channel right now. And he's not doing any of the code stuff. It's just me doing code. But he's helping design. He's helping handle some of the business aspects, manage art, etc., etc. And what is not equal or equals an mean? Wait, what? Oh, so can what you're asking about? If you say something like this, which again I have a problem that I can't even see behind my webcam. But if you say something like this is bitwise OR. So let's make this like this, for example. The way that you bitwise OR numbers is you go through them both, and anywhere that they're both, so if I want to do this bitwise OR with this, just go through both of them, and anywhere that there's a 1 set, you set the 1 in the result. So a bitwise OR of this, which is 5 bitwise OR with whatever that is, probably 9, 2, 4, 8, no, 17. So 9 or 17 gives you this, which is 21. Thought it was an exclamation point. Can't see what sort of variable. So Eruptor, Code Academy is trying to tell you how to do it. Look over at the left side, and this is where I was saying you probably shouldn't keep asking about this. So I'll show you one more time, and then I will probably not allow you to ask questions like that anymore. Because I think you have plenty of resources to do this. So let's go through Python syntax. I'll kind of show you just how you'd figure this out. Is there a way to go back? Yeah, there is. So Eruptor, you can see over here it says variables. Creating web apps, games, and search engine all involve storing and working with different types of data. They do so using variables. A variable stores a piece of data and gives it a specific name. For example, so see here, the variable spam now stores the number 5. So if you wanted to ask me, how do I set spam so that it has the number 5 in it, I would type spam equals 5. They've given you another example over here, my variable equals 10, where they defined a variable called my variable and they set it equal to 10. So they've asked you, oh wait, no, sorry, that was never mind, close out of that. So Eruptor, if that still doesn't make sense, then I think you should just keep searching on the internet for it. But I would warn you against asking it in chat. I don't think it's productive to ask this anymore. Okay. Did I fix all the problems? No, there's one more. Missing semicolon. Oh, that is true. I did miss a semicolon. And illegal trailing white space over here, too. Cool. No, Eruptor, you shouldn't quit coding. It's just the website is trying to tell you how to do this, and I think that instead of trying to learn what it's telling you, you're asking in chat. So try to understand what it's done and what it's teaching you, and also recognize that to get to the point where you're coding something like a game is not something you'll learn in a weekend or probably even a month. Unless maybe you already knew coding or you're very good at math or logic or something like that, but otherwise it will take a very long time. Okay, so we fixed all of the linting bugs and we ran a giveaway, and I don't think the giveaway winner is here. So that's fine. We removed some things, we put a semicolon there, we got rid of an unused variable, and apparently just line spacing issues. So fixed linting issues. And Lulong, I think Eruptor was starting with Python at my suggestion. So link code, run giveaway. Alright, graphic based on who owns them, and then making landmines functional. Is this something I think I can get done in 9 minutes? Because if not, I think it's probably better to go get lunch. Although what I hate about going to get lunch, despite that I love food, is that my view count always drops because who's going to watch for the 20 minutes I'm eating lunch? Also, wow. The people who made Hero Siege are streaming their development. I played that game. Well, I guess let's get lunch after we're done with this. I'll make landmines functional, and then we'll finish the rest of landmines in the afternoon, and then hopefully I can get to other hardware. So hopefully I can do something like missiles. Was missiles the other one? No, I think reflect was the other one we might want to do. So I'll say reflect. I don't know if we'll get to that in the afternoon. We'll see. So make landmines functional. When a bot moves, if it moves onto a tile with a landmine, it'll take damage. So it sounds simple, right? And hopefully it is simple. So let's look at Serve Arena, and we have something about landmines here. Yeah, here we have it. So relocate entities. There was one place. Then lay landmine at machine. Can lay landmine at location. Fetch arena state. Then here we go. Machine moved. And there was a check for skip damage checks. I don't think we need that now, but check to see if this machine hit an enemy landmine. And then here we just modified a bunch of stats and stuff. Okay, so I don't think there's anything confusing about this. I think we just have to do it. So in the Serve Arena, we should have something for... No, we don't have it. Interesting. So let's go to Code Execution System, and let's go into Verify, Move, and Send. Here we... Oh, there's bot moved. It's just in the shared arena, not in the client or the server one. Bot moved. Here we go. So we need to check to see if you moved over a landmine. Check to see if you hit an enemy landmine. So let's do this. Let's say there's a tile function that I keep forgetting. This one, we're gonna do. We have component names, we do. So const landmine at tile equals new tile.get component names.is landmine. So if there is a landmine, if util.exists landmine at tile, and the landmine is owned by someone else. So we need to get component owned by a player component, which we then say is like this. So if they're foes, so we should have access here. Let's take a look. Do we have a player depot in this class? We do. That is excellent. So we can say const is enemy landmine equals this dot player depot dot, and I believe in here we had, where did we do this? Our players allies, and this is in the shared version. So 19 is what we need to call. So if not our players allies well, we need to get the player too. So owning player equals, how do we do this? This dot player depot dot get player owned by player. Well, let's do this. Owner ID equals obpc dot ID, no, player ID. Good. Then we take this in here. So we get the owning player, and then we need to compare the owning player to the owner of the current bot. So bot moved. We have a bot entity. So we need to get the owner of this too, which is unfortunately all of this code again. Oh, and my mouse went crazy. What kind of programming language is Python? I don't totally know how to answer that. I mean, there are certain qualities of it, like it's a dynamically typed language. It is interpreted, and it's a scripting language. This dude's just view botting. No, I'm not. Okay, can you show how much you did? Yeah, sure, I can. Let me just fix this one thing up, and then I can do it. In Codecademy, they say that Python is cool. I like that XKCD. I don't know if I've seen that before. And I thought I saw the first 1,000 XKCDs. So this is going to be the owned by player component of the, this is. So let's say landmine entity. All right, and then this is the bot entity. So bot owned by player component. We're going to say bot entity, and then the bot owner ID is that, and the bot owner is this. So if it's an enemy landmine, let's just keep that for now. I'll show the game off. Let me see if it finished building. Good. So I don't know how to pronounce your name. Possibly Piano Pakis or Pino Pakis. I don't know. But I can show you what the game is about. So this is Botland that I'm making, and the way that it works is you create bots and then you write automation for them. So right now we can see that the game is just kind of playing itself. This will be the title screen, and you can connect to a server here for right now. But I can show you how you'd go about creating bots. First, you need to pick their hardware. So you'll pick whether you want something like lasers or harvesting or maybe cloaking on a bot. And if you don't have one of these things, you won't be able to use the corresponding APIs. So if you try cloaking and you don't have the cloaking hardware, then you just can't cloak. So yeah, let's put something like this on here. Then you can write a subset of JavaScript and you can interact with it. But if you don't know JavaScript, you can use Blockly. And Blockly will let you just drag blocks like you saw over there, so that I can say something like, if I can move to an enemy and fire lasers at them, then do so. So now when I deploy this bot, you'll see a bunch of green ones show up. They all have random names for right now, but these new ones are going to do the code that I gave them, which was move to bot, shoot them with lasers, otherwise just stand still. So that's why you see them standing still when they don't have anything. Oh, that's not one of those. All right, well, anyway, so that is the summary of Botland. It's an online multiplayer game. It'll eventually be out probably 2017, but it'll be playable before that, probably in the next week, to be honest, but just in the form that you see here. So there's no points, there's no kills, there's no accounts, there's no anything else. So you'll be able to play as I code. It'll be free to play eventually, but you'll be able to buy things in the game, which it's not like a pay-to-win kind of thing. They're more for cosmetics and variations. Tiburon says there should be a bonus for programming without using Blockly. There can't be a bonus for that because there's an edit as JavaScript. So you could always just hit this button and then you'd get the bonus. Then CanCan said, could you try to help me make this code a bit more efficient? So CanCan, can I show that code on screen? Because if not, then I'd have to do it after the stream. And thank you, Piano. It's logic that matters. Yeah, remove that button. What about that? Okay, yeah, I can show this on screen. So CanCan wants me to help make this more efficient. Let's see, enemies, passive AI that'll move around but won't fire back. AI that'll fire back when you get in their sight and calculate where you would be in the next couple frames and shoot there. Function to make new enemies and pushes it into its category. Okay, so this is one way you could do this. I think I would probably, like, the botland way of doing this would be to make an entity component system, and then you'd have passive components or hostile components or something like that. The other way you could do this is by, I don't know, I think, so the issue is you'll probably at some point want all of just the hostile entities, so you're indexing them here, but when you want all of the entities, you need to iterate over both of these things. So if you end up adding more arrays here, you need to iterate over all of them. In short, I think this is probably outside of the scope of what I'll talk about on the stream. Yeah, and I think the way you'd get better at some of this stuff is by looking up design patterns and figuring out what works best in the language you're using. Asking me is a good thing, by the way, but I don't think it's something I can answer very quickly. I need hats. Yeah. Can I have a lights token? Want to try something? Yeah, sure. Adam, you may be down on luck, but just remember that memes are the only thing that matter. Okay. So what did I just code? Oh, the enemy landmine stuff. So now we know if there's an enemy landmine. So if is enemy landmine. In fact, how are we gonna do this? So this is MS Visser changing my lights. And I think this looks awesome. What are you trying? Is it a script to spam the random button? Because I don't actually know what'll happen. I don't know if it buffers it or what, or if one of these lights will just explode. You should set up a donate account or link. I'm thinking about it. I might do that. Like I said, I don't want to accept money from you guys. I'd rather you just like play the game when it comes out and spread that around. I don't have an income right now though, so I should probably say that I'll set that up. Okay, so if it's an enemy landmine, then we want to blow up the landmine. So blow up the landmine and deal damage to the bot. So first of all, we need to do get health component, get component, health component of the landmine entity. And we need to, that's the amount of damage we'll do. So const damage equals health component dot life. Okay. Then we need to mark that entity as dead. So landmine entity dot mark at entity dead. That is not how this works. How does this work? It's this dot mark entity dead. Landmine entity. However, we also need the entity ID in order for that to work. Now, landmines have a real ID, so I can get it from that. Nope, this is what's wrong. This returns... No, what? This does just return an entity. Oh, it could return an entity with an ID. Did I ever think about that? Otherwise I have to jump through a hoop in order to get this. Okay, well let's jump through the hoop I suppose. So we can say const landmine entity ID equals this dot get entity ID from real ID. This is stupid. To consider making it so that tile returns the entity ID. MS Visor says, wow, it sends 100 requests for set random color. It should be one request for that. Alright, here. By the way, the whole MS Visor controlling my lights, that's accessible to anyone. You just have to follow me, and then you will get control over my lights as well. To do, consider making it so the tile returns the entity ID. Yeah, so for right now we gotta do this in a really stupid way. I don't like this. Yeah, unfortunately, let's do it. Get component ID component, but this can't be the ID component that we got before. So we have to call this like landmine ID component. This is really stupid. So landmine ID component dot ID, and then we do this here, landmine entity ID. It sends 1 every 100 milliseconds. Oh, I see what you're saying. Huh. Neat. Well, I can tell you that from my point of view, it's just constantly flashing lights, so it looks like it's faster than that. Macho, I'm not going to add you there. That's just for the like more businessy videos. And yeah, it's written in JavaScript. Could you write a small list of what features you need on the site so I can research in case I need something new? Ken, I'm not totally sure what you mean by that. Can you write a small list of what features you need on the site? Do you mean for bot.land? And Tiburon said, did he code a cooldown time per button? I don't think I did. And Alan says, I have a question. Does Python can calculate the median length? Yes, it is 42. Alright, mark entity dead. So we have that. The landmines will now blow up, but they won't do damage yet. So let's just see if this worked, because this alone is going to be half the battle. Let's take this code again, and let's deploy a couple of these. So let's take close watch, something like enemy bots when they walk over this. No, that didn't work. Oh, because I'm not telling the client about it. Tell the client about this. So how do I do this in other places? Well, let's take a look at mark entity dead. Where do I call this? Apparently, I can't do this here. That's right. This can't be done here. This has to be done in the server version. I think I need to just go take lunch. Lars. Making the videos would be better if I could just be an editor on your channel, but then again, I can understand that you'd like to have someone like me on a distance. I don't think I'm going to give people access to Twitch or YouTube unless they're like part of the company, basically. And yeah, there's a lot of things that can go wrong with that, and not a whole lot that can go right with that. Oh, alright, Tiburon, see you later. Continue recording my screen, exporting. There should be a better way to download YouTube videos or Twitch videos. And Risa says engine. I don't know what you mean by engine. Are you asking what engine I'm using? And then Ken says, yep, about the website. I still need to talk to the designer about the website, Ken, so I can't give you better information right now. But yeah, these definitely aren't working. Yeah, I think I'm going to go get lunch pretty soon. Which is, like I said, unfortunate, because I know half of you won't rejoin me after lunch, even though my lunch breaks are like 25 or 30 minutes long. On the Top Dev stream. Gonna lose everybody. Okay, well. Okay, take memes. Alright, everybody, I will tell you a few things first. So, let's start with this. I should get the EULA by the end of today. The lawyer said yesterday, but I know he's traveling right now. If I get the EULA, I'm going to hopefully sign up for a VPS tonight, so that hopefully within the next week or so, I can get you guys pre-beta access to Botland. Then second, I would politely request that you follow me. The reward that you get for right now is 15 loyalty points, which you'll eventually use on the game, and then you also get control over my lights. And I'll be streaming for another at least 3 hours and probably 20 minutes, 3.5 hours, something like that today. But I just need to go eat lunch, so I will be back. And that's why I said I hope you will join me when I get back. Where is BRB lunch? Let's say 27 minutes. I'm gonna make it short today. All right, great. Oh, that did not work. Okay, cool. I'll see you guys after lunch. Thanks for watching so far. See ya.
Hello viewers, it is I, Adam, and I am back. Not reading off the script or anything. Okay, what's going on in chat? Oh, laughter a lot. Hey Waddle, long time no see. What have you been up to? Oh, cool. Yeah, Lou Long, tell him I said thanks. Oh wait, are you just pasting that from earlier in the chat? I don't know. But either way, tell him I said thanks. Okay, we were going to make landmines functional, and we kind of got it working, but then we realized that we need to be in the server code to be able to do this. That's not even technically true now that I think about it, because we have a client server router, don't we? Yeah, we do. So we could have done all this from weird. Let's look at Serve Arena. I think we can create a resource, for example. Yeah, there's no reason this needed to be here. Interesting. Waddle says college work, got some JS PHP to catch up on for Thursday, and a case study to write up for Friday, and a website to design for Thursday also. Oh boy. Yeah. But hey, college is a great time in your life. I remember having a blast. Except for the fourth year. Well, yeah. I remember thinking, I'm done with this. I want to be in the real world. And I got to the real world and I thought, this is hard. And now here I am in sort of the pseudo-real world where I get to code my own stuff. I'm going to increase the opacity on my keyboard cam, so hopefully you guys can see it a little bit better. There we go. Because I had made it a lot smaller, so now you can see this. Okay. So yeah, there's no reason this actually does have to be in the server. So I think we can just make use of this now. Let's do this. When a landmine blows up, yeah, for right now, let's just make a router action. Let's call it like landmine detonate. Also, what's the formal definition of detonate? Is it just to blow up? To explode or cause to explode? Yes. Okay, great. Then we can say that. See you, Lulong. Alright. Or rather, should we say detonate landmine? Detonate landmine. Yeah, I think that's better. Detonate landmine. Such cool, much wow. What? What is this? Cool Lights 10S, Cool Lights 45S? Where did this come from? Huh, I'm curious about that. But then Waddle says, and apart from the coding, which I only know I've done nothing for it, also got to go to the hospital with the wife to get a wow baby scan done. Ooh, you've got a lot of stuff going on in your life. Oh, I see extra buttons. All right, that wasn't obvious to me because these look like they're just a solid block. And then how's the game coming along? The game is coming along pretty well. If you go to bot.land, I don't know if I typed that correctly, no, bot.land, then you can find the recap videos on YouTube. I'll paste the latest recap video to you here, but I've already done away with walls. So what we're working on now is landmines. You can see landmines are in the game, but they're not blowing up yet. We need them to detonate. Very CSS skills. Okay, so we got this.
Next, we need a constant saying blow up landmines, and now we can make use of the number 14, which we have excluded from this from before. So we'll say server detonate landmine equals 14, sent by the server to detonate a landmine, and landmine. Okay, good. Then in router actions, we can make use of that. Where did we put the other one? All right, let's put it here. Server detonate landmine. Yeah, it was the multiple periods. You posted apparently 15 of them, or possibly the spaces counted too. Yeah, no, the spaces counted because this is only 12. Wait, how did it find 15? I don't know. Anyway, that's the problem. How can I restart a jar file with Java code? I don't know if that's something you can do if it's loaded into your class path. You'd have to like reload it. Unless you're talking about an executable jar, in which case you can rerun java-jar on it from inside Java. But yeah, that's about the extent of what I can answer about that. It's been a while since I've used Java. Okay, next we need to go to pub subtopics, and we need a topic for detonate landmine. Perfect, and then one of these here too. We'll just take this. So now we have topics for all of this stuff. Client Arena needs to subscribe to it. And we'll do that here. We'll say landmine detonated. And let's do this. So landmine detonated, we're going to take in the landmine real ID. And then optionally we'll take in bot2 damage real ID and then the damage amount. I think this makes the most sense, doing things this way. So now the way we tell the client about it is we look up our serve router. We don't actually use this from in here. That's something that's, well, it's interesting. It's not really necessarily good or bad. So we tell people about the detonate landmine call here. So let's put that here. Now, the way that this works is we take in the landmine's real ID, which we can say const landmine real ID equals landmine ID component.id. Then, because we'd used that code over here, let's delete that. And over here, we want the landmine's real ID, the target bot's real ID, which, do we have that? Bot real ID. Yeah, and then the damage done, which is damage. Excuse me. JS has a tool for creating commas. Array 16. It's pretty funny. I start main.jar and also want to restart main.jar. But you start, well, okay, I should let chat just answer that stuff along. Is a college degree worth less if you've got a bad GPA? Like if you went to Harvard but got a 2.5, is it still top notch? I don't think a college degree matters so much depending on what you're applying for. So for programming, I know a lot of people who are in the professional space who don't have computer related degrees, or if they are related to computers, it's very loosely, like electronic or electrical engineering, or I think there are even mechanical engineers who end up being in computer science somehow. And to me, all it means is if you have the skills, you can go into programming. But I'm only able to talk about programming. I don't know what it's like if you try going into law school or something like that and your GPA is not high enough. You probably won't get in that case, but heck if I know if that's true. Oh yeah, and then yeah, that's the last thing I meant to mention, which is a roving I mentioned, is that yeah, a lot of people end up working in the industry without a degree because you don't necessarily need a degree. And I think programming is a great example of that because you can just do it yourself. I mean, we saw today, like Eruptor in chat said, how do I learn programming? And I said, oh, you go download Python. And he downloaded Python and started working on it. What about IT? IT would be a good job for me with programming on the side. To each their own. I don't know enough about you to know if IT is a good suggestion or a good fit, or there's a whole lot to that question, I think. So we route the detonate landmine call Now what we can do is we can remove, let's just remove the landmine for right now. Let's do this. So landmine entity. A landmine was detonated, it didn't exist. Yeah, so let's just do this. And where's the landmine? Oops, okay, so I screwed up all of that. Let's rebuild this and make sure we get blue-green showing up here. Alright, that looks good. Now let's read this one more time. So now landmine should blow up, but they shouldn't actually do any damage yet. That's fine, we'll get that to do then. So let's load up JavaScript. Oops, I connected to the server. I didn't mean to do that. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Okay, so landmine should be blown up when they're moved over by an enemy bot. So now we just need to wait for that to happen. Come on, just move to the right, you jerk bots. Oh, there we go. Wait, the landmines are doing damage. What's going on? They're killing the... I must be passing the wrong ID somewhere. Because it looks like anything that steps on one of these landmines, like watch Otis up here. He steps up, oh no, I'm wrong. Okay, I don't know what's happening. Are there any errors that are printing out? No. We should change something down here to be that. Now they look more buttony. I see. Wait, I don't understand how CSS even came into this. Why didn't you just make a button element in HTML? So in HTML, there's a button element, and you can just say like hello or cool lights or something like that. And then close it. Are you leaving now, Lulon? Also, roving eye, there's a... Well, I mean, I could just read pictures dead fairies here, but if I hover over this, it'll tell me what the title of that page would be. Okay, so this didn't work. Let's take a look at the shared arena and see what we're sending across. We're sending the landmine ID, which is from the landmine ID component, which is entity. Yeah, this is totally wrong. Entity doesn't even exist. So there, problem solved. Problem solved once and for all. We're done. We solved all the problems. No more bugs will ever come up. That's how we code things. Oh, spam. Gotta delete it. Okay, let's try this out now. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Alright, now we just need to see, do the landmines get destroyed at any point? Oh, there's a problem. Router actions is not defined. Yep, I know where that's coming from. It's because I never used this. So let's take import, how do we import this from other places? Import router actions. So it must be import star as router actions. Yeah, it is. Okay, so import star as router actions. Alright, we'll get there. What happened here? Duplicate declaration on line 8? Oh, whoops. That's what happened there. Is looking at source code and picking apart pieces and analyzing them a good way to learn for a beginner to intermediate? So that's a good thing for anyone to do. Actually, probably not beginners to do. I don't know. It depends on the source code. So if you're looking at examples, that's great. If you're looking at already made production software, like if you're a beginner and you're looking through something like an operating system, like, I don't know, Linux, that's probably not a good place to start. But yeah, looking through example stuff, I think that's good. And then yeah, well, roving I said too, I think then modifying it afterward is a good way to make sure that you learned how they do things and how they want their code to be structured. Alright, let's try this. We should have coded this correctly. Oh, interesting. So that was a mistake. I've got to fix that. But what I'm waiting to see is, like, are any of these bots going to move on to the landmines? Alright, we're gonna change the AI so that it seeks out, maybe not seeks out landmines, but I need to set this up so that this isn't so capricious. Okay, it looked like that was working. And then we need to fix a bug. Fix bug where deploying a bot onto a landmine causes it to take damage. Okay, so let's fix a few things. We need to fix this so that, alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make an AI bot and a bot for us. And the bot for us is going to lay landmines. So let's just do this. Lay mine. Oh, let's do this. It can lay mine, and then move randomly. And we'll put this at 0, 0. No, let's put it at 1, 0. And no, let's make it move right. So it'll create a line of mines, the mine line. And then here we'll make a bot that just moves right. So it should basically commit suicide. And we set this at 0, 0. So now when we rerun this, oh, and let's also change the simulation server so that it doesn't create new bots. There. And then let's close this code. So now, assuming I did this all correctly, and it looks like I just froze something somehow. Okay, there it goes. That was weird. Okay, let's refresh this, and we should see. Yep, good. All of that looks fine, except for I didn't refresh after long enough, so now there should be no extra bots. But there should still be a mine laying bot at the top, and then a chaser bot at the upper left. Good, good, good. So what's happening here is Laser's bot, which this is stupidly named. This should be like mine layer, and this should be idiot. So mine layer and idiot. Mine layer is going to keep moving right, and idiot is going to keep moving into the mines, and it'll blow them up. But there's no damage done right now, so we just need to make them do damage. And to do that, we go into the arena, shared arena, and where we have landmine code, we deal damage to our target. So let's take a look at code execution system. Fire lasers does this. Oops, fire lasers. And we get the health component of the target and we modify its life to be negative. Okay, so let's do that too. And then if it's dead, we mark the entity dead. So we basically need this code. Let's take this. We'll do health component, we'll say bot health component equals bot entity dot, and this function is really bad. We're gonna fix this up later. So if it exists, which it must exist because we know that this is bot moved code, so we can kind of get rid of this section here. But modify life, negative damage. Then we don't need to route a laser fire, but we do need to check this. If it's dead, then we say that the bot is dead. So bot entity, and then its entity ID. Do we have that here? No, we don't. But we can get it. So let's say const bot entity ID gives us real IDs to entity IDs, bot real ID. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now that's marked as dead. Now the server knows about it, but the client doesn't know about it. Yeah. So let's go into the client arena, and here's where we have a landmine, and so we have damage dealt here. Well, we could, no, we don't need to necessarily do this. All right, let's do this then. So let's get the bot. We need to do the same thing. So const bot entity equals get the bot. And that's only if that exists, which right now it's forced to exist. And then we assert that it exists here. A landmine was detonated on a bot that doesn't exist. Good. Then we can say this is landmine entity ID. So now the bot needs to take damage. So let's get component health component on this of the bot entity. And then let's do health component dot modify life negative damage. Then if health component dot is dead, then we can kill the bot. This is not going to look great because the bot's going to die before it's even finished moving onto the tile. So yeah, I don't know. We should probably change this at some point. But for right now, this is how it's going to look. So mark entity dead. We want to mark the bot entity dead, and the bot's entity ID is going to be here. So let's take this and say bot entity ID. And then, like I said, I think we should fix up some of this code that we have here. Because I don't like how there's a lot of this boilerplate every time we need to do stuff. But let's test this out. This should work. Let's refresh. We should see the bot die after... Oh wait, there's no damage. What is this? Cannot read mark entity dead of undefined. What is undefined? Where is this coming from? We need to go up in the stack. And then error dot stack. It's coming from bot moved. Bot entity does not exist. What is it called? Oh, it's this dot arena. Oh, whoops. I'm stupid. Okay, let's go back into arena then. This is an arena, so we don't need to say this dot arena. So that should be it. Where is damage coming from though? What's this? Bot real ID is not defined? Okay, I need to figure out where, yeah, this is wrong. Bot to damage real ID. So I said bot real ID somewhere, I guess it must be that. Yeah, so again, I have make landmine assemblage, and I pass in a life here. So where do I call this? Because apparently I'm passing in the number 500 somewhere, or possibly larger than that. Life. Default resource file size. Oh god. Alright, let's just set this to 500 to do full landmine damage from hardware. Let's actually 200. It'll take 5 landmines to kill someone then. Maybe we set that to more. I don't know. But for now, 500. So 2 landmines and it should die. So there's 1 and there's 2. Wait, did I set it to 200? Oh no, 5 landmines. Okay, so there's 4 and there's 5. Okay, cool. And it died. And then those landmines are gone. So now if I deploy to other machines, they shouldn't trigger that. I think that looks good. We're not sending landmines to new players, I think. Or rather, we don't know how to deal with them. Client arena, we say create entity. Oh no, we do have landmines. Oh, that's nice. So what are we missing here then? Yeah, I don't know. Let's go to the simulation server and I will create a whole lot of bots. And we'll see if landmines blow them all up correctly. No, in fact, what we should do is we should set this to 500 damage, or 1,000 damage. Landmines are one-hit kills. That's really, really overpowered, but we're not working on balance right now, we're working on testing. Who needs... Yeah, I'm gonna add an HP bar, that's on my list. Cool lights. So what does cool lights do? Also, I should run a giveaway. Here, I'll just run a basic giveaway. Swag info win. Okay, so we have a line of landmines. Let's see if Otis or Eve or any of those bots end up moving on to the landmines. Okay, that one just disappeared there. That's because the bot got deployed and immediately died. Come on. Something should just move over here. Okay, there, that did. Alright, so then this seems to be working. We should really fix up the animation on that. So, what is there? Deploying a bot onto a landmine causes it to take damage. So let's fix that up. When we go to... How does this work exactly? It's only when a bot attempts to move. No, a bot moving onto a landmine is fine. A bot being deployed onto a landmine won't cause it to take damage. So no, the problem isn't that. The problem was this. What was happening here is that... Let me do this. So what was happening is this. A bot was getting created here, and then its code told it to move right, and it immediately died. So it looked like it was getting deployed onto a landmine. If the bot gets deployed here, that should actually be fine. And to test that out, what we can do is we can see how much this are. I don't like this, which is why I keep hesitating to even speak about this right now, but let's do this. Let's do get player 2. This is going to lay a whole bunch of mines. Okay, let's keep that. We'll check that in. We'll also, whoops, I forgot to get rid of that. Okay, fine. We gotta save this again. And by check that in, I meant just save. So we're gonna do this. We should have, why is that not rebuilding? Oh, Risa, okay, yeah. So earlier you said engine, and I asked you, do you mean game engine? And then I don't think I ever saw a response from you. But what game engine and programming language? A lot of these things are answered on the info section of Twitch. I'm not really using a game engine. I'm using a rendering engine called Pixie.js. I'm running on Node.js. I'm using JavaScript for all this stuff. You'll hear JS in a lot of the names of the things that I use. So let's try this out. We should have, good. So we have a mine layer bot. Now, what I'm going to test, I'm going to wait for this to get kind of over to the right side. And then we're going to make code that does nothing. In fact, this is easier to visualize with Blockly. Look, it's code that does nothing. So we're going to deploy this do nothing bot. Do nothing. Let's call it do nothing. And now, oh, check it out. There. It was the very first one I deployed, worked. So do nothing bot was deployed on a landmine, but it didn't blow up. It's only when it moves that it blows up. That's exactly what I want, by the way. I don't want you to be penalized for being deployed randomly onto a landmine. That'd be really frustrating. There's nothing about Blockly in the info? Oh, thank you. I will have to add that. Add Blockly to info on Twitch. Yeah, because people have actually asked a lot about that. So now if we make our move randomly bot, deploy, then these will eventually move into the landmines and blow up. Yeah, good. And the only problem is we're not animating them moving onto the tile and then blowing up. They just blow up immediately. So we should fix that at some point too. Let's write that down. So fix the animation bug where a bot appears to blow up a landmine as soon as the server sends a message about its detonation. So this bug was fixed. Making them functional is fixed. Now, the code probably doesn't look great, so let's clean that up, and then let's fix the rest of landmines. Oh, we don't need that either. Can you do whatever you can do in C# and JavaScript? Yeah, more or less, yes. JavaScript is somewhat unique, and it's the very universal browser language, so you can't write C# code that'll just immediately work in the browser. You could compile it to JavaScript if you wanted. I'm sure someone's written something like that. And yeah, blow up animation would be nice. I don't have the graphics for that, and even the graphics you see here are all temporary graphics. I wrote a prototype of Botland over the first 7 months of this year, and these are the graphics we use. I really like them, but we're probably going to end up switching everything. And yeah, Java and JavaScript are two different languages. Okay, so landmine detonated, that's in client arena. Let's do this. This is called when the server tells you that a landmine was detonated. And this is a number, and this is a number, and this is a, whoops, this is a number, and can you show the prototype? No, I don't think that's a good idea. The prototype looks different enough from the real game. It's not really polished. Maybe what I'll do is maybe I'll show the prototype after we've gotten to the same point in Botland. So the prototype took 7 months. I've recoded all of Botland mostly from scratch, and I hope that we can get back to the point I was at in the prototype in 3 months. So it's been almost a month and a half, so that gives us twice as much time as we've had already, and we're making very good progress. And Risa, thank you for following. When you follow, you get control over my lights, so you should get a whisper from me pretty soon. It'll have a link. The link will look very weird, but if you click it, it'll go to my lights page, which is something that MS Visser was messing around with right now. So this is what this looks like, and if you just press like red on number 3, you'll see the lights back there change to red. So yeah, there, America colors. Is that one white, or is that yellow? I guess it's white. Yeah. Make sure to spam click all the lights. Okay, so So landmine detonated. What do we do here? We get the landmine. We mark the landmine as dead. So mark the landmine as dead, no matter what. Good. Then deal damage to the target bot. So I haven't been standing at all today. I really should raise my desk again. Okay, so that's done, and that's fine. I'm happy enough with that. Idiot bot is commented out right there. Yeah, that's fine too. I'm totally cool with landmines being one-hit kill just for testing. Risa says, I make games in Game Maker. Pretty good to mess around with it. Already wasted 2.5 years of my life making games. It's never a waste if you're having fun and you're learning things. And yeah, I don't like typing on mobile either. Okay, so check to see if you hit an enemy landmine. This is all ridiculous code. So this I want to change. This is in the shared arena, but let's come back to that in a second. So here we need to comment this back out. That looks fine, that looks fine, and this is probably more constants. Yeah, that looks fine. So the only problem I really have is in this arena code. Let's go into shared arena. Wait, Lulong, you said see ya like 3 times. Were you saying see ya to other people or see ya because you were leaving? I am very confused. Okay, so check to see if we hit an enemy landmine. The problem is that these are all entity component system. Well, they're all entities in our entity component system. So we have to get components in order to figure out any properties of it. So that's why we have so many of these const lines here. However, since these are things that we do a lot, we should probably bundle this into another function. So first, let's put this into its own complete function. Let's say this dot check for landmines. And let's say bot entity and then new tile. Or rather, let's do new tile and then bot entity. And then we'll put this over here. Now we won't have the bot real ID. So this is gonna be really, all right, whatever, let's just do it. All right. So check for landmines. We take in a tile and a bot entity. And then one of the things we need to do up here is get the bot real ID. So we do that here. Okay, so this should work exactly the same as it used to, but now all of this sort of ugly code is in one function. And yeah, we gotta fix this stuff up. Hey Miguel. Hey Miguel, did you get any money from the, what's it called, GoFundMe? I don't think I've ever had more comments than code, but I end up with a lot of comments. How much do you think we would need to develop our game? Oh man, Miguel, that's a very, very tough question that is based on so many factors. If you know how to do art and music and programming and marketing and business and all that other stuff, you can do it all for free, or well, mostly for free. Probably still end up paying on a couple $100. But I don't know. I'm not sharing how much Botland is going to cost, but it's not cheap. Let me put it that way. And I'm funding it out of pocket. Which is why I hope it's successful, because I'm not making an income right now and I want to make money at some point. I also want to make a game, don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm making this because I think games make money, so I should make a game. Alright, so yeah, this code, how do we clean this up? And is it even worth cleaning up in this commit? No, I don't think so. Let's check in. Let's make sure that this works. So, check for landmines should really be like detonate landmine. Check for, yeah, whatever, check for landmine. Checks to see if any landmine should detonate on the bot that just moved to the tile, to a tile. Good, and this is a tile, and this is an entity. Okay, let's just test this one more time. Adam is dad. Forzen is dad. And yeah, good job, Miguel. You got $10. More than I've gotten from Botland. It's not free if you're not earning money any other way. Oh, okay. So that's opportunity cost that you're talking about. That's not exactly what I meant. And well, I'm assuming that's what you're getting at. And I would say that that's pedantic. but fine spirit, man. Okay, so let's make a bunch of bots that move. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, and we have already broken landmines. New tiles not defined. That's why we tested. Can't stress that enough. So we just put tile there, and now everything should be working just fine. Wow, rebuilding is taking like 6.5 seconds. What is going on with my CPU right now? Oh, it's very overwhelmed. Oh, never mind. It's not that bad. Okay, let's deploy these bots. Deploy, deploy, deploy. We should. Oh, good. Okay, so this is working. Landmines now work. That's pretty funny. The bot was chasing this one because I wanted to shoot a laser at it. And when I got close enough that it moved up, it moved into a landmine. So all of these are just shuffling around the arena because they can't see the mine layer bot. And the mine layer is the only enemy that there is. They need to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They need to be on any of these blue tiles in this diagonal in order to see it. So if we see... No, they're not even going to move closer, are they? Alright, let's apply another couple. Oh, there we go. So Yod is going to kill mine layer. And then... Oh, they don't have lasers, that's why. I got to deploy them with lasers. Okay, there we go. Now, when Wally moves, he'll probably blow up. Yep. He did? Yep. So yeah. Okay, that's working. Micro. VM, oh yeah, I see. Hard life of a student living on his own. Having to do my own dishes. That is a hard life. Alright, landmines now blow up and deal insta-kill damage to the bot that triggered it. Triggered them. Yeah, sure. Yeah, and then I just want to refactor this code. It's not like it's the worst it could possibly be, but I think it could be better. So let's take a look at get entity on tile with component. I think that if we always use this with an entity ID, oh, we don't care about it there, but then again that wouldn't need to change either. We don't care about that there. We don't care about it there. We don't care about it there. These are all... So there's one place where we care about it. We either could write another function that has this return an entity with ID, or we could just do what we're doing. I think doing what we're doing is fine, which means we should get rid of... Let's close all these other things. We should get rid of the... to-do item that was down here. This. Hardline says, I'm so crazy to finish my bachelor's degree in computer science to be programming games, yay. Wait, are you saying you're excited? I don't think that's crazy. And Risa, thank you so much for the $0. I really appreciate it. It's the first $0 I ever got. Alright, so let's see what we're doing here. We check to see if a landmine entity exists. If it doesn't, let's just return. So let's do return. That way we can tab all these things in, tab them back. Next, if it's not an enemy landmine, let's also just return. There's nothing to blow up if it's an allied landmine. You're not going to trigger your own landmines. Okay, so there. This looks slightly better. Now, do we need all of this? Well, one thing I find myself doing here is get the owner from an entity. So let's write a function that does that. Let's say get owner of entity. Now let's do this. Owned by player component equals entity.getOwnedByPlayer. And if not, well, if util.exists owned by player component, then return. No, we can't do that. We gotta do it this way. Owner ID, owning player, return owning player. Otherwise, return null. Ah, yes, Hardline says excited, sorry. Yeah, I think it's definitely worth being excited about. And one of the nice things is, even if you haven't finished your degree, you can still program games. Okay, so now we can do this everywhere that we want to do it. Let's do, this is bot owner. No, this is landmine owner. Landmine owner equals this dot get the owner of the landmine entity. Okay, that looks good. Next we need to replace owning player with landmine owner. So we got rid of 2 lines of code there, and we're going to get rid of another 2 lines of code here. So we can say bot owner equals the owner of the bot entity. And there. So now that's a little bit cleaner at least, and we should probably look for other places where we can do this. In fact, I'll write this down. Look for other places where we can use, what's that function called? Get owner of entity. Check for landmines. Then what else do we want to do here? There's get health component, so we get the damage of that. Landmine ID component. I wonder if we put something like that into entity. I don't think it's worthwhile. But mark entity dead. We should be able to take in an entity without a real ID. So if you don't pass this in and it has a real ID, you should be fine. Yeah, let's do that. Let's make this, it could possibly be undefined. So if not util.exist entity ID, then we'll say attempt to get the entity ID from the real ID. So we say entity ID, oh, well first we do get component, ID component, and then we say if not util.exist, then we're just gonna have to assert at this point. Assert util.exist. Attempting to mark an entity dead without specifying an entity ID, but the entity does not have a real ID either. So yeah, that won't work. And if it does work, then we can say entity ID equals this dot real ID component dot ID. Okay, and now mark entity dead can optionally take in an entity ID. If not specified, we will try to obtain a real ID from this entity. What's nicer, if new line or if new line? Alright. Yeah, so Lulong, what you're asking about is a very code style specific thing. You'll find all sorts of different things in code. There are people who do this, there are people who do this, there are people who do this. This is bad. I would never advise doing something like this. You'll mostly see, I think, these 2 styles. Do people do anything else? There's probably some people who have it in like that. I would not do that. I like this style, but I know why people don't like this, or I can understand it. It's just what I like. I will say though, okay, so one thing that, just be careful, because like I wrote this down, but I didn't tell you the reason why I think this is bad. So in languages with block expressions, so here, this is a block expression. This is a block expression. It's just something that's treated as though it's a statement, but it could be a set of statements. So in languages with block expressions where you can optionally not provide one for an if statement, part of the reason this is bad, imagine that this is C++, and that what this really is a preprocessor statement. Maybe something like debug print hello. I don't know, that might do something. Well anyway, if you might have like a define debug print hello to be, or debug print to be 2 2 lines of code. Like let's say what it input is something like I don't know, C out high and then C out by. Again, this is nonsense, right? But just imagine that was the case. Then this would expand into if this C out high and then C out by. And now all of a sudden, only the first statement is going to run. So you could also fix this in here by making this a block statement. I'm just kind of talking about stupid things at this point. Miguel says, do you think $10,000 is an okay amount to fund our game? Again, there are a lot of factors that is based on, like, I don't know a whole lot about your game. I can't totally answer that. I think funding a game for $10,000 is certainly doable, but I'm just saying a game. I don't know about your game. I don't know about, I mean, like a AAA game would not be fundable for $10,000. Most games that you've ever played probably cost way more than that to make. Many companies have coding standards they'd like the developers to use, but it varies from company to company. Yeah, I'd say this. Almost all companies that have a big software product are going to have some sort of coding style. But yes, the coding style varies from company to company. And the coding style is so that you're not focused so much on how you're using code, but rather what's being written. So let's look for other places where we can use get owner of entity. And then the other thing we just made mark entity dead, not necessarily require a real ID. So let's now make use of this. Now instead of landmine entity ID, we don't need this, we do need this actually. Since we're already getting it, I suppose we could just do this. Fine. The bot entity ID, again, we have the real ID, so we might as well do this. I think that's okay. What else do we have here? Maybe I'll just condense this into one line. I'll just do this, .id. And I could do that here too, I guess, but I don't know. I'm just trying to make this a little bit cleaner, but these are superficial changes at this point. Yeah, so if the bot's dead, then mark the entity as dead. No. We don't tell the client explicitly about this. Just telling them the landmine damage is enough for the client to know if the bot died. Yeah. What are the new lines? Hardline, just practice now instead of watching this stream. I don't think there's any other form of media where the form of media can tell you to stop watching it. But that's something unique about Twitch. Okay, I think this is good. I think we could look for this, get owner of entity, where else we need to do this. And we can look for owned by player and figure that out. Okay, so here we're creating a landmine and we're getting see, this is on the client. I don't know if I want to do this. Get owner of entity. Yeah, and if it doesn't exist, then we just return null. Okay, how about this? Gets the owning player of the entity, of the given entity. So this is an entity and this is a player. And yeah, Stellar, new lines don't paste into Twitch chat, so every one of your IMs pretty much look the same. Because I'm assuming you were typing out something like this, but it all looks like this in Twitch chat. Lu Long, if you're talking about JavaScript, here's what you should do. Look up JavaScript style guides and pick something that looks... I don't even know what. I'm just going to click this thing. Pick one that looks like something that you think is readable, and that's it, and then just stick to that. I think I stick close to something that Google does. So Google actually has, if you look up their blocks, function declarations, if statements, I don't know, function declarations. So they show you, do not do this, and here's why, and instead do this. So you can see that their if statements look like this. You can look through, if you like this style guide, use it. If not, modify it, use a different one. Okay, we should probably make use of this function, and then we need to finish up landmine stuff. So owner ID is not used anymore after this, but owning player is used. So let's get rid of this stuff. Let's change it to this. Const owning player equals this dot get owner of entity landmine entity. And now we can get rid of all of that code. I like that. I like that much better. Is there anywhere else we can do this? Let's search for owned by player again. So here we get the owned by player, we get the player ID, and we get the owner. And this is a create bot. So we can do the same thing. Const owner equals this dot get owner of entity, bot entity. And now we can get rid of this, and do we need this even? No, we're done with it after that. Yeah, cool. Got rid of another few lines of code. Next, this is just to get the player ID. We could do this differently. No, let's keep that way. That's fine. Then that's fine. Yeah. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, cool. Yep, let's check in. Then we just have a few more things to do, which are pretty straightforward. So create landmine. So we refactored some code with refactored some code now that we have the get owner of entity function. The simulation server doesn't need to be checked in, and finally this. And then, yeah, refactored. I'll just say refactored some code to make it neater. Refactored some code to make it neater. Part of this was refactoring. Part of this is because now we have that function. Okay, good. Stellar pasted this in. Because Switch wouldn't allow him to use new lines. Yeah, so one of the reasons I can tell you briefly, and again, remember, this is all just subjective. Do not worry about if you don't like this or not, just use whatever you like. But one of the reasons why having, pro, more dense, which to some people is actually a con. So pro or con, depending on how you look at it. More dense. And then there's this style. So this takes up 5 lines of code. This takes up, what, 8? Because we, 1, 2, 3? Yeah, 3 more. So one of the things that's nice about this is that if this were an else if, what's nice is, well, alright, I'm not going to talk about this. This really doesn't matter. It's all subjective. I don't need to, I'm done. That was that. Alright, so we're good. Let's close this out. For the else on the same line as the closing bracket? Okay. Hardline, see ya, and thanks for following. And by the way, well, never mind. Whatever. Good luck. Good luck on the test. So fixed animation bug, we're going to do that afterward. Blockly blocks and the sensor ping and then hardware. So let's do these things now, and then let's make sensor ping, which is going to be a very difficult thing to code in the tests, I think. test, and then we can fix it afterward. This stuff will all probably take. This will probably take like 5 or 10 minutes. This will take 5 or 10 minutes. Then this will take possibly a long time, and then the test will take probably about an hour or something. So we should be able to get all this done today. But let's just delve into it. So hardware constants. Let us make landmines. Let's call it landmines, or should we call them mines? I never know whether I should just call these mines or landmines. There's no such thing as sky mines in this game. Whatever, landmine sounds fine. Okay, then we duplicate this. We make this landmines. And then what's the description I use in the prototype game? Hardware.js. Landmines. Lays landmines that explode on enemy machines. Yep, sounds good. Why keyboard cam small? I don't want it to take up too much of the space on the screen. I only just got the camera yesterday. It was a gift from some friends. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's the focus of the stream really. But enough people were asking about it that I thought I'll use it. Animus giant hands and self-conscious. Okay, yeah, let's make hardware tier data, and we'll go into cloaking tier data. I don't know what we're gonna actually put into landmines for right now, so I'm not even really gonna put anything into this. I'll just put tier and slot cost, and landmines won't differentiate themselves amongst the different tiers. So landmine tier data, and we can get rid of these things. Oh wait, let's do this. There. Okay, landmines. Lays landmines that explode on enemy machines. So yeah, there's no difference between level 1 landmine and level 3 landmines. That's totally fine. Next. So we have the landmine hardware. Let's also look up where we use it. I think we just need to put it into Blockly right now. Oh, then the other thing we should do at some point is make it so that AI bots lay landmines every once in a while. Add in the percent chance API. N. There. Okay, so we have the landmine tier data. Good. We need to make use of cloaking now. Let's put that here. So we put landmines. Good, uppercase that, and then put 3 of these here. And we need a color for landmines. Landmines. Let's take a look. What do we have so far as our colors? We have red for lasers, a sort of like reddish orange for missiles, green for harvesting, and black for cloaking. Let's open up the block factory and see what other hues they give us in the range that they have. So I think, what happened to, oh man, I can't even see this. Okay, hue is set to 20. So we used 15 for missiles. So this is 15. What if we just said 30 for landmines? Let's just do it. 30 looks fine. Alright, next we put this down here in landmines. I'm sure there will be pink hardware, but I think pink hardware to me would be something more life-based because it's sort of like a heart. But I don't know. We'll get there. We're not at a lot of the defensive hardware yet. The only real defensive hardware we have is cloaking, and that's not even entirely defensive. You can use cloaking offensively if you want. A lot of the magic is on. Yeah, the mouse I have is pretty crazy. So it's like an MMO mouse, and I use it for navigating between tabs and tabbing up and down and moving windows around. And I very much like this mouse. Okay, so we have landmines, I think, as hardware, and they're a weird color, but that should be fine. So let's see, landmines. Yep, there we go. So there's landmine hardware, and we should test something really quickly. What happens if we try doing something like this? This shouldn't work. Yeah, good, it didn't. The reason why this doesn't work, by the way, is because I have 3 level 3 equipment on, and you're only allowed to have up to 7 total levels. So if I put harvesting level 1, now all of a sudden I can deploy bots. If I try adding lasers into the mix now, it won't work. There's no errors that show up right now, but eventually those will show up. So that's what we have. So I added landmine hardware, but it's not a requirement for laying mines. So let's go make it a requirement for laying mines. We need to go to code execution system, and where we do laser hardware, let's do something similar. Lay mine. Alright, you can't lay mines if you don't have landmine hardware. Cool, so return false. And it's not called lasers, it's called landmines. Alright, there. So that's it. Now let's try that out. That's finished building. So we're going to take this code, and guess what this code's going to do? It's going to move us in a circle. Well, it's going to move us randomly. And the reason why is because we don't have landmine hardware. So once we put landmine hardware on these blocks and then deploy them, now they should lay landmines. And they didn't. Ha 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 ha. Okay, so why didn't they? Did I not let this finish building? That's almost always the problem. Yeah, in fact, I think it is, because you can see there's a was changed and another was changed, but there was no build after the first one. So let's try this out. And then hopefully this won't make a fool out of me this time. Don't you do it, code. Okay, so good. No landmines there. Now we actually equip landmines, and now we get landmines. Excellent. And they're colored green because these won't hurt me. But if I were to connect to the server, you can see these bots. This is back before landmines did damage, so they're just walking over each other's landmines. Anyway, you can see the red landmines at least. You should add the refresh to the build. Wait, what? You mean this build? You're not talking about bot builds, right? What I really should do is have this alert me when a build is done, because I've run into this problem enough times now where I'm kind of surprised I haven't fixed it. But anyway, we added in mine hardware. I don't know if that was 10 or 15 minutes, but it feels like it was. Okay, so we added in hardware there. We're not going to check this in. We check to make sure you have it. We added in the constants for it, and then the tier data. Looks good. Added landmine hardware. Without it, you can't lay mines. So Monadic Mine, when you say add the refresh to the build, do you mean this hole, it detected that another thing was changed, so build that too? Because I think there's some sort of debounce delay. That way if you save, let's say 10 times really quickly, it doesn't kick off 10 different builds. And I think I could probably set that lower. Let's take a look. What does this do? It's refresh. Calls bundle. Bundle. What's bundle? Here it is. But this is based on watch. Oh, add the browser refresh in. Oh, so I don't want to do that because a lot of the times I'll change a variable for later, but I still want to keep testing what I'm doing now. I could have it open a new tab though. But yeah, what I'm concerned with is sometimes what I'll do is I'll say, oh whoops, laser shouldn't have been 1,000 damage. So I'll change it wherever, I don't know where you even coded that, but I'll change it, but I don't want it to actually, I don't want it to close the tab I was in. I suppose I could change my workflow so I don't save files. But I'm worried I'll end up losing more progress than I'll save that. Okay, Blockly blocks. Let's add those in. So we need one for can lay mine and then lay mine. And these are very simple APIs, so this should not take very long to do. So we have something like this in the form of, what is it called? Let's close it up while I have component. Oops. Hit Windows key. Alright, good, that's finished. Let's try this out. So we have can lay mine is closest to can cloak. So let's copy can cloak. And let's make sure we're in the right section for that. Maybe it should prompt you for a refresh. Yeah, that could be true. That could work. I think just alerting me that a build finished is probably a good idea. Or knowing for sure, maybe there could be like some master version number. And that can print somewhere. I don't know. I'm not gonna probably deal with it right now. It's happened enough where I end up just refreshing again and then problems are usually solved. So we're gonna say built-in can lay mine. Is gonna say can lay mine, good, and this turns into can lay mine. So there, that's all it takes. And we coded something new. And we put that here. Okay, good. Then next is lay mine, and lay mine is most similar to cloak. So Terminator cloak. Here we go. We'll say Terminator lay mine, and then we'll copy the one that we have up here. There, and this is lay mine. So let's put that there. Okay, so we should be able to code landmine stuff inside of Blockly now. Unless I screwed something up. Let's try it out. So we'll say if can lay mine, then lay mine. Otherwise, let's just move randomly. And let's put landmines on this machine. And we will deploy this as mine layer. Cool, it worked. So yeah, that's as simple as it is. Like, you don't need to know how to code in Botland. If can lay mine, lay mine. Otherwise, move randomly. And if you want, you could edit that as JavaScript. So there it is. And I can make it move up all the time. And now when I deploy these bots, this mine layer is only ever going to move up when it can't lay a mine. Yeah, looks good. This would be a very difficult game of Minesweeper. What was that? MS Fisher says, "Hey Adam, can I try my new button called Diff 45? How about you try the Diff 10s button?" But yeah, sure. There you go. This is what happens when you give strangers control over your life. Alright, let's do this. So now we have the laymine, can laymine, and laymine APIs. Added Blockly blocks for laymine and can laymine. Alright, good, we got that. Is this changing them all individually? It's actually easier for me to watch my webcam than it is for me to just watch in real life. Alright, your button seems to be working. You know, if Botland doesn't succeed and I need to apply again in the real world, I'm just gonna put this on my resume. Here's what I did for the last year and a half. Hey everyone, welcome back. Oh man, I should probably put a button like that on my site. See, okay, here's the problem. If I put something like that on there, here's what would happen. People would be like, "Oh, see this color loop button over here? That's super fun, right? Wait, what's this diff 45 seconds button?" And they click that, and then it just turns into rave mode in my place. All right, so sensor ping function. This is what we decided on. Make sure we heavily test reveal mines. So this is what we decided on. Reveal mines. Reveal any landmine in your vision until they blow up or you move too far away to see them or they disappear. Now, there actually need to be multiple APIs here. There needs to be reveal mines, and then you have to say is enemy mine at, I guess. Is enemy mine at XY. Wow, oxycodone. I remember I could have applied to MIT, but I saw the application was 13 pages and I immediately threw it out. I didn't even bother trying to apply. 13 pages was just too much for me. Oh, that's a joke. Alright, fine. Wait, did someone just change them to white? Oh, whoa, it's fine. It's still trying to process. Oh my god. Oh, but it's trying to process them now, so they're expired tokens. Wait, why is it changing then? Oh, someone else is here too trying to change them. Who's the other person? Someone's name scrolled by. Crazy Surfer? Darn it, is there a Crazy Surfer in the channel? Crazy Surfer. Oh wow, nice. Okay, yeah. So then Crazy Surfer is the one modifying them now, and I'm just getting a whole bunch of commands from MS Visser. So MS Visser, you should really stop your script from doing this because apparently it is still spamming me, and yeah, so just tone it down a bit. I think. What was my GPA in high school? I don't remember that. Oh, you have 10 pages of bank. Got the memes covered, but are they dank enough? So is enemy mine at? We'll need to code that. And then get entity at. No, we don't need that to do that. Yeah, I wonder if it's still spamming me right now. Yes, it is. Wow. That is rather unfortunate. Oh boy. See, look, Crazy Surfer just did something nice with the lights. You see that, MS Visser? You can spam me 400,000 times. Okay, how is this gonna work? Reveal mines, reveal any landmine in your vision until they blow up or you move too far to see them. So what this means is we probably need something like a revealed landmines component. Can you blow up on the landmine though? How do we do this? Yeah, I can't handle 40 requests per second. I'm not surprised, and I know the reason why I think that's happening. I didn't make this in a smart way or anything, so it's just a PHP script that's opening a TCP socket to me, and opening and closing a socket is probably not something you can do that fast. Oh, the problem is console.log? Oh, didn't realize. Yeah, that's probably also... Yeah, lots of problems. Oh well. The point wasn't ever to let people robotically control my lights in my room. It was to let them, with their human fingers and their human reflexes, control it. So what if we did this? Reveal landmine components, and we kept track of landmines equals... Do we want to keep track of like tile index to a landmine object? Then every time you move, update that component. And then if you try sensing a landmine, check the reveal landmine components first. This sounds silly, but this is what we decided on for game design. I think the game design stuff makes sense, but the code is going to be not the best. What console.log? The console.log on my end. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. I think this makes the most sense. Have we worked out every problem right now? So is enemy mine at will always return false if you don't have a revealed landmines component. Always returns false if you don't have a revealed landmines component. Now, at some point, you'll want to know what it is your bot can see, so we really should serialize this over the network. And then you need to keep track of this on the client also. Oh, it's tedious. It's so tedious. So we probably want this information on the client as well. The client would need to keep track of this. Can you make CMD print hello world? Yeah, sure. Echo hello world. The command you're looking for is echo. If you want to find out more, here's my hacking tutorial. Oh no, I'm not popular enough on YouTube. Alright, here we go. Here's my hacking tutorial video if you want to become a master hacker. What is this, Interstellar? You expect me to understand Morse code when flashed through my lights? If I were the protagonist in that movie, everyone would have died at the end because I couldn't have saved the Earth. Okay, so we probably want this information on the client as well. That means the client needs to keep track of this too. So when you call reveal minds, we only need to send information to the owner, and we need to save some information too. But then every time you move, the client needs to know if that mind was tracked. The client needs to check all of its bots for, oh man, this is not good. For if a landmine was tracked. I don't know if we should do this part right now because we don't have bot vision in the game yet. Well, we don't really. Everyone, it censored what you said, so I don't know. I don't know what that word could have been, given that you put 1010 afterward. How would this even work on the server, though? When a landmine explodes, anything that was tracking it needs to untrack it. But you don't necessarily... How do I want this to work? Good God, what's happened to the arena? It's been overrun with landmines. Not if I have anything to say about it. There we go. Alright, let's put in the landmine code, and I'll just kind of... Oh, whoops. I forgot the hardware. Okay, yeah, let's just do that. So, we've got some landmines here now. So imagine that you're this bot, and you revealed this, and let's say it was an enemy landmine. Now you can see it until you move too far away, or it goes kaput, or something else happens, or blows up, which is it going kaput. And right, MS Mister, you can't turn off the lights from the website. I thought if people could turn off the lights, then it'd be very dark in my room for a lot of the day. So... when this landmine dies, we could have a reference to any bots that are keeping track of it. The bots might have died too. So, in order for this to work, landmines need to have a component on them that doesn't need to be serialized, called something like tracking bots tracking this entity, and now it have an entity ID, or maybe you could just store a bot reference in it directly, or maybe it could be a reveal landmines component. Components tracking this entity, reveal landmine components tracking this component. God, this is a naming nightmare. But suppose we did something like that. We could make it an entity ID. We could even make it an entity for all that matters. So realize that the entity may have died since it began tracking. Okay, so I think the tracking is straightforward enough. Well, let's work through this. I think I've made enough progress on the design of this. Let's go to code API constants. We'll add in, this will be a terminator actually. It'll be the first terminator that doesn't change the state of the game. It only changes the state of your bot. So it'll look like you did nothing. Reveal minds. We might want to send a message out to everyone in case we want to animate something like this. But we don't yet. So for now we have this. Okay, so reveal minds, let's code it. Code execution system. We say Terminator available to users. Good. We do this. We take this up to here. Reveal minds is good. Alright. Now, if you can't run Terminators, return false. This is at the top of every single Terminator. Next, find any mines in range and mark them as revealed. Tell the owning player, tell the owner about this information. Well, it makes sense. I should do this at some point. Maybe tomorrow we do this, but make it so that holding V and clicking the bot for now will show that bot's vision. Make sure it shows minds. Make sure they're revealed correctly. This is actually gonna be really tough to do, I think. So find any mines in range, mark them as revealed. So we would need a reveal landmines component. This doesn't necessarily have to be on a bot until they call the reveal function. But once it's on the bot, then we want to add to it. So find any mines in range and mark them as revealed. Tell the owner about this information. Okay, so finding mines in range. We have done this before in something like fire lasers. Well, no, we did something like get closest to entity. Let's take a look at the shared arena. Closest. So this is the get closest bot matching flags. We want to get all bots matching flags, and there's a place where we do sort by this. This is get closest entity. We should write a get all entities. In fact, I think that would be very easy to do. So get all entities in range. We don't even need to say in range. Get all entities. Well, in range is implied, I suppose. Entity type, reference entity, and flags. So we now copy the entirety of this function, and at the end of it, we just return entities. Done. Or null? I don't think that's a good idea. If entities.length is 0, still just return entities. Yeah, there we go. Next, get closest entity. So now we say const entities equals, no, we say let entities equal this dot that, and we take all of these. Good. Now it's only the bottom of this function that's different. So I think we're done now. Okay, cool. Yeah. So then we just need to comment this function. Gets all entities of a certain type matching the flags you pass in, and this is not a question mark anymore, this is an array of entity. And even that may not be correct. Yeah, this isn't true. Get all entities in range. What we push on here is it's just an entity. That seems a little silly. Okay, fine. Then this is an array of entities. So now we have all of the entities, and this is no longer even the case. This should start close to the machine and work its way outward so they can bail out early. Yeah. I guess what we could say is note to do if you're only looking for the closest entity, then this should start close to the machine and work its way outward so that it can bail early when it finds something close enough. Note that we don't want to do this. Note that we don't want to do unless we require determinism. That's not even, I don't even care about that. That doesn't matter. Yeah. Get all entities of a certain. Yep. So now we have this function. Now we can call this from in here. So we go back to this and we say this dot arena dot get all entities. So let's say const landmine entities. Get all entities arranged. We want entity type. The type is going to be entity type dot resource, which doesn't even exist right now. Entity type, or not resource. Did I say resource? Landmine. All right. So we take in that landmine. We pass in a reference entity of the active bot, and then we pass in flags. Our flags are going to be constants.entity match flags dot, and let's take a look at what we have for these. So there's faux needs to be there. Is landmine needs to be there. And that's it, actually. Just faux landmines. Cosinatense. Alright. So those are our flags. We pass those in. We should have all the landmine entities that you could see if you were able to sense them, which now you are because this is called reveal landmines. So you have them, we need to mark them as revealed. So here's where we're going to need this reveal landmines component. Let's look at, oh, and this is going to be serialized, right? Yeah, it needs to be, yeah, yep. Okay, so reveal landmines component.js. Search for isBot, and we turn this into reveal landmines. So this component keeps track of landmines that you revealed with reveal, what did I call that, mines? Alright, and then in the constructor we take in reveal landmines is an empty array, yeah. This dot reveal landmines equals reveal landmines. Then we return it here. What are these again? Did I want to say that this is like a tile mapping to a landmine object? I'm not totally sure what these are even going to be. Figure out what this is. But we need a component name for this. Instead of isBot, it's going to be reveal landmines. Oh, we can take this one up. Alright, so we have the landmine entities. If landmine entities dot length is greater than 0, then we will add a component if it doesn't already exist. So get component, revealed landmine component, and this is going to be that way. Good. Then we. So, okay, how about this? If it doesn't exist, then we say, we make it new reveal landmines component, so that no matter what now, we will have it. Now we might be getting the same landmines more than once. We need to handle that case too. In fact, there are a lot of things that can go wrong with this component that I'm making. So, you may have already tracked some of these landmines. Make sure they don't get duplicated. That's actually an indication of what data structure we should be using. So it shouldn't be an array, not that I was ever planning on that. How do I want to do this? Well, what would make this easiest for next time? When you... Yeah, I think tile index makes the most sense. Tile index to a landmine. And it could be that these are landmine entity IDs or real IDs, I suppose. Does it make more sense to put the object directly in there or the real ID of the mine? Avathur, I don't ever play music, so I don't think that's ever gonna get processed. Well, if we put in the object directly, what could we do differently? Like when we try, is enemy mine at? I think let's just put in the real ID. That way it's easier to serialize this. It'll make things a little tougher to add and remove, but that's okay. Yeah, let's try it out. So we can say revealed landmines component dot reveal landmines. Did I make this in array? That was stupid. There, it's an empty object. Yep, and that's wrong too. Yeah, so basically all that didn't work. Alright, there. So this, and then our key is going to be the tile that it's on, which we get from the physics component. So I guess we iterate over this. We say landmine entities dot length. That's all fine, and we say the physics let. And Spencer says I added Morse code. Okay, Murphy. I don't think I'm gonna give you another token for a little bit. We give you more incentive to win a giveaway, even though it's random right now. You may have already tracked some of these landmines. Make sure they don't get duplicated. Okay, so we go through each entity. Let landmine entity equal that. Then we mark each one as revealed. So we need to get the tile that it's on. Let's do get component, physics component on the landmine entity. And we say const tile x equals physics component dot tile x, and tile y is the same way. Then we get the tile, this dot arena dot get tile, tile x, tile y, and we say, actually we can get the tile index, shared arena get tile index, get index from tile. Yeah, this is what we want. So const tile index equals this dot arena dot get that. Good. So now the tile index we're going to set to the entity's real ID. So let's also do get component ID component, and we'll do that. Oh, okay. I think that's what we want. Thomas Fisher says, and I was so nice to add a change to white again after all the craziness. Yeah, but unless you timed it correctly so that you're not sending requests too quickly, then that white request will just get queued and it won't get processed until after your token ran out. I wonder, Ms. Visser, can you, if you saw a light flashing and you knew before going into it that it was Morse code, do you think you'd be able to determine what the message is? Oh, okay, here's a really specific situation. Someone is robbing me, like on stream, but for some reason the only way I can let you guys know that I'm being robbed, because it's on stream but it's happening off screen, is through my lights. And for some reason they're letting me do this. They're like, oh, he's just messing with his lights before he dies. Yeah, okay, cool. And I communicate to you guys, call 911. So no one would be able to read that, right? Alright, great. Now that would never happen because I just type it here and say call 911. But you don't even know where I live, so it wouldn't matter. Which is why I should put my address out there for just everyone to see. Okay, we get the landmine entities, we go through them, and we get the tile index that they're on, and then their real ID, and we mark them all as revealed. And the other thing we need to do is put in the landmine that this entity has tracked the landmines. Okay. Yeah, SOS is easy enough to remember, but I don't think I'll ever be in a situation where I ever need to know that. I hope I'm never in a situation like that. Like, we live in a world now where everyone has cell phones, and long distance communication is very easy. Alright, we're gonna need to do this. What else do we have here? So every time you move, update this component. The other thing is we need to tell so we're gonna have a couple of to-do items here. To do, and then we also have to do tell the client about the newly added revealed landmines, or just serialize the whole component. I don't know. This is kind of a tough change. Then when you move, update the component. All right. So when you move, we do verify move and send. If your tile actually changed, but what else updates this? So landmines blow up, update the component. Landmines go out of range. Those are the only two things that can happen. Or if landmines ever got deleted somehow, landmines get destroyed in some other way. Update the component. So here everything converges on bot moved here. So we really should put this into that code. Shared arena bot moved. Especially because if we do this correctly, then the client can call into this too. In fact, the client might already call into this. What does it do? Bot moved. Move bot. What do they call this? Move bot. There it is. Does this call into the super class? Oh, it doesn't. It does not. Why wouldn't it? Old tile. So we just update what's on the tiles. I guess because we don't need to know about it necessarily. So fine. Here's what we'll do, because this is kind of silly. So we'll do this dot update tracked update revealed landmines. And I'll put this here. Update revealed landmines. Oh, we need to pass the bot entity. Bot entity. So this is a bot entity. If it doesn't exist, then we can just return. So now we know for sure it exists. And we need to call this from the client as well. So let's do this after we've moved. This dot update reveal landmines bot entity. Did we add or remove any components and not update an indexer? You bet we did. You bet we did. And we did it in the code execution system. We did it in reveal lines. Yeah, here. We never added it to the entity though. Oh, I'm screwing up everything. This dot active bot dot add component. Reveal landmine component. Now, every other time we've done add component, we updated this. Update by real ID. Yeah, so let's put that here. Okay. What next? So we have a bunch of tell the client stuff, but then we have this. So here, we need to go through each tile and see if you can still sense it. For let tile index in reveal landmine components dot revealed. Let's put this here. Const revealed landmines equals the revealed landmine components dot revealed landmines. Okay. So now we can put this here. So for each one of these, let's get the tile. Const tile equals this dot get tile. No, we can just say this dot tile. Tile index. Wait, so we have the tile. We need to check to see, can you sense this tile? And I believe can sense tile is now in this. Whoops. Can sense tile. Excellent. Takes in an entity and an X and a Y. So let's put those things in here. If not, this dot can sense tile takes in a bot entity and then a tile dot X and a tile dot Y. So if you can't sense the tile, then delete reveal landmines tile index. And to do update the mine about this too, since it no longer has a tracker. Okay, so every time we move, we check to see if you can still sense all of the landmines that you could sense before, that you revealed. And if not, we delete it, so it'll no longer be revealed. Now what we could do is, we could mark this component as no longer existent if you're not revealing any landmines anymore. But chances are we won't need to do that. And I could explain that, but I don't think anyone cares. Update the mine about this since it no longer has a tracker. Okay, so we've done this part now. Now when landmines blow up, we also need to handle that. And landmines can only blow up in one place. And unfortunately I didn't put detonate in the name of the function. So check for landmines. In here, if a landmine blows up, we need to tell, so yeah, this is dead. So tell any bots that had revealed this landmine that the mine blew up. Okay, so we have like 4 to-do items that I just coded in, and now we need to, well, that I commented in, and now we need to write all of them. Did I write something here about, yeah, I did. Okay, so when we go out of range, it's already done. When they blow up, we need to handle this also. So we know what landmine just blew up, but we don't have a list of how to update it. The landmine should be keeping track of the list, which means we need to make that component. And the component was this thing, bots tracking this entity. It's more like tracking landmine trackers component, I guess is what I could call this. And this is going to contain, this is the thing that never doesn't need to be serialized. Now what does this contain? We need either, so we're gonna need to get, we will need to get the entity so that we can run CanSense tile with that entity. So we either need an entity ID or just the entity reference itself. I don't think that level of indirection is necessary, and since we never serialize this component, I think we can just put entities into here. So let's make the landmine trackers component. Let's save this as landmine trackers component. And we'll put this here. Okay, so an entity with a revealed landmines component is tracking certain landmines. In order to know when those landmines blow up, the landmines also have an association back to the trackers via this component. Alright, now isBot, I never even changed over here to be honest, so let's go back to reveal landmines component and then our component names. So we never put this here, that is important, and we also didn't ever do this, landmine trackers. Okay, good. Put that there. Next, it's like landmine trackers goes into here. And we said we want their entity, and we can store it by something like entity ID if we felt like. Chances are each landmine will not have very many of these. So if it is an array and we iterate over it in O of n, it's going to be like an n of 2 or 3, which is not very much. So we could just make this an array. Well, I think what I'll do is this. And this doesn't need to be serialized, so we return null from here. And we don't need a deserialized function. Alright, next. the landmine that is going to be tracked needs a way to register this. So a lot of these to-do items are going to need to modify that component. Make sure that it exists in the first place. So I did this in what, code execution system? Put in the landmine that this entity has tracked the landmine. This entity has tracked it. The arena should handle doing this. The arena should have something like landmine gained tracker. We can just have it take in a bot entity. Yeah, I think that's fine. Shared arena. I just need to make sure to comment all of this stuff. So landmine gained tracker entity. And here's what we do. Go in the landmine entity. Alright, so we do this.arena.landmine gained tracker, and we pass in the landmine entity and then the active bot. Okay, so put in the landmine that this entity has tracked it. And then tell the client about that stuff. Yeah, sure, that's going to be necessary at some point, but I'm not going to do that yet. So in here, we need to import this component. Import this from ECS. And the way that this works is going to be like this. We'll do get component, landmine trackers component, and this is going to be this. If it doesn't exist, then we make it. Let LTC equals new landmine tracker component. Okay, now we know for sure that it exists. So we modify it by saying, I don't even know what we called that. Landmine trackers equals, no, we take in the, what do we want this to be? I suppose the real ID. So we could say something like get component ID component of tracker entity. And then we say that the ID equals the tracker entity. Alright, next we call this function from, I think just here, this is the only place we can gain a tracker. Good. So then there was another to-do item in the shared arena when you blew up a landmine, which is here. So to do, tell any bots that had revealed this landmine that the mine blew up. So we can say get component landmine trackers component. Good. If it exists, then we need to iterate over, so for let real ID in this dot landmine trackers. No, the entity may have died since we could end up with it ungarbaged cleaned up items if we do this. So the entity may have died since it started tracking. We need to write a delete entity function. Write a delete entity or dispose function on entity that will go through each component and dispose it. This is good for cleaning up references. Alright, so the entity may have died since it started tracking. I think that's okay. No, but then its components might have been disposed. Anyway, the way we do this is this. We say get component. No, we don't. We say let tracker entity equals this real ID. Then we say get component of what? Revealed landmines. And this is on the tracker entity. So if it exists, we delete this from there. And that was currently stored in here by the tile index. So as long as the landmine's tile index doesn't change, then we're fine. So landmines basically can never move this way. Otherwise you need to be able to update things that are tracking them. Okay, well, we need to write a lot of tests for this, but we know that. So reveal landmine components, we need to get the tile index of the tile that we're on. And in order to do that, we have a tile. Oh, thank goodness. So what does tile.js have? It has a tile index in it. Okay, good. So then we can do this. We can say delete tile.tileIndex. Okay, so this is what we want, and then we just put it to do here for put this in its own function. So yeah, Ms. Visser. Alright, so anything tracking a landmine, we're going to go through, first of all, we check to see, did this landmine even have things that were tracking it? If it does, then we go through everything that it was tracking it, and we get its revealed landmines component, and if that exists, which it should, then we delete it from there. So this entity, this landmine died, so it's no longer a revealed landmine. Okay. So the only other thing that needs to happen is the client needs to be told about it. But we don't actually need to tell the client about it yet. We only need to do that once we get Vision working. Note that I am not sending reveal landmines component over the wire yet, and I haven't ensured that it gets updated. So that would need to be done. So I'm just going to leave this as a to-do item is what I'm getting at. So now what's left to do here? When you call reveal mines, oh, we also need to say this .ran terminator. That's important. So when you call reveal mines, we get all the landmines that you can see. Then if there were some that were returned, we check to see if we already have a revealed landmines component so that we can add to it. If not, then we give ourselves that component, so that's fine. Then we go through each landmine entity, we get its tile index, and then its real ID, and we store that in revealed landmines. So is there any way? So you're technically getting information you shouldn't have. Oh, I guess if you go out of sight, then you also lose track of them. Did we do that already? I think we did. In bot move, we call update reveal landmines, and then in here, update the mine about this too. Oh, so there was one more to do item. So here's one bookmark I gotta set, and the other one was revealed. I don't remember where it was. Let's just hit Control Z. So this is yeah, we do need this in its own function. So when a landmine blows up, this dot update landmine trackers. Update landmine trackers, and we need to pass it. There's just entity. There should be landmine entity, and then tracker entity. No, so we just need that. So this needs to pass in the landmine entity. Okay, good. So if not until that exists, then let's just return to this function. And that way this doesn't need to be tabbed in so far. Good. Okay. Yeah. So we can call this now from our to-do item, which has apparently been deleted. Here it is. So this dot update landmine trackers on the landmine entity. So we need to go through, what is this? This is a real ID of the landmine. So we say const landmine real ID equals that. Then const landmine entity equals this dot entities by real ID, and real ID. And then we update that. Good. Does that even make sense? No, that doesn't make sense. Man. Okay, so what are we doing here? What does this function do? This is when a bot moved. So when a bot moves or is killed, oh, that's another thing I have to do. Yeah, this is very complex logic. When a bot dies, make sure to update the landmines that it tracked. We don't necessarily have to do that, but when a bot moves or is killed, update any landmines that it had revealed. So what's right here? You can no longer sense this landmine, so stop tracking it and tell it that we stopped tracking it. So this update landmine trackers, I don't think this is correct. This goes through, yeah, this is done even if the landmine is killed. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom and then ponder this problem. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. So update reveal landmines. When a bot moves or is killed, update any landmines that it had revealed. Well, how about this? Let's just keep it for when a bot moves, update any landmines that it had revealed to check if it can still reveal them. If not, So you can no longer sense this landmine, so stop tracking it and tell it that we've stopped tracking it. So here we stop tracking it with the delete part. Then as far as updating it, no, what we actually want to do, what if we just went through it ourselves? We went through, it doesn't make any sense though. Like, should this landmine check to see if all of its bots can sense it? I'm not sure what to do there. I think it would need to. So we go through all the trackers, we get the tracker entity, and yeah, okay, this is a mess because I'm trying using the bold places and I need to be. Otherwise, bots might be wrong about this stuff. Okay, let's take a step back. So let's copy all this code over here for now. Let's think about how I want to do this. So let's just take it a step at a time. We'll get it to work from one end first. So here, when we can't sense the tile anymore, delete it from the bot. So now it's no longer being tracked, but the landmine thinks that there's a tracker for it. Now what does that matter? Well, let's go back to the notes and figure out why I even coded it that way to begin with. Right, so if the landmines blew up, that way the bots could know about it. Yes. Okay. So let's try that. Update landmine trackers is only called from when the bot is blown up and from this other function here, which needs to be changed. So let's say update landmine trackers this is called when the landmine blows up and it needs to tell all trackers that it died. That way the bots don't think there's still a landmine there. Okay, so we go through everything that's tracking it. We get the entity and we just delete it from its... Okay, so now it's no longer being tracked by that entity. Okay, good. So then let's just hard code into here one special case of this. So we get the entity, and instead of doing this part, let's do this. Get component, and we get the tracker component. Yeah, this. Landmine tracker component. Okay, good. So we have a landmine tracker component. And next, landmine tracker component dot, let's take a look at what we have there. Landmine trackers. And we store it by a bot's real ID. So we need the real ID of this bot. Yeah, the real ID of this bot. Okay, get ID component, or get component ID of the bot entity. Alright, so we have the ID component. Now, the bot's ID. Bot real ID with ID component.id. Alright, next when we delete this, do it this way. Okay, good. So now the landmine doesn't know about the bot, and the bot doesn't know about the landmine because the bot moved and couldn't see it anymore. So that's one case. The other case is the landmine blows up. When the landmine blows up, we call update landmine trackers, which goes through everything that was tracking it and deletes it from there. Then when the bot dies, we need to tell any landmines it was tracking to stop tracking them. So how do we want to do this? Do do we even need to do that necessarily? The landmine doesn't really need to know who's tracking it. Yeah, we don't need to do that. We could just say this. Note the entity may have died since it started tracking. Landmines aren't updated when a bot dies. Why do we even do it that way? Oh, because that means a landmine could just get like infinite trackers on it. We should update it. Oh, fine. Okay, so when a bot dies. Alright, where do bots die? Mark entity dead. So if the entity is a bot, we need to say we don't care if it's a bot or not. All we care about is this. Get component. It's revealed landmines. So get revealed landmines on the entity. Good. If this entity had revealed landmines, then tell all of the landmines that this entity died. So we go through them just like we had before. Const reveal landmines is this. Then we go through let, what is this? This. So we take the same code for let tile index and reveal landmines. We don't even need the tile at this point, do we? This navigates to a landmines. Man, this is difficult. This isn't even correct. This is dot reveal landmines. Alright, but then where do we store in here? Landmine real ID. Okay, that's what we're using. Right, so then when it's mark entity dead, in here we want this. So we say landmine real ID equals revealed landmines tile index. Then we get the landmine entity, envies dot by real ID, landmine real ID. Then we go through its landmine trackers component. Oh man, this is ridiculous. Landmine trackers component equals landmine entity dot get component landmine trackers. Okay, and if util dot exists. So if that exists, then we go through, well no, we don't need to go through it, we just need to delete this dot landmine trackers, and this is the dying bot's real ID, which we don't even have in this function. Well, we can get it. Equals ID component dot ID. Okay, I think that's it. I'm sure there's some bugs here. I don't know how to make this any better. So when I say note the entity may have died, that's not even true. Yeah, there shouldn't be any dead entities here anymore. Testing if this works, I'm going to need to do this at an API level, I think. But anyway, let's see. Is the code even building right now? It looks like it is. So can I run the game? Mine stopped being laid. Oh boy. Why is that? Oh, because that doesn't have mine hardware. Well, that's totally fine actually. This just needs to have. Let's change this to a little. Oh, we can't do that. Let's just get rid of this thing. And then let's comment that out too. And what we should have happen after this is done building is that all of the bots in this arena now shoot lasers at each other and collect resources and all that other good stuff that they were doing before this. So yeah, they're cloaking, they're doing whatever else. Let's set the time to 0 or 1 or just something super fast. Where do I do this? There we go. Okay, yeah. So if this hasn't crashed already, and we should see these resources go away. Yeah, we are. Sure. So that's fine. Okay, landmine tracking. We gotta write test for it. The only way to do that is to add in one other API called isEnemyMineAt, and that's a built-in. So instead of where's isEntityAt? Is that even the thing? There's getEntityAt, but we need to say something like this: isEnemyMineAt, and then the code execution system. Let's code that up. Built-in, available to users. Let's do this. isEnemyMineAt, and we say tile x, tile y. Alright, how does this work? We just look in our revealed mines. Okay, yeah, sure, that should be how this works. This should be incredibly simple now. Reveal landmines component. We do something like this. You can say that that's const. If it doesn't exist, we just return false. You don't have any revealed landmines. And instead of entity, we say .active bot. And where did I pull that code from anyway? This .entity dot get component? Entity dot get component? Where? This is all fine, because those are arguments. But what's this? This isn't right. No, it's definitely isn't right. It's this .active bot. Yeah, I really gotta change that. That should. I wrote entity all over the place, and it's not a thing. ID component. What is this? What is this supposed to be? It's supposed to be the landmine entity. Landmine entity. So const landmine ID. This will make it blatantly obvious to me. And then we can say this here. Landmine real ID. Let me just change the name of this. Okay. Yeah, so let's go back to isEnemyMineAt. So if we have this, then we can test this pretty easily by doing something like this. Const tile index equals this dot arena dot get, and it is called get tile index. Tile index is in this somewhere. Get index from tile, this is it. So we call this function tile x, tile y. And then if that's not in bounds, so I guess there are two checks we can do really fast. If not, this dot is arena dot is tile in bounds, tile x, tile y, then we can just return false. There are no mines out of bounds. And then we get the tile index and we check in our revealed landmines const reveal landmines equal reveal landmines component dot reveal landmines. Good, and then this is stored by tile index. So return this tile index. If this exists, until that exists, then we should be fine. Okay, and now we test it. And boy, won't this be a hoot. Because the first thing we need to do in order to test this is undo some of these changes we had. We need to add, let's go into hardware constants, No, wait, no, define constants. We go into here, and in a little of everything, a bit of each, I should say. In a bit of each, we're going to add landmines. Alright, and now this will have a bit of each. We can also put cloaking in here. Might as well, until we're at 7. It's fine to do that. So now there's a mine layer. Okay, and the code that we want is going to be this. We want to say update equals function. Let's just make it do this once. So reveal equals true. If reveal landmines. I don't think it's even called that. Reveal equals false. So what did I call it? Code API constants reveal mines. Yeah, so that's what I want. Okay, then tell me if is enemy mine at I don't know, let's just do 1 0, then fire lasers up. Okay, this whatever. Let's try this out. So there should be a mine layer, good. And then when I deploy my bot, I need to make sure it's got lasers on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he should be able to sense that. He did reveal mines. Error, get closest entity. Entity type not recognized for. Whoops. Get closest entity. Where does it say entity type not recognized? Yeah, I forgot to modify a couple functions. Alright, fine. Well, at least that's a simple thing. We can put in landmine is landmine. Let's make sure that we typed all that correctly. There's landmine and is landmine. That's correct. Next, in get entity matching flags, we check to see if you're looking for a landmine. Perfect. Okay, that should modify this code. Good. And then we want to test this exact same code up there. Deploy. We got it. Oh, there we go. Unfortunately, this is all the way at the top, so we need to deploy a bot that's close to the upper left, but not on the upper left. So this should be shooting landmines up, or not landmines, lasers up, and it's not. It says landmine entity.get component is not a function, which means that landmine entity is probably an entity with ID, which is almost certainly what happened. I'm pretty sure I know what happened then. Get this matching flags on tile. This returns an entity with ID, and then this is called from here. We need to put a breakpoint there, which means we need to change this. So let's copy this code again. If we can get this to work, even just a little bit, then we can test all the rest of this in an automated way, because this is going to be a problem API. I already know it. Alright, here we go. So there's an error. Let's fix this bug, whatever this is. Let's look up error.stack. Landmine get component is not a function. So landmine entity doesn't exist. Well, what is it? I probably can't even check because we're not there right now. So let's just put a breakpoint there and then refresh. Except for we can't do that because then we don't have code. So let's copy the code that we had before. So let's do that. It should break in. Oh, it only breaks in if we deploy one that's close enough. There we go. Okay, so first of all, where are we? This.activeBot. No, this.x and this.y. We're at 5.5. That's not close enough. Well, whatever. What is landmine entities? It's one object. And it is an entity and a distance. So, that was a mistake. I know what happened here. We said get entities. Wait, no, not that. Get, what did I call this? Get all entities in range? Yeah, this. So get all entities in range. This returns entities with distance on them. So what we actually need to do is take out the distance from all of these. We could make a meta argument here, something about like how do we want this function to run, or we could refactor this into a different function entirely. So either we take in an argument and then we don't put distance here if we don't want distance. Okay, deleted. There you go. Or we could just prune this out, or we could write a utility function. Util.exists entity with ID. Okay. Let's say, no, let's just prune it out of here. No, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, let's say this. Include distance. No. The only way we ever want to call this is without the distance. So let's write another function that does what we actually want. So we'll say get all entities in range. Or we could just assume that this is going to have the distance in it. Yeah, let's assume that. So now when we get the landmine entities, then we iterate over this. This is really landmine entities with distance. Yeah. Landmine entities with distance. So then the entity itself is just this. Okay, let's wait for that to finish building. Alright, then, dear readers, we try again. And we just keep trying until this works. And we have to put lasers on it, otherwise it won't work at all. Aha! So what does this do? Is this an entity at this point? Landmine entity. It is. Oh, but we have a breakpoint here, that's why it's broken. Well, that makes sense. Let's just the play button. Oh, but we break in somewhere else. Entity is not defined, and this is another classic mistake of my, what's it called? My snippet that I'm using. So this, where is this coming from? If I try putting a breakpoint here, it'll switch into the code it's supposed to be. Landmine game tracker. Landmine game tracker. That is here. And it's landmine entity. Okay. Now we try again. We'll eventually fix all these errors. And we found 4 or 5 while we were coding it, so there were bound to be more. And I do plan on testing all this a lot. Hey, Delay. I noticed you followed me on YouTube. Thank you very much. Oops, we gotta put this here. Okay, and we broke it again. Tracker ID is not defined. Let's just keep drilling through these. Tracker ID. Well, again, let's try putting this here. It's landmine game tracker, which is where we just were. So tracker ID is not defined. Because it isn't defined. Tracker ID.get component. It was supposed to be tracker entity.get component. Yeah, that's what we wanted. Let's put this into a new notepad file so that it's just more easily accessible. We can cut out this stuff. Don't forget to add lasers. Alright. Deploy. Oh, whoa, I think it's working. Yeah, cool. So the only bots that are shooting up right now are the ones that can see this particular landmine. Oh man, okay, that was intense. There's a lot of code there, and I'm gonna go get some water. Oof. I was not expecting to even code that today. And I'm sure there's still tons of bugs with it. Like, there have to be. And we're gonna have to write extensive tests for this. Because this is the kind of thing that can regress with the simplest changes. So what we've just done is now landmines can't move. Not that they can move anyway. Or not that that was planned, I should say. So now you can tell if there's an enemy landmine somewhere. So here are the different tests we're going to have to do. So this is definitely something we have to do at some point, sure. But, and that's done. So reveal mines is pretty much done. Actually, we should read through this for a different test. So, test. Is enemy mine at? Make sure. Let's over it this way. Test. And reveal landmines. So, reveal an allied landmine and check is enemy mine at. Try not revealing it. And make sure it doesn't return true. Alright, see you delay. And hey, thanks for the follow, Wolfrix. You'll get a link to control my lights in a little bit, so sometime in the next minute. But it's on color loop right now, so if you want to be able to control them, turn them off color loop first, or wait long enough and they'll just turn off color loop themselves. Oh, there. It looks like. Wait, is that you? Did you just figure it out? No, that was deleted. Wait, how did that happen? What? Two of the lights changed back to... When was this? This is it. Yeah, this was 5 minutes ago. So that means there's a bug in my light changing stuff. Because these went back to pink. Oh well, whatever. Anyway, Wolfrix, you should be able to just control the lights now. Alright. So you want to test that out. We want to test reveal a mine, have it blow up, then make sure you can't see it. Reveal a mine, blow the bot up. Wolfrix, it'll still work on your phone. Unless you don't get whispers on your phone, then it won't work. And then sometime when you're not on your phone, just send me a message and I'll give you a token. So reveal a mine, blow the bot up, make sure the mine isn't being tracked by the bot anymore. Reveal a mine, move out of range, make sure you can't see the mine. These need to be at an API level, almost. What else is there? So, don't reveal mines, and test if is enemy mine at works on a landmine that you can't see, I suppose. So what other test cases are there? Trying to reveal your own mines, despite that the API says is enemy mine at. And then revealing a mine and then later it blows up. And I suppose try revealing multiple mines. Reveal multiple mines, make sure you can see them all. Yes. Okay. Okay, so we gotta check in the code. And this is gonna take, I don't know, 15 minutes just to clean up. Then we gotta start writing tests. Well, here is an alone update revealed landmines bot entity. See, I suppose this makes sense, but this needs to be called from many different places. I'm gonna just save this for later, I think. When a bot dies, when a bot moves, when a landmine blows up. Those are the three cases where this can happen. And if a landmine never got removed, it should happen there too. So I should write functions for all of those things. But the client's just not even going to bother tracking it. It doesn't make sense. In here, we don't need to check that in. We don't need to check that in, and we don't need to check this in. So those things are all fine. Next, we have the reveal mines and is enemy mine at. These functions actually aren't too bad. We're going to look through them. So let's do that now. Code execution system. Wolfrix says, I'll go to sleep in a few minutes. Came to subscribe before. Well, thank you. And yeah, I hope you like this stream. Let me know if there's anything you think I can do better. the last improvement we made was this morning when I put the keyboard here. Or rather, see, this is how you can tell I'm not focusing on what I'm saying. The keyboard's been here for the last month and a half. The microphone is now here. Ah, yes, my site. The site is horrible. Yeah, I need to. This Thursday, so 2 days from now, I'm going to talk to the designer about how we can improve this. Although I think there are already some things in the works for this. I haven't had a lot of time to track some of these things. Plus, I've been working every day with Botland stuff. But yeah, I agree, and thank you, Wolfrix. Also, I saw whoops, I accidentally clicked Facebook. No, Reddit. I saw Reddit got another follower. We're at 16 now. And now I'm not the only person upvoting Reddit posts. There's really not much going on in the Reddit right now. There's just posts to my YouTube, which is thanks to Metsudo. And the YouTube videos that I have, I think are actually, I always try to make them as short as possible for you guys. So that way you don't have to sit through a bunch of like VOD material, basically. Alright, let's take a look at this. So find any mines in range and mark them as revealed. Tell the owner about this information. So first we need to find mines. So we find enemy landmines. We return them all. Then if we returned any of them, so make sure the active bot has a revealed landmines component, since we will definitely be adding to it. Okay, good. And then we update it. That's fine too. That's all good. The landmine, we do the same thing somewhere. So we've added it. So if I just go to diff all and I look for add component and remove component, here's an add component. Actually, what? There should be one more. That doesn't make any sense. No, this doesn't make any sense. Landmine game tracker should have this. I never add the component. Wow. Okay, landmine entity dot add component. Well, that was a bug that we hopefully would have discovered at some point. So add component, landmine trackers component. Hey, Oxycodone. So add the component and then update the indexer. So we're in the shared arena. This dot update indexer update. What are these functions called? And the indexer for entity. Landmine entity. This should work. Oh, that takes in an entity ID. You can't just say, oh man. We don't have an entity ID, so we need to get the real ID. Const ID component, landmine ID component equal landmine entity dot get component names ID. Okay, does that even work? It's update by real ID. Or we could just do this, I guess. Okay, good. So that's fine. Now let's continue looking through this code. So in the code execution system. Alright, so note, you may have already tracked some of these landmines. Make sure they don't get duplicated. Yeah, by the sake of these being objects, they shouldn't get duplicated. Because we only ever set this here. Or do we have a problem? No, I don't think so. Man, I should stand up for some part of today. I've been sitting like all day. Okay, landmine entity. So we get the entity from there, we get its coordinates. In fact, maybe what we should write somewhere is like get tile from entity. I could see that coming in handy because I frequently find myself doing this, and it's not like I need to modify it. let's write that really fast, and then wherever we can use it, we'll use it. So we'll say get tile from entity, and this will do get component physics. If not util.exists physics, well, let's assert that it exists. Util.exists physics component. Get tile from entity on an entity without a physics component. In fact, I don't think there's a single component we've made yet that doesn't have a physics component. I think it's like a laser component is that way, maybe, or a laser entity. I think you should do some yoga on camp. Get the fuck. So get tile from entity. Next we return this dot get tile physics component dot tile x physics component dot tile y. Okay. So now in here we only care about, we can say const landmine tile equals this dot arena dot get tile from entity landmine entity. So now that we have the tile, we don't need the physics component, we don't need the tile x and tile y, and we don't need that anymore. Well, we could use this. We could do this. Tile index. Excellent. So that got rid of some code. And we should write make use of get tile from entity where appropriate. Trying to watch to see if my keyboard cam is actually watching my fingers, and then I got distracted while I was typing. It makes it so that we don't need to get a physics component if we're not going to modify it. Yeah, I think it'll help out a lot of things. So code execution system, let's take a look at this again. We have these things too, which I think I also made a function for that, right? Get shared arena, get real ID? No. Get ID. Whatever, I should have written that too. Get, let's just write it now. Instead of I should have written it, I'll just write it when I want it. So, get real ID from entity. We do get component ID component, assert that it exists. Get real ID from entity on an entity without an ID component. Return. So this really should just be in the entity class, I think. It's not a generic system anymore if I do that, but these are nice little convenience functions. I guess I can keep them in the arena for now. Arenians functions. ID component.id. Okay. Because we do this all over the place too. And it's just not helpful. So let's try this. Const landmine real ID equals this dot arena dot get real ID from entity landmine entity. Yep. So that looks better. It's still not great, but we cleaned up like 3-4 lines of code in there. Oxycodone says I want to do something in Java. What is it you want to do? You know, one of the very old versions of Botland was in Java. I spent about 1.5 years on it. And it was a nightmare to work with that code base. Even from the very beginning. I'm definitely running out of steam for today. We've got another hour or so left. And for the level of work that we're doing, which is commenting work and then starting to write tests, it shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so this looks better. Put in the landmine that this entity has tracked it. So update the landmine that we began. Update this landmine so that it can record its tracker. Alright, yep, I think this is good. And then there was isEnemyMineAt, which is a pretty simple function. We check to see if we have a component. So if we haven't revealed any mines, then you won't be able to see them.
Why is the for loop backwards plus I? So it's a very minor thing, and honestly, thanks to JavaScript compilation and the engines that run it, it's not an issue really. But I++, the way that this works, so let's say you said, let's say you had this code, I equals 0, x equals I++. X is going to be equal to 0. And then I will be equal to 1. So in order for this to work, this needs to return what the value of I is and then increment it afterward, as opposed to incrementing it beforehand. Anyway, in some languages, it's slower to do I++. But the bigger reason why that's happening is because with that in mind, this snippet that I have, the for snippet, I modified to just have the ++I there. So you can see it right there. But like I said, it doesn't really matter. There's no performance difference at this point. Like, V8 engine doesn't care and will probably just do what you want it to do. If we haven't revealed any mines and you won't be able to see, then there's no way this API will ever return true. I should say could ever return true. Because obviously it won't, since there's a return false right here. Excuse me. So tile index. We get index on the tile, good. Then we check to see if we've revealed any tile or any landmines at that tile. So now check to see if we've revealed any landmines at that tile. Alright, so now this is important information. On our revealed tile component, we know that it's tile index to landmine real ID. And we should really keep track of that. So let's search for this in our code base. Okay, yep, landmine real ID. So then in our revealed landmines component, we need to say what this is here. So this is keys tile index, number tile index, values, number landmine real ID. That's an object of numbers number. Okay, and for now, we're just gonna not let it serialize itself. So it'll just return null. Because there's no reason for the client to know about this until we show that information. We will eventually show that information. So one of the things that you'll want to know is, what can this bot see? So for example, if I were to kind of draw this out right now, here's what I would do. I would do something like this. There's no way to do opacity in Paint. And did they get rid of the spray paint tool? They did. I can't see what's on the screen because of that webcam. So anyway, I'll just kind of erase a whole bunch of stuff. So all of this over here is invisible. This bot can see something like, I'm just going to draw a rough outline. It can see everything in here. So all of the green, all of this is visible, and all of this is not. And so these landmines, according to this bot right here, these landmines don't even exist. You have no clue that they're there. So personal opinion warning. Whoop, whoop. Okay, so then over here, we can exploit the whole, this is a real ID, so an entity, the tracker entity's real ID to an entity. The tracker entity. Is that even, I don't even know if that's the case. It's not, oh goodness. Let's search for this. So it is real ID and it does go to a tracker entity. So that is correct. The tracker entity. So this can store an entity because it's never serialized. Because this component doesn't need to be serialized.
So our code execution system is good. I think I'm happy with this. Yeah. And we looked through all of that. Next, the arena. This is where the bulk of the code was added. Let's come back to that. I think these other things are dead simple. Yeah, that's simple. Well, that we gotta not check in. These other things are fine. And then here, they're just 2 components. Every time I say that, I'm reminded of Rick and Morty. They're just 2 components. This isn't even true. So, no, that is true. It's the other one that's not true. Oh, I already wrote that. Okay, so we just need to comment the arena, and then I can get another snack. Let's raise the desk now, because my legs are starting to hurt. Okay. Welcome to Sky World. Apparently standing up makes me want to move the keyboard, but then you won't be able to see it, so let me move this back here. Alright, let's go through this. I mean, we gotta start somewhere. So we have the get entities in range. Get all entities of a certain type matching the flags you pass in. Yep, that's good. We have landmines, we have get closest entity, which calls into that. Good. They have distance. This is technically not an entity. This is an object that's returned. Get all entities in range. This is an object. The objects returned have an entity and a distance. And the distance is only used by one API, so I should get rid of it, but I'm not going to do it yet. Alright, so those things are fine. What I'm more worried about is this stuff down here. Update landmine trackers, update revealed landmines. This sounds incredibly tedious. So, update landmine trackers. Where is this called from? And let's close some of this other code we have here. This is called from exactly one place, so let's try to name this function very specifically. So this is called when a landmine blows up. It needs to tell all the trackers that this died. But I wonder if I need to make this more generic. Like, it's not necessarily a landmine that died. It pretty much is, because it's a stationary object. So I'll say something like, what do I want to call this? They are landmine trackers. Yeah, I'll just write the comment down here. And we can take this. So this is called when a landmine blows up. It needs to tell all entities tracking it that it died. That way the entities don't think there's still a landmine there. Why am I standing? I'm standing because I need to move around from time to time. I think sitting all day is really, really bad, and I want to make sure I shuffle some more when I stand. So it's for health reasons. Also, my wife got me this great standing desk, so I want to make use of it. And what does this return? Nothing. Okay, so if we don't have any trackers on this landmine, if nothing is tracking this landmine, then return. Also, I guess I should say, note this function is specific to landmines because landmines can't move. If landmines can move, then we would need to update the trackers every time the landmine moves. Alright, tell any bots that had revealed this landmine
tell any entities that have revealed this landmine that the mine blew up. So we go through each thing that's tracking it, and we get the revealed landmines component, and if it exists, then we delete that association. What we could do is start writing some things on here, like we could say something like reveal landmines component dot remove landmine at tile index this dot tile index. We could say something like that, and that way we're not calling into the core of this, but that's kind of how I've been treating components. I think I'll just do this. Yeah. Okay, let's go into reveal landmine components, and let's write that function. It's just a nice enough wrapper where now I can say that delete this dot reveal landmine tile index. And now we don't need this, which is a little bit more complex. So where else do we do this, by the way? Let's look for revealed landmines and where we might delete them in code base. I don't think there should be anywhere, but this will reveal it for us. There is one more place here. So landmine trackers component, landmine trackers. So instead, what we could do is the same thing we just did before. This. Oh, what? No, something's wrong. Revealed landmine, where is this? Why is it up here? This isn't even used again. I think a better way to do this is this. This dot remove tile index. Now we don't need this or this line. Okay, let's go back up to here. So is this looking good? Tell any entities that had revealed this landmine that the mine blew up. Basically, stop tracking it. And that's what we do here. Remove landmine and tile index. It's not really remove landmine, it's stop tracking landmine at tile index. Or rather, let's just say stop tracking at tile index. Whoops. That was stupid. There. 3 occurrences, that is correct. Okay, good. So I think that's a little bit better. All right, now let's look at this function. So this is update revealed landmines. Also, let me run a giveaway really fast. I'll run the simple kind of giveaway. Destidom just keeps winning. Destidom hasn't been here for a long time. So here, I'll run it one more time. Wasabi475 wins. Hooray. Alright, so let's take this, put this here. When a bot moves, update any landmines that it had revealed to check if it can still see them, sense them. It's not really sense. But anyway, enemy. So if we don't have a reveal landmine components, then there's nothing to update here. Otherwise, we get the bot's real ID. So we just wrote a function that this can change now. Get real ID from entity, bot entity, bot real ID. Wasabi, did you get a whisper from me? You should have gotten one. Okay, that looks a little bit better now. So we go through each tile. You can no longer sense this landmine, so stop tracking it and tell it that we've stopped tracking. Tell it that we've stopped tracking it. Yep. So get the landmine ID and the landmine entity and get its landmine trackers and delete this association. And then we stop tracking it. So we just need tile index. Huh. So we can put this. We can put this higher up. Stop tracking it, and then all of this is just to tell it. Yeah. Okay, I think that's good. Alright, next, these three functions, we can comment these. These are pretty simple. So gets the real, I'll just write convenience function to get the real ID of an entity. Entity and number. And I'll write that here too. Convenience function to get the tile that an entity is on. Use this if you don't find yourself modifying the physics component after obtaining it. It's a much less verbose way of coding. This returns a tile. Alright, cool. So landmine gain tracker. Let's put this up above because it's a new thing and it belongs here. So when a landmine is revealed by an entity, call this function. Entity. Whoa, interesting. I look red to you guys, but then if you look at my camera, wait, what? Are these like, the keyboard cam is newer. I wonder if that's just better at white balancing. Because you'd expect them to show the same color, right? Am I just being stupid here or something? Maybe there's just different, I don't know, whatever. They're the same model of camera, they're just different levels of newness. I wonder if I should swap how they're set up. Then I may look less pink. Alright, let me try this. Let me just point this at the room. Interesting. You can see the two cameras aren't really rendering the same colors. The top one looks much cleaner. Huh. Interesting indeed. So now, interesting. Yeah, they're Philips Hue bulbs, and the ones in the back are Philips Hue strips. Let's put this back here. Yeah. Okay. This will update the landmine by adding. This will update landmine by associating the tracker to it. Okay, so we check to see if it has a trackers component, and then we add it if it doesn't exist. And this is only in order to get the landmine real ID. So let's do that. Const landmine real ID equals this dot get real ID from entity landmine entity. And then we can get rid of this stuff. Okay, good. And then this is the same way. We can say tracker real ID. Dot get real ID from entity tracker entity. Good. Wonderful. Alright, that is definitely cleaner. So what else do we have now? Update landmine trackers. Alright, good. If this entity had revealed landmines, then is this the last bit of code? Okay, so we can just go right to that, 879. And then we're done with this monstrous commit. If this entity had revealed landmines, then tell all of the landmines this died. So we say, we get this, if it exists, we go through the real, alright, and then we have this ID component, which we don't need. Entity real ID, why did I do this here anyway? Const empty real ID equals this dot get real ID entity. Can you delete those things?
Standing desk, yeah. CC Gaming TV. Also, welcome back. I don't think I've seen you in a while. Okay, landmine real ID. We get it from the revealed landmines. That makes sense. Do we even use tile index? Only to get the real ID. Okay, then we get the entity, which we can do. This really shouldn't be shared code. Extremely busy with midterms? Oh wow. It's October. What system are you on where you have midterms in October? Is it a quarter system? Wait, no, midterms would be on a semester system at that point then. School started for most people like 6 or 7 weeks ago. And a semester would be like 15 weeks. Yeah. No, I don't know, whatever. Oh, Wasabi hadn't followed me? Well, now Wasabi's gonna get control over my lights again. Alright. Yeah, so I think this is fine. Let's just read over it one more time. So we get the landmine entity, then we obtain the trackers, and we delete this particular thing out of it. Now, the way we did this before, we went into landmine trackers component. Yeah, so in reveal landmines, we put a stop tracking at tile index. We should really say something like remove tracker by real ID. Real ID, and then we just delete the tracker. We could just say remove tracker. Alright, and then we just gotta call that. Call it here. Landmine trackers component dot remove by MD real ID. Oh, no. I understand the whole mid-semester thing. I guess what I was getting at is, I just thought, oh wow, I can't believe it's test time already for the people who started school. But it totally makes sense. And yeah, there were midterms even on the quarter system too. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to be pedantic. More just surprised, and also this coding stuff it's been a little beastly today. Okay, so then do we ever call delete in our new code? Let's diff all, and let's search for the word delete. Whoops, I'm gonna search that here. So that's not new code, that is new code, and really shouldn't be done. Why is that happening? This is an update revealed landmines. It's here, it's right here. Landmine trackers component. No sir, we're not allowing that. Remove tracker bot real ID. There, where else do we do this now? Diff all. So we search for delete again. Yeah, good, that's it. Although that's very peculiar too, because we should have deletes and they should be in here. Oh, but it's not a diff, it's an added file, and I haven't committed it yet or even marked it for being committed. Okay, that makes sense. So we just need to comment this. Shortcut function for deleting a mapping. For revealed, oh god, I'm not gonna write this. Alright, we really should test one more time, just make sure this same code that was working is still working. So let's do this. Let's put a breakpoint on, what did I call it? Util this thing. Yeah, let's put a breakpoint there. And then let's deploy bots that have lasers. There, that one should shoot up and none of these should. Okay, good. That works. If I deploy a whole bunch of these, we should see everything that's within range of 0 or of 1, 0. So basically in a little diamond pattern here, we should see lasers firing up. And we do. So yeah. Alright. I mean, it's like hardly a test, but we at least know we didn't break anything. So the majority of this commit, what I did is the other thing, actually, here's what botland client pre-commit. We'll fix the linting issues in the code we just added. So added user accessible APIs, reveal mines, and is enemy mine at. I'm sure there are some bugs
in the underlying code here because it is relatively complex. So tests will certainly be needed, and I have them planned. I just haven't got to it yet. So these things: illegal trailing white space, delete, delete, delete. What's this? Revealed mines is not defined. What? Revealed landmines is not defined. It's right here, right? Oh, but I never. Oh, we never made use of this. This is something I actually recently screwed up. Okay, yeah, we need this from the component. So we do need to say this. Reveal landmines is this dot reveal landmines. Of scarier note is, why did this not matter? Oh, this is only called when a bot moves, and we didn't move a bot. This is why we need testing. Because, yeah, it's way too hard to test this stuff with randomly placed bots and everything. Alright, so hopefully that works. Alright, good, it did. So the linting issues are fixed in here too. Alright. Not too bad. Not too bad. Alright. So we need to write these tests. We need to write tests for landmines in general. Let's look through this and see if we can glean any more tests from here. Reveal any landmine in your vision until they blow up. Oh yeah, so let's try call reveal mines with a mine that is just out of sight, then move so that it's in sight, then try doing is enemy mine at. So that's a good test. Is enemy mine at returns falls if you don't have, yeah, good. Okay, so we can just delete these as we marked them down. Does it make sense to put that in? Fine. So landmines blow up, landmines go out of range, a bot gets destroyed, a landmine gets destroyed in some other way. We should... Okay, if you try sending a landmine, check the reveal landmine first. Probably want all this information on the client. Yeah, it's not on the client right now though. When a landmine explodes, anything that was tracking it needs to untrack it. Yep, and if a landmine blows up out of sight, then it'll stop being tracked by virtue of it being out of sight. So if there's ever a way to lower... Okay, yeah, we should test this out. Try blowing up a landmine when it's out of sight. I don't know how this would work. It shouldn't matter though, it should still work. So I was thinking, what if we ever added a debuff where a bot's vision range was shrunk to like 2 or 3? Then a landmine could blow up. Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. Oh man, there's gonna be a lot of weird little edge cases in this game. And if they're so weird that no one notices that they're I can't even speak anymore. That no one notices that they're happening, then they're not severe bugs. And we'll try to write tests for them anyway. But there are going to be these little things where it's like, wait, did that just even go wrong? Is that a problem? And if people start exploiting those things, then yeah, sure, we try to fix them, but can't catch everything. Oxycodone says, wait, what did I miss? Really nothing. Oh, what am I talking about? I'm talking about tests that I've got to write. Make sure we heavily test reveal mine. So yeah, that's on the agenda. So we've got about 25 minutes. We can probably do this. Have them lay landmines every once in a while. That's doable. I'm not even gonna do this drop hole. Yeah, so let's tackle some smaller tasks now. I think this is easy enough to do, and this will probably take 20 minutes anyway.
let's go into code API constants and we'll add a built-in called percent chance. Also, we should add in a random number generator. So let me take these from the prototype that I had. Software validator, percent chance. There's random integer. Let's do, I put both of these in here. Let's take both of these. Randint, random integer, and percent chance. Alright, good. Put a comma there. Now, these functions are not very tough to code. Percent chance. Where is percent chance? It is taken from shared utils. Percent chance. Here we go. Math.random less than percent. Okay, let's put that into rutil also. This is something I wrote a while ago. So we export function percent chance. This function is really simple. It generates a number in the range 0, 1 and returns true if that number is less than the one you passed in. So the param is percent, a number, typically representing a percent chance for something to happen, so it'll probably be in the range 0, 1, but it can really be any number. Returns a boolean. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Math.random generates in the range 0, 1. Alright, well I heavily commented that. Then we get rid of that semicolon. So there's that. Then I think we have random integer in here. Do we? Random letter. No, we don't. Well, we can add this in. I don't know what people expect when they call random integer. I don't know if they necessarily expect that it's in the range x comma y or if it's in the range like x comma y. Because programming languages do this either way. Where it's either, if you say random 0 comma 10, then it can generate numbers only up to 9. I don't know in botland what people would expect. Inclusive or exclusive. Probably I don't know. I think I'm gonna make it exclusive. Yeah, so let's take this function. Alright, and let's put it next to our other random function, which is this. My vote is exclusive. I think it makes sense for exclusive. That way you can say something like random integer 0 comma arena width. But so a string variable for C# is defined by string equals. Yeah, you're correct. It's like string foo equals hello. This is valid C#, I believe. Yeah. Where did I? Okay, here we go. Okay, export function. Get rid of this. We have math.floor, lower bound. Yep. Okay. Alright, so now let's make use of these functions. In fact, these are just aliases, so they're already done. We just need to go into code execution system and then set up aliases. We set up the 3 aliases we want, which I believe were these, yeah. So this dot percent chance equals util dot percent chance. And then same thing with these other two. Randint and random integer. And I don't know what people are going to prefer to call. I like writing randint when I'm typing out code, but random integer is more obvious what it's doing. But hey, you got the option. So, okay. That was step 1. Step 2 was add in AI bots that are going to lay landmines. And the reason I put in these percent chances is because here's the code I'm going to end up writing. I'll write it right now. Update equals function. So if percent chance, we're going to say just 0.1. In fact, I wonder if people would want to call this function like this, percent chance 50. Like a 50% chance of something happening. That's probably how I'd want to call this if I were them. Yeah, okay. This function is really simple. I'm going to say this. It treats the passed in percent number as a percentage and rolls a number
returns true percent of the time. There. That's it. Okay, so a number, we're going to say this. We're going to say a number in the range 0, 100. I'm just going to say it's exclusive, or inclusive, but it's not really. So it generates in this range, so we just need to divide by 100 when we do this. I think this is a much cleaner API now, because it takes in a percent chance as a human would say it, not as a programmer would write it. So if we go into here, so we're gonna say there's gonna be a 5% chance to lay a mine. So if this and can lay mine, then we'll say lay mine. Otherwise, do whatever we normally would have done, which is shoot lasers. I don't know. Let's just say move. Okay, let's try this code out. So let's refresh. And let's deploy, what happened? Did I put is that a JavaScript breakpoint? Yeah, that's a JavaScript breakpoint. I don't like when that happens. Okay, let's deploy a bunch of these now. So we have landmines and we deploy a whole lot of these and we shouldn't see very many landmines get created. Yeah, because there's only a 5% chance that they actually get created. So you are seeing landmines, just not a ton of them. And since landmines are one-hit kill, I think I'm probably going to lower that to maybe 2% chance. The whole point here is just to give some variety to the AI bots. So now we go into the simulation server, and we get rid of this stuff. And we go into client constants, and we'll add in an AI script which says, let's say mines and lasers. Okay, then down here, we will say the script rarely lays mines, otherwise shoots lasers. And for this to work, we need to put laser code in here, otherwise this is not great. So let's do this. If will lasers hit fire lasers, and let's not make it pursue enemy bots. Sometimes AI is interesting just because it's different from other AI, not because it's the smartest it can possibly be. And this is just the title screen of the game. So it's not like you're going to be, I don't know, you're not going to be sad that you see a bot not act perfectly on the title screen. And if you are, then perhaps you should reevaluate your life. Okay, so we have mines and lasers. Next, we make it a possible combination for you to have mines and lasers with a bit of each. So the mines you lay are going to be one-hit kill, but the lasers you shoot are going to be very weak. Alright. And that's it. There, it should be done. Now when we rerun this, we should see mines just get created by default without me having to do anything. I set it to a 2% chance, and there's only a 20% chance that they actually get the script, so we shouldn't see mines very often. In fact, I probably should have raised it to a 100% chance, so that we'd know if this worked. But nope, I'm just going to stand here, just going to let random numbers run their course. Right up until I'm not going to stand here and let them run their course. Which is about 10 seconds. Oh, there! Oh, we saw a landmine! Okay. Now who's the lucky bot that's going to run into this? Oh, it was that guy. Roderick. Okay, cool. It works. Yeah, so let's check this in. Constants, we added in a script. Yeah, looks good. That doesn't matter. And that doesn't matter. We added in 3 user-defined APIs, and we defined them here, yeah. So, added user-accessible APIs for randint and percent chance. Why does this autocomplete sometimes in here? Like, it pulled that from my code. If I try typing random integer, watch this. See, it knows that it was in my code. So it sees that it was a changed line of code, but it doesn't do that all the time. So I wonder if it's looking at strings or something like that. I'll just type them all out. Random integer and percent chance. So added user accessible APIs for those things, and now AI bots have a chance to have a possible added an AI script that lays landmines 2% of the time. Are there any more on the arena? No. Okay, and we already looked at all this code. I mean, this was pretty straightforward code. Alright. So that's done. Next, we can probably add some of this stuff right now. Like, I just want to clean some items off this to-do list. It's been a pretty hard day at work. Yeah, it's weird. I see the same things in my commits via Tortoise SVN. I understand that the Tortoise APIs will look through your code, but it seems that sometimes it doesn't find a string that I know that I typed. So the reason I'm loading this up, by the way, someone suggested that I add Blockly to my Twitch info. So let's do that. Blockly. I think this is the site. Yes, good. Okay. Yeah, let's put this here. So we click Edit Panels, and then oh, I didn't modify the schedule either, did I? Well, now Tuesday's over, so let's cross that out. And submit, and then down here we'll say Blockly for visual coding. I apparently put periods at these, so let's be consistent. Okay, then we refresh the page and make sure that that's there. Did that work? So schedule got updated, yep, and Blockly is there. Cool. Alright, nice. Alright, what else do we have? That's done. Write dispose for entity. Yeah, I think that's a good thing to start writing. And we gotta make sure that it's getting called. Lightning Sloth, cool name. Thanks for the follow. Write a dispose function that will go through each component and dispose it. This is good for cleaning up references. Yeah, so let's do these couple of things. There's only 13 minutes left anyway. We'll go into entity, and we don't have a dispose function as it is, right? No, we don't. So let's do dispose, and we'll say for let component name in this dot components. Yeah, we pretty much have to follow something like this. So we're going to do this. Let's copy all of it. Let component array. So we get the component if underscore dot is function component dot dispose. No, it'll always be a function because we'll put it in the base class. So we don't need to do that. We can just do component dot dispose. Okay, there, that's it. It's not particularly difficult. Now we go into base component and we define the dispose to be just an empty function. This is called when the entity is disposed. Let's delete that line too. Okay. This is called when the entity is about to be destroyed. We should say this entity. And then in here, we should follow the same thing we just did and capitalize that. Alright, what's next? Next we need to write our dispose logic. So let's look at all of our components and we'll go through them. So chase target takes in an entity. So in our dispose function, let's say super.dispose. There should never be anything to dispose in super, but it doesn't hurt to call it. And then this dot target entity equals null, and this dot target entity ID equals null. We're going to do something like this in basically every component class that we have. Some of these, it doesn't really matter. In fact, I just shouldn't be setting numbers to null. That doesn't make any sense. Because as soon as this gets disposed, there won't be a reference to it anymore. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So there doesn't need to be disposed for this. Okay, so cooldown is just a number.
code. We've got some strings and a bot specific namespace. See, get bot specific namespace. Where is this? Oh, it's a string. Okay, well, I really should have written that in here. Where did that go? Oh, I did write that in here. I are smart. So do we get rid of these things? Or is there anywhere else that can be tracking this? I don't think this should be an issue. The whole point is what uses this data. So then we go into, what else do we have? Hardware component. So slot configuration, that's something we should get rid of. Slot configuration equals null. Good. Health component just has life and max life. ID component just has a number. Is bot component doesn't have anything. Same thing with all these is components don't have anything. Is landmine. Now that it's all lowercase, I finally see it for what it truly is. It's an island mine. Nice. But this is different. We just didn't define a serialized function for some of this stuff. I guess when they never get called. Okay. Is resource is wall. This has trackers, so let's get rid of this stuff. When we dispose this, we'll say landmine trackers equals null. There won't be a reference to anything in it. We could delete everything in it, but that shouldn't matter. Name component just has a string. One per tile component has nothing. Owned by player component has an ID. We don't care, we don't care, we don't care. None of that stuff matters. Revealed landmines component. Let's get rid of this stuff too. Reveal landmines. Good. And then what else do we have? I don't know how to get rid of pixie sprites. We probably should be doing this in a different way, and I just don't even know. So let's look it up. Oh, so there's another landmine, but it's one of my landmines because it's green. I think once you've revealed landmines, move to should avoid landmines. It should just increase their cost, probably. I'm not going to code that yet. But I should add it to the list. Fine. Move to should be safe by default and should not path over revealed landmines. That's going to be annoying to code. Alright, let's look at the documentation. Do we have any sort of destruct function on here? I think we should look at the code instead. So let's look at the code. GitHub, Pixie. And in here we have source, core, and then sprites. But sprite might inherit it from something else. Like, is there a cleanup or a dispose or a destroy? There's a destroy function. So do I need to call destroy, or is this called automatically somehow? So sprite has this, and it comes from container. Or perhaps it doesn't come from container, but this is a container, so is that ever called? Where is destroy called? Destroy, destroy, destroy. No, it doesn't look like this is called, but there are 4 pages of this. But all of those are just definitions. I'm not seeing anything here. Oh, here we go. No, but that's part of the renderer. Huh, yeah, I think I need to call destroy on this manually. I don't think it would hurt. All of this does is set a bunch of things to null. So calling it twice shouldn't affect anything. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's used. Okay, I need to do that then. So let's go into the sprite entity, and we will dispose this. So we'll say this.sprite.destroy. Well, what we should do is if this.sprite. So we need if underscore dot exist this.sprite. Then we destroy it, and then we set it to null. That's the only really important one. Actually, I think text has the same problem. Maybe not. Does text have a sprite with it? It does. Well, it's Pixie text. Does text have a destroy function is a good question. So text destroy, there it is. Destroys the base texture. Oh, dispose, freeze the texture from WebGL memory without destroying this texture object. This means you can still use the texture later. Oh wait, this isn't even text, it's texture that I was looking at. Oh, goodness. So where's text? Here it is. Okay, so text has a destroy. Destroys this text object. And it optionally takes and destroy base texture. I don't know what the texture is that it uses though. Is it some shared thing? Like if well, I suppose we can find out. Let's pass in true for that. So what's gonna happen is this. After the first bot dies, we might see all of the text get screwed up in the game. And if that happens, then we know we shouldn't be passing in true for that. So let's find out. Okay, no, the text didn't get screwed up. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's correct to do that. Because for all I know, I'm hurting performance. I'm destroying the base texture of the text. Maybe there is no base texture? I'm just not going to pass in true for this. Alright. And... oh, I'm not calling dispose, that's why. Oh man, I'm stupid. Okay, let's go into the shared arena, where there's remove entity. As soon as we remove it, we need to... where do we get the entity here? So we need to delete everything that's on the entity at the very end of it. Entity.dispose. That is the important call. Now let's see if deleting the base texture screws everything up. Alright, and while that's working, let's take a look at text component. Whoop! Yeah, that's not a function, so we can't do that. Sprite component. It's not underscore.exist, it's util.exist. And I don't even have util in here, do I? I don't. Import star as util from .util. And this needs to also be in the text component. And I need to put this as util.exist. Okay. Alright, so that should work, and again, we should see if this is needed or not. I don't know. Let's find out. We just need to wait for an entity to die. An entity with text to die, which means a bot. Oh. What happened here? Cannot read length of null. Children is null. How did this happen? On mouse move? Apparently... okay, well, here's one thing I forgot. This is never going to be true, so there's that. But then the other thing is, I guess one of the entities that one of the sprites that we destroyed, let's take a look at sprite destroy again. Destroy texture and destroy base texture. These aren't passed in though. So it calls container destroy? Yeah, I don't understand. Why would it not work to call their destroy functions? This is coming from Process Interactive. What is this? Interaction Manager? I didn't even know there was an Interaction Manager. This function provides a neat way of crawling through the scene graph and running a specified function on all interactive objects it finds. So, I guess it's good to know. But then, yeah, why is this failing? Last object rendered, is that what the problem is? Probably the problem is that I cleaned this up. Yes, I have cleaned this up. So anytime I try moving the mouse, this won't work.
You'd think they would have a check in here for that. Well, does a sprite normally have... Alright, this is going to be kind of tough to check, but let's go into debug main.arena.entity 0. Does that exist? Does it have a sprite component? It does. Okay, and does sprite have a reference to a renderer? It doesn't. That's renderable. Why? I thought maybe we could just set it to null, the last object rendered, then dephone. So we can't dispose of the last object rendered, which means we can't dispose of any of this stuff, or we need to put a guard around process interactive, or we need to stop running the interaction manager, which for all I know I'm not even using, so I think I can just turn this off. What does this do? The interaction manager deals with mouse and touch events. Any display object can be interactive if its interactive parameter is set to true. This manager also supports multi-touch. So I didn't know any of this even existed. And that's probably would have been helpful, because now I was thinking of writing my own. Well, we could just set everything to false when it comes to interactive, right? That sprite that we had. Let's do this. Get component sprite.sprite. Okay, so a equals sprite. A.interactive. Does this have a... So it's false though. Why would it try running this on the last interactive, the last object rendered, if it's not even interactive? Oh, interactive children? Is that what? That's true. Oh, well. Well. Every time we make a new sprite then, we need to set that to false. Turns out we make a new sprite in a lot of places. Well, we can simplify this because the only place we ever store the sprites that we make is in a sprite component. So we can say in sprite component, this dot sprite dot interactive children equals false. If I don't do this, then the interaction manager chokes when it comes to process interactive on the, what is it? Where did that go? Process interactive on the last object rendered. So this on the last object rendered. I don't know why sprites would have that by default. I don't think it really matters. Let's try this now. So we might have a problem with text, but that'd be fine as long as it doesn't totally crash. Okay, good. And again, given that I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with the text component, let's just not set this to true. And also, let's make sure that was even being called to begin with. Let's go into text component and then the dispose function, and then what happened? Can't call getCenterX because the pixie sprite is null. So your target died before you were able to shoot it. I know why this happens. Man, okay, I don't care about this right now. No, I want to stop this from getting hit. Okay, let's just refresh and put a breakpoint in the text component. I just want to make sure this is getting hit. So breakpoint there. As soon as the bot dies, good, it's getting hit. Great. Don't care about that other stuff. Now, the problem that we were having is if there is no sprite, so it's this. Yes, great, it broke in to show me what problem we're having. So if the target sprite is null, it's not null at this point, is it? Target sprite is null. Yeah, so if the target sprite is null, then we have nowhere to go to
So we just shouldn't try to use it. This only happens when an entity is dead. Actually, yeah, this target entity should be dead. Target entity dot toString. Yep, is dead. There it is. So yeah, if the entity's dead, then we just shouldn't be chasing it. Chase target system. This right here. Target entity. If target entity dot has component names dot is dead, then just stop it. Just stop it. This won't even work because I need to kill this entity at some point. So let's say we can do this. Okay, so if our target died, then mark this entity as dead as well. Do we have a chase component here? We have a chase target component, good. Alright, well that bug should stop happening now. So all we need to do is just let this run. As bots die, we'll eventually run into the problem. The reason why this was happening is because, uh-oh, what's this? Attempting to mark an entity dead that is already dead. Okay. That's not what I meant to do. I didn't mean to do target entity. I meant to say this entity. So we want to say entity, and the entity ID is entity ID. That's what I meant to say. Okay. The reason this is happening is because you have a bot that is here, and a bot that's here, and your target. It's better to say this way. And they're both shooting this target. So this one shoots a projectile that has to travel. Let's just say this takes 3 seconds. 3 seconds. This one shoots a projectile afterward. Oh, by the way, how do I say this? Okay, let's rewrite this because I'm a dummy. So this is B1 and this is B2 and this is the target. So what happens first? I think this one shoots. Yeah. Okay, so this shoots, yeah, so B1 shoots T, then, and does, for 500 damage, T has 500 life left. B2 shoots T for 500 damage, T will be dead when the projectile reaches. And the problem is, because I subtract life as soon as I create a laser, what's going to happen is B will shoot, so there will still be a projectile traveling in this direction. But then B2 shoots and it's so close that it just kills the entity. So the entity is marked as dead, and B1's laser can never reach the target. So in this case, now what will happen is, we'll just delete the laser. So in some cases, you'll see a laser just get deleted before it makes it to its target. But what we shouldn't see is it breaking into the debugger. So I guess we can make this happen faster, or we can make it happen more frequently if we set the tick time to 1. This will test a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know. Alright, I don't know if that's actually any better, but I slowed it down. And we're very rarely seeing landmines, which is expected. There's a 2% chance that they show up. Alright, I think we disposed of entities correctly now. So in here, if our target died, mark this entity as dead as well. We don't check that in. We don't check that in. Alright, dispose the entity. Good.
anywhere. We call dispose on every component. Every entity is going to have like 8 or 9 components, which is 8 or 9 function calls. Maybe, well, that's fine for now. We could keep track of just disposable entities if we wanted to. That's one of those micro optimizations we should just make later if it turns out to be a problem. So if I don't this, then the interaction manager, so if I don't do this, and that's in sprite component, so there we go. Good. Alright, I think this is good. Entities are now being disposed, and we haven't had another break into the debugger. There is one little thing that's kind of tough here. You can see that this is not your landmine. Am I covering that with my face? You can see that this is not your landmine down here, but you don't know whose it is. So you don't know if this purple bot can hit it, or if this green bot can hit it, or if the darker green ones can hit it. What we did in the prototype is we colored a ring around the outside based on who owned it, but it was very subtle and there were a lot of different bots, so it was very hard to know. If there are only 2 teams, I think it'll be pretty obvious that red means it's gonna hurt and green means it's not. So in most games will be 2-team games. There will be very few game modes where we have more than 2 teams, and there will be probably very few people who want to play free-for-all kinds of games, although they'll exist. I just don't think free-for-all is going to be a popular format. But who knows? I just give people the option. Entities are now being disposed of correctly. Part of the change here was that Pixie sprites, I'm going to write it this way, Pixie sprites may be destroyed before an entity is cleaned up. So lasers that were fired that have a now dead target will also be destroyed. The scenario where this happens is when a faraway bot shoots a target but doesn't kill it. Then a nearby bot shoots the target, killing it before the faraway bot's projectile could reach it. Right. I think that's right. Entities are now being disposed of correctly. Part of the change here was that Pixie sprites may be destroyed before an entity is cleaned up, so lasers that have a now dead target will also be destroyed. The scenario where this happens is when a faraway bot shoots the target but doesn't kill it, then a nearby bot shoots the target, killing it before the faraway bot's projectile could reach it. Yeah. Okay, check in. Yay. And then let's run tests and pre-commit and all that other stuff. So botland client pre-commit and botland test run. And then we're done, because this was a very full day of coding. So we can close that, and we can close the server now, I think. I'll show you guys, I'll talk about a couple more things, then I'm probably just going to play Hearthstone. I might just stay on stream for that, I don't know. Legal trailing white space. Go figure. And there we go. Alright, pre-commit's done. Is the test going to complete? Apparently the tests are never going to complete. Okay, there we have it. And the test completed. They took 2 seconds that time. That's because I have a lot of stuff running on my machine right now. Alright, and then this should hopefully work. Good. Okay, so we fixed some linting issues. Let's check that in. We just need to make sure we're checking the correct thing. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Yeah, so there was this, and there was this. Fixed linting issues. Alright. So yeah, for those of you who are new to the stream, I'll just talk about Botland really quickly. The way that Botland works is you create these bots and then you write automation for them.
you can see that there are many different options right now. I have 5, although they're not totally explained yet, and they're not even all functional. But you customize your bot first. So I might want something with cloaking and landmines and lasers. And you can have up to 7 slots in your bot. So I have 6 right now. Let's say I could also put in missiles. So great. Then you write the code for it. And so here I have some JavaScript. If I wanted to, I could use Blockly, which is a more visual language for interfacing with the game. And I can just drag different components on. If they connect, then you've written good code. So if I try putting move twice, move does not connect to move. So like this would not be good code. And that's it. Then you deploy them into the arena. So I can hit the deploy button a bunch of times and they will fight each other. There'll be different game modes where, let's say there's capture the flag or deathmatch. So there could be modes where, let's say you really want landmines, and other modes where it's like, well, there's no real point in having it. So imagine in a deathmatch, landmines might not be effective if they don't do a lot of damage because the whole point is just to get kills. But in capture the flag, maybe you litter a bunch of flags around your landmines, a bunch of landmines around your flags. So yeah. And this was what, day 25. So development hasn't even been going on for an entire month of dev time, which is, I would never phrase things that way anyway. I would say it's been a month and 12 days, but not all of that has been dev time. So we're making pretty decent progress. Actually, if I play Hearthstone, I'll start another stream for it because I gotta make some phone calls. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. If you want, you can go to bot.land and follow any of these websites. I'm sure most of you are already on whatever you're comfortable with, which is probably just Twitch, which is cool with me. So yeah, hope to see you tomorrow. I'll be on in another 16 hours, and then we'll do another 8-hour day. See you later.